I do speak Russian. My native language is Russian. Usually I don't speak Russian on stream. Echoing. Guys, microphone is echoing or no? You have me probably opened in a couple of tabs because it shouldn't be echoing actually. Guys, are you in the Christmas spirit or not? It's like you're far away from it. Like a weird sometimes, might be so. How it's positioned. One female streamer who I like really like. She has like it's a how do you call it, like the bad habit. Like she has a weird habit, like that she is constantly moving the microphone to her mouth. And I don't understand why what she's doing this. Yeah, that was a sick rip. I need to buy the supporter pack. You need to buy the supporter pack. The cheapest one is $30. You need to buy it and it will be available for you. But you're getting also like the $30 amount of currency in the game that you can spend also on the in-game items. So for example, you can buy the stash tabs already from the supporter pack. So you are effectively, like, yeah, you're buying early access, but you're also buying shit tons of things in the game. To save me from tears. So, boys and girls, what was there? What was there while I was gone? I was gone. I was gone for a second. And you already. Like, and there was so much drama while I was gone. Drama, like for real. Meanwhile, you could go run Quan and Diablo 3. Why I'm wasting my life? I don't know. Visalius, how is going? Nice to see you. Snow time, snow time. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Snow is not dropping. You playing? What do you mean? What do you mean, Shidoko? Fuck, Vesi. I was actually. I thought that like I fucked up completely. I thought it's 1st of November, and I was like, if I will congrat him now, like it will. I already fucked up. But I thought like I fucked up drastically, and I fucked up like a month. I remember that like I thought it's 1st November. But I thought about this like a week ago and I'm like, no, that's it. I didn't forget. Like I missed here, like I miscalculated his birthday. Vesi. No. George, tak, so guys, I'm teaching you. If you missed the birthday of the person because of whatever reason, because you're an idiot. If you missed the birthday of a person, then you're doing the following. Visalius, happy first day of being old. What was bad? I even don't know. Так, so we're live everywhere. Thank you so much for following. For extra life, yeah. A lot of streamers don't like him. No, the thing is, what happened is like he published some information that he wasn't supposed to publish. But so guys, during the time I was gone, you were like, you're gonna start Witch? I'm gonna start Witch. Fuck yes. I'm gonna start Witch. I'm gonna start the demon. There was a bunch of gameplay. We're gonna check it out. So apparently, while I was gone and like no one was controlling, the thing is, Fextra Live, he posted some information from the early access. He posted some information he wasn't supposed to post, and everyone was like pissed that he's spoilering pretty much. But then, you know what it turns out? No, but at least, like, I don't know, a review video. I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch. I am like, fuck spoilers. Can't wait for the service crashes to begin. Here we go. Here what they posted, I think yesterday. Yeah, December 1. They took the video down. Amen. But internet remembers everything. Gigi said that was our bad for miscommunication, and then Vextra proceeded to upload a walkthrough guide after she contacted him. That's super weird. We've seen blah blah blah. Unfortunately, there was a miscommunication with the Fextra Life that resulted in a video being posted early. This was a mistake on our end and is in no way on Fextra Life. 4 days, 5 hours. You're waiting. It worked out quite well for me. I was able to play until Sunday due to work. That's nice. Yeah, it's Friday, 8 p.m. my time, guys. I will be in a cosplay. But I'm not expecting to play Friday. I hope that I won't be able to play. Don't disappoint me. Crush the servers. Woohoo! So yeah. You're gonna have demon nails? To think about such things. Santa's coming to town. I will be streaming on Saturday and Sunday, guys. With the controller, it's easy to play. With the demon nails. As a Diablo for cooking video girl. Yeah, that was, by the way, weird. That is talking about the drama in the community. Something else, guys. Someone punched someone. There is some weird comments. It was Thanksgiving after all. Guys, let's learn. Let us learn!
I have had a review copy. Hi everyone, it's Thrax. Boy, do I have a doozy of a video for you today. I have been spending the entire last week studying Path of Exile 2. And for those of you that have been following me from the Diablo games, you know that I have a Diablo sheet where I calculate essentially everything, and I make spreadsheets on how to power up and how to level as fast as possible. Well, I thought I would expand the sheet, of course, to Path of Exile 2, because this is probably going to ruin my life. I've already said goodbye to my friends and family. So what I've been doing for the last week is trying to be a student of the game, and I've made tons and tons of notes here of a bunch of things about the game where whether you have played Path of Exile before or not, I think this avalanche of information may help you decide if you would like to play it or not, and if it's worth buying the early access and how do you even get it. So, I mean, this is enough talking. I'll link the sheet to you down below. Honestly, if you want to close the video and just read the sheet, you can. But I will update this sheet always. The more that I know all the way into the launch of the game, whatever I know about the game, the best leveling strategies. I don't know if we're ever going to have enough information to actually make a tier list, but if we ever do, I'll make that. And I'm also going to make this tab called the PoE2 definitions. I believe they're going to have definitions within the game, but I'm going to make my own here if you'd like to read it in plain English. And I'm still working on this. It's not perfect. But anyway, so what I thought I'd do, instead of just sitting here with a stupid spreadsheet, we'll play Path of Exile gameplay in the background while I cover all the basics of the game. Real quick, tomorrow we're doing another drawing for a PC from the Crimson Market. If you're subscribed here, you can get a God tier PC every month. You see this thing that's spinning in this Spiritborn PC that they've custom built? That's a real diamond, a real diamond with a sheet, you know, official real thing. So it's going to be a God tier PC. If you would like to enter the drawing, you want to enter with the golden ticket. Gives you free points, no obligation, cancel whenever you want, but most people stay in because as you accumulate points, you can win these God tier PCs all the time. You know, Woody actually won one of the drawings a couple months ago, so he won a God tier PC. So use the golden ticket, subscribe. We're doing the drawing on my stream tomorrow. All right.
Sick.
That's enough of an intro. Way too long of an intro. Shout out to Crimson Market. Really excited for this drawing. Let's watch some Path of Exile gameplay, and let me tell you everything that I've found out about Path of Exile 2. Okay, so first of all, I guess let me start with something that isn't in the spreadsheet. A lot of people are wondering what Path of Exile 2 is going to feel like. Some people play PoE 1 and love it. Some people played PoE 1, hated it. Some people have never played PoE. Well, the base difficulty of the game in terms of playing the game, moving around, killing monsters, and winning is going to be more difficult. The monsters are going to vehemently try to kill you. Grinding gear games is going to pose challenges that I don't think anybody in the world is going to be able to just one-shot them all freely. You are going to be challenged, and you are going to have to solve your resistances, your defense, your damage, probably all of it multiple times in order to get through the entire game. Now, one issue that Path of Exile 1 was plagued by is the barrier to entry was way too high. The game is very complicated. The game is very bloated. If you're starting very late, there's so many league mechanics that if you start late and you see these gigantic tree after gigantic tree after gigantic tree, you don't even want to play. So Path of Exile 2 has simplified a lot of these systems tremendously, which we will go over here in a moment. So playing the game and understanding what to do and how to craft and how to build your character, all of that almost universally is going to be easier. So it's going to be much more of a challenge in gameplay than it is in building your character. And of course, there's going to be a million excellent content creators. Maxroll as one of the strongest PoE2 teams I've ever seen. Go to Maxroll and check out the team page. We have a bunch of godly people there. We will have you covered. So think of it almost like a Souls ARPG. It's all about gameplay here. Okay, so how do we play this? When does it start? How much does it cost? Let's get into some basic info. Path of Exile 2, the early access starts on December 6th. And in order to play the early access, you have to pay money in one form or another. By the way, I have a ton of free codes that I'm going to...
If you never played Path of Exile and you're thinking about which character to play and you are like which one characters will be easier to pick up, it will be either the Mercenary or the Witch.
be given away on my stream in the next few days. So if you want to, stop by and you might win one. I have at least 10 codes, maybe 20 codes to give away. But there are two ways, I believe, to enter the early access. The first is if you have a lifetime spend of, I believe it's $480 in Path of Exile 1, you're in as a thank you for your support over the years. The other way is to buy a supporter pack on pathofexile.com. And the cheapest one is $30. Now, if you decide to not buy these packs, the game will come out essentially sometime in 2025.
It's the 2nd
Jonathan
of December,
Rogers said he estimates it's between 6 to 12 months after the early access when the game will actually launch. So that would be halfway through 2025 to the end of it. So if you just want to wait, you absolutely can.
I just spend like 20 more in the game.
I think it's a reasonable assumption on the first day that the servers will be on fire.
I don't know.
There will be bugs. There will be problems. They said in the post launch or the post cinematic interview that there's going to be problems. So it's not a terrible idea to wait until launch because then there's going to be many months of testing and polishing and you get a better product. But at the same time, we ain't got no time for that. We can't wait. We need to play Path of Exile right now. So those supporter packs, they also have coins that can give you cosmetics and microtransactions and stash tabs, which will help you in the game. So it's not like you get nothing for the $30. You actually can get cool stuff along with it. I bought the most expensive pack just to support Path of Exile. I didn't even need to. I already had a key, but if they're going to keep making games like this, then I'm just going to keep supporting them. It's that simple. So anyway, Path of Exile on the early access, Path of Exile 2 is going to have 3 acts. There's going to be 6 on launch. There's going to be 6 base classes. There will be 12 on launch. And there's going to be 12 available Ascendancies. There's going to be 36 on launch. So what the hell is an Ascendancy? In Path of Exile, when you start as your character, as you get into the end game, you choose to ascend into a super version of your character. So for example, if you start as the mercenary,
I don't understand those like amulets or whatever the shit that they are putting right now, literally right now that they were showing, like this charms they're showing. This I don't quite get.
PS character, you can ascend into the Gemling or Gemling Legionnaire, which is going to focus on skill gems and resistances and attributes, or you can be the Witch Hunter, which is going to be about like elemental shields and disrupting enemy attacks. And this ascension thing is a big deal. It's a huge part of the game, and it will dictate how your gameplay goes. And one thing to understand about the Ascendancies is I believe currently there is no way to change it. So it is a big decision that you are committing to on this
your
character.
Resistances or giving you some additional stats from those charms.
At least that's what I've heard. By the way, I should have said this in the beginning.
Increase duration. You become frozen. So, okay, this is condition. Grant immunity to freeze. 34% increased charges gained. Currently has 4 charges. Consumes 80 out of 80 charges on use. Is way better. Yeah, it is way better, definitely.
Anything and everything that I say in this video could be completely wrong. In fact, if anybody knows for sure that anything that I say in this video is wrong, just post it. I'll give it a heart. I'll pin it to the top. I'm giving you the info that I know on an early access game that I've never played before. So I did the best research that I could, but I'm not always going to be right. But anyway, I as far as I know, I do not think you can change your ascendancy currently in the game. So it's a huge decision, and it matters a lot. We'll get more into that later. So a couple of more things about buying these supporter packs. anything that you have bought, the cosmetics and the stash tabs from PoE 1, they're going to transfer over, and it should work cross-platform, except with PlayStation. Everyone's real mad at PlayStation. PlayStation wants their cut. Anything dealing with PlayStation, I believe the stash tabs will move, but the cosmetics won't. That's how I understand it. People are real mad about them because everything else is working cross-platform. But if you want to switch from PlayStation to PC and you really want your microtransactions, looks like you're going to have to buy it twice. Maybe if enough people complain about it, maybe we can get this reversed, but probably not. A couple of hints. Path of Exile often has sales on the stash tabs. I think they happen like once a month. You should buy all your stuff then. It's cheaper. Another hint that someone gave me is if you wish list cosmetics that you like on the site, you'll get an email when they're on sale. Okay, you can get them cheaper. The final hint is never buy individual points, always buy supporter packs. They give you the same amount of coins and you just get free extra cosmetics. So if you've never bought stuff from Grenadier Games, if you're wondering if you should buy the early access, that's what you should do. Buy a supporter pack. Beware of PlayStation not playing nice with anything else. And in the sheet, I'll have all the links that you can click on very easily where you can buy them and an early access FAQ and all that stuff. Okay, now let's talk about some general improvements to Path of Exile 2 that's different from Path of Exile 1. The first thing is they've added WASD movement. So maybe a lot of people, I played WASD on WoW for 10 million years. So that kind of movement scheme is beloved by a lot of players. And I think it's going to really help with classes like the Mercenary, that first person shooter. I think it's going to give you a ton of control. That's huge. Another thing that they've added for all of the people in PoE 1 that could never figure things out is they've added a recommended like support gem feature within the game. And I can't tell you how much that's going to help people, especially because it looks like Grinding Gear Games, from the things that I've seen, have picked pretty intelligently. The fact that they're going to give you a recommendation and there's so many support gems and they're going to hide all the other stuff. If you just want to build, if you just want to get in there and play something and take what they're advising you to do, that's going to help a lot of the more casual gamers that don't want to spend their lives researching the game get involved in Path of Exile 2 and really enjoy it. I love this feature for those kinds of players. They added a dodge roll, and here's what I understand about the dodge roll so far. You can use the dodge roll to animation cancel. So Path of Exile, again, they're going to challenge you, right? So if you start up a big attack and you're going to die if you finish the attack, you can dodge roll out of it and animation cancel it. And it does look like it can provide you some kind of immunity, some kind of iframes for projectiles and strikes, but you cannot do it outside of AoE attacks. So AoE
Sorry. I need
Path
to
of Exile 2 and
hear it.
really enjoy it. I love this feature for those kinds of players. They added a dodge roll, and here's what I understand about the dodge roll so far. You can use the dodge roll to animation cancel. So Path of Exile, again, they're going to challenge you, right? So if you start up a big attack and you're going to die if you finish the attack, you can dodge roll out of it and animation cancel it. And it does look like...
Thank you so much for following my idea. But you know which I played the Sorceress. I had a problem with the Sorceress. That you are starting, you're starting the animation, you're starting one of the skills. A sorceress is like starting to cast the skill, but I am like pressing the button and I am dodging. Like I don't know, like I have this gameplay. I was doing this. I was starting an attack and then dodging, and that was canceling the animation. Aka, my sorceress wasn't attacking at all because I was constantly dodging and canceling the attack. Oopsie.
It can provide you some kind of immunity, some kind of iframes for projectiles and strikes.
No, it's the issue of like I'm not used to this mechanic.
Outside of AoE attacks. So AoE attacks
just
are going to
taking a little bit
That's
of time.
how I've understood it in talking to different people and how I think it's going to launch for early access. But Path of Exile has stated that all of this is kind of up for debate. They're going to have to see how it feels for everybody to decide if they're going
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna so laugh. Wait.
Oh, there are ARPGs and superheroes too, I guess. Here's what's out on PC this week. The first open world entry in the decade-old dress-up series Infinity Nikki is a fashion-fueled fever dream of exploration and dress collection. I won't pretend to understand what I'm seeing, but I also won't pretend it's not pretty. Well, I'm about to lose a few hundred hours. Grinding Gear Games is about to open early access for the long-awaited follow-up to its free-to-play Diablo-like. Path of Exile 2 brings new classes, new progression, and new piles of gear. You'll probably want a loot filter. Sure, there might be plenty of hero shooters on the market, but if you're asking Disney, there's no market too crowded for Marvel. NetEase takes the Marvel roster of spandex superheroes and smashes them together into a flashy, free-to-play team shooter. We're in the last month of the year and the release calendar's closing things out with what gaming's really about, fashion.
Do they have is it Diablo like where is the complaints? Oh shit. Maybe guys, I am like for real think I'm really so, but I think that makes sense. I bet he got told I bet he got told to say that gives more views. Like a lot of people will be like other people shitting the wait. Oh, I closed that. Wait, I will open it again. They just posted it, I think. Or? Nah, I don't see too many shitty comments. Okay, maybe later. Plus golden way to make everyone mad, but don't you like, but it's our world, like I mean in our world this is like bringing more views, bringing more, like everyone being pissed and everyone is coming into your comment session and writing some shit, aka which is promoting the video. I've like actually like maybe, guys, is it a conspiracy? Is it like some strategy how to increase the views? Or they like, I don't know. But just super, super funny. More drama, guys. To the god of drama, more drama. Not just it's bad publicity. Yeah, guys, like when you think that when you are like somewhere on YouTube or whatever, when you're writing shitty comment under the video or whatever, yeah, you need to understand that you buy this, you are promoting this video, you are adding the views and you're adding the visibility to this video. So keep writing the shit. I mean, like whatever.
To change it, like is it going to be like Elden Ring where you, if you dodge perfectly, you can actually dodge every attack? Probably not, but
because you can't fucking attack if you dodge everything.
Another significant change, as you can see in a lot of this footage, is the graphics are just infinitely better. Like the PoE's graphics are like from the 1800s, from the Stone Age, and this graphical engine is, I mean, probably best in the ARPG space. So dramatic improvement there. One thing you'll notice here on the bottom left, actually you won't notice it because my webcam is blocking it. There's only two flasks, life and mana. And that's it. Other than maybe certain uniques like change them. But in general, one button for healing, one button for mana. It's that simple. In Path of Exile, you had 5 flasks and you were constantly playing piano tiles with it. And a lot of the flasks actually became utility. They actually became things that had nothing to do with life and mana. They were run faster or cure your curses or cure freezing. You can choose 3 of these. Like I believe they're called a lot of charms.
Yeah, that's a really good change.
And those are going to solve your ailments for you.
Because guys, I'm really sorry, but I'm always saying this. Okay, this shit is behind my back now. So see, you have 3 on top, 4 or 5, 5 on the bottom skills, so 8 skills on one bar, like actually skills And you have the second also. I think you also have here the second layout, like an original Path of Exile. So you have like shit tons of skills that you need to remember, you need to manage. Yeah, you have some auras, and thank God that you have some auras and you're gonna have some auras. But I mean, having that many active skills plus 5 flasks that if you want to apply the effects of them, you need to also press them. It is really no, it's hard to manage all of this. That's why that's actually Flask changes like super good.
Based on how you choose them and how you craft them up. Maybe you'll switch them out for certain bosses. This is incredible. I don't think anybody likes playing 5 buttons for utility stuff, and the fact that they're automating a lot of it is just going to bring so many more players to it and such a huge quality of life. I love that they did that.
The keyboard.
More quality of life.
Lay down on the
links
keyboard.
And the gems, as we just saw there on the window, are simplified. They're now part of the gem itself rather than a part of the gear. If you have ever played Path of Exile 1, and even if you're a great Path of Exile 1 player, I'm sure hundreds of times you finally get the links that you want and you put in all your gems, and then you get another upgrade and you want to move the gems over. Oh, but you can't because then this other link doesn't exactly work with your setup, and you're sitting there trying to figure it out. Or you accidentally leveled a gem too high, and now that you swapped out a pair of gloves, you lost 10 strength, and now you can't equip it anymore.
For what we can return points here? I think the only shit that's unreturnable and unreversible is like when you're choosing your Ascendancy. Besides that, like all the passive skill points, like on whatever with the shit, the skills, the gems, everything is returnable, unequipable and returnable and changeable.
More, and you don't know the proper way to de-rank your gem. You can't remember where to buy the gem, and when you do buy the gem, it's level 1. You can't remember what vendor has it leveled up.
For gold. Oh, look at this. I'm not completely crazy.
How do I solve this in my passive tree? I'm not exactly near a 30 strength note. It's just a nightmare. So now that everything is attached to the gem itself,
that's why you need the gold.
It makes it so much easier.
For what else do you need fucking the gold in this game? For refund, for the passives, for respects? Because like crafting and all of this is happening not with gold. It's happening with like materials, yeah, with orbs and everything. With many buttons, go down to at least 20 months in the future. You use gold for trading too. Do you? I thought gold is not tradable, guys. Correct me if I'm completely wrong. Can't use gold to trade. I think you can't. Yeah, I think no. I think that was like one of the shit that they were saying. You cannot use gold to trade. It's a fee for trading, but you basically
actually
you don't trade gold itself. So guys, when you're trading, basically when you like item, you trade for the orbs or for whatever, but there is a small fee that in gold that you need to pay for trading, correct? When will be playable this? No, I'm kidding. Maybe this weekend. Okay, official released 6th of December. Official release on Friday evening for me, but I think that the server is gonna be destroyed on a Friday evening, and that's why I expect to play on Saturday. I will try to go home early from work and blast. Service 100% gonna melt. So 8 p.m. service are crashing, I'm going offline. Guys, I will be in a cosplay. I'm hopefully gonna be a beautiful demon lady on Friday. I'm gonna lead you till 8 p.m. and after that, you're on your own. After that, good luck, everyone. I am out. And we see each other on Saturday. Early access always gonna be rough. Yeah. It should be some fun. Braveheart, hi. But I do expect to stay in the queue for a long time. Yeah, I expect either queue or a server crash. If the queue, then I am leaving it, so you would have my space. And see the tree so I can play Saturday.
To build out your skills and also to switch them around. One design change that I have not tried, but as I think about it, I think will be excellent for the game is that only one type of support gem can be used in your entire build. So, for example, one thing that it seems to be godly on almost every single gem is faster attacks. Oh, I put faster attacks on my main skill. I put faster attacks on my shield charge. I put faster attacks on my leap slam. I just put faster attacks on everything. That actually takes away from the game, right? Especially since you get faster attacks right at the beginning of the game. That takes away from actually making really cool builds. So faster attacks.
I think everything is tradable but gold and something else that I forgot. But I think pretty much everything is tradable. What is not tradable, guys? Or only gold is not tradable? Only gold is soul bound. Yeah, seems about right. Your soul, easy peasy. How am I? Banana. Only gold is not tradable. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Might be godly, but you have to choose where it goes. I actually think it's going to be a great thing for the game. I honestly think.
Guys, unrelated information. Sorry. Comment from the weekend. A comment from the weekend. So I watched on the weekend like 5 episodes of Arcane. I haven't finished it. We'll finish it like today, tomorrow. We'll finish it. It's so beautiful. And by the way, I have no idea about the story. I don't know, do I like the story or not? Maybe I don't. I don't care. But it is so fucking incredibly beautiful, I think. I think Arcane is like super beautiful, super nice. Like the whole fights and
a lot of the things that Grinding Gear Games decided to do seem to make a lot of sense to me. One thing to understand is gems can be tied to certain weapon types. So
I'm thinking
if you're
about
playing
watching it
a
again,
warrior and you
want
to do like the big, slow, slammy skill, that might be tied to a mace. Or it might require you to have a certain number of attributes before you can use the really powerful skills. So hopefully we can avoid like kind of the booby trap that we had in Path of Exile 1 that I just described with the attributes. But in general, it should be way easier to interact with and build out your characters. They added another resource called Spirit, which is used for your summons, your minions, your auras, anything like that's persistent on your character, any of the meta gems. So it's nice because what you were...
Wait, I know it's meta gem. We learned it. Wait, I know it. Meta gem. You're equipped. So it's a condition. Meta gem is creating basically an aura. Meta gem in this like blah blah in this page for gems, you're equipping it on the place of the main gem, and then the next gem will be the skill gem, and then all the other gems in a row will be your support gems. But meta gem is applying the effect, is applying the condition on your skill gem. So if the skill gem like maybe if the skill gem is like surrounding you with a shield, let's say, surrounding you, like, for example, surrounding you with a shield, then the meta gem, the condition gem will be when you have 100% life surrounding you with a shield. Oh, fuck. Yes. And like this, you're creating an aura pretty much. You're creating the auto skill that you do not have to actively press. This shit will be activated automatically, but I think you still need to put it on your skill bar. But probably you can put it on your second page. Okay, fuck, this is the new information. You can have more than one skill gem inside of the meta gem too. That is too much right now. And the condition gonna apply to both of those skill gems. And then you're gonna have like 2 auras. Inception gem. Fuck.
Constantly playing with was reserving your mana or even reserving your life in order to use your skills. And it was actually a cool problem to solve. I actually think Path of Exile 1 does a nice job of it. It's risk versus reward, especially when you're playing hardcore. Then it gets even more interesting. But the fact that they just make a separate resource for it, I think will feel good as quality of life. And again, it will be so nice for new players getting into the game. Gold is going to be the main currency of the game. For the longest time in Path of Exile 1, I believe gold wasn't even in the game. And the currency was mostly based upon the orbs that people would trade. And that's actually really cool. You know, it's cool to kind of like in Diablo 2, you're trading how many Ist runes for this? Do you have a high rune? And even the high runes had some variance in how much they were worth. But no, we're going straight to gold. Everybody understands gold. Very interesting thing about Path of Exile. As far as I know, or Path of Exile, when I say Path of Exile, I mean Path of Exile 2. Everything in the game, everything is tradable. Final, Uber, Pinnacle, Boss, Ultimate, God Sword, tradable. But the only thing that you cannot trade is gold. And gold is kind of like the life force of your account. You know, it lets you, for example, respec your character, among other things. So gold is super valuable for playing, and yet you can't trade it. This seems like a super excellent dynamic. Seems like it'll be really good. The $1 million question, this plagues Diablo 4. I'm guessing it's going to plague Path of Exile 2. I'm not a historian here. I don't know how this has really gone for grinding gear games. But the problem that Diablo 4 constantly faces is RMT, real money transaction. People just buying the best shit. You know, if you're a really good player and you race to world first and you find the greatest sword ever off the Pinnacle boss that nobody can even kill, I mean, you know, it's tempting to go on the black market out there and to sell it for $1,000 if you can. I've heard that Grinding Gear Games is really good at banning for that stuff, and that's all we can hope for, I guess. In the game, there will be a guide.
Let's see some beautiful bands.
I guess it's just going to teach you the game. The best example I can give you is Last Epoch. If you played that, their in-game guide is absolutely godly. One of the best in the industry. So, very happy for that. Your weapons. So you may not know this, but you have two weapon slots that you can interchange between during battle, and those can have different passive tree paths. So, for example, you could use one weapon to clear out the map, just murder all the small little monsters, and then switch to a big-ass mace for the boss with a different actual tree, and then, you know, give him the business and he's dead. They have overhauled the crafting system. I mean, that's going to take another million-year video to explain, but it's simplified. And you can craft way more often. And it's also harder to fully brick your items. So you're going to be crafting, you should be crafting
Challenge me.
multiple times in the first act. If you aren't, then the game is going to be too difficult for you and you're going to get shit on.
It's just spawned by an website advertising.
It's not going in with the currency is so rare and should I craft on this or not? You should. It's okay. You can get more currency later. It's supposed to drop very often. They have said in their interviews that from the play testing, they have only increased it. They want you to engage with the systems. And as you do it more, you're going to be more comfortable with it. It's going to get easier and easier. The skill tree itself, which you just saw for 2 seconds, has been simplified. And the way that they have done it is they've removed the life nodes, and all the damaged nodes should make sense as you venture in your part of the tree. So that means 2 things. First of all, it's way easier to interact with the passive tree when all of the damage nodes are designed to be pretty good for you. So even if you path whatever completely suboptimally, everything that you would have taken will still be great for you. So it's not going to penalize you as much. In Path of Exile 1, if you path the wrong way, you could literally lose massive, massive multipliers of damage and just feel like a complete noob. The other thing is they took the life nodes out, but what does that actually mean? Well, in Path of Exile 1, even on a softcore character, almost every build has to decide how much of your skill tree do you allocate to life and defense. And it's probably more than you might think, even in softcore, because Path of Exile is a hard game. They're going to shit on you if you don't allocate defense. So there will, I believe there will still be defense in the tree, but the life nodes are gone. So you're going to get your life nodes, I guess, mostly from gear and your Ascendancies and things, which again should make the game easier to engage with. So one very interesting topic is death in Path of Exile. So if you die, the bosses reset completely. This is not what happens in PoE 1. You can die and whittle them down, and then the boss eventually dies. Nope. You die, you got to try again. You die in hardcore, character's gone. Sayonara.
Good luck.
In the end game, if you haven't played it before, when you're doing your maps, you go through a big like atlas. Now it's like an infinitely scaling world.
Why
as
would
you
they
jump from
remove
map to map to map, which is like a really quick dungeon, for example. You have 6 portals to enter and come out through, like if you need to sell your loot.
It looks amazing.
If you die in a map, nope, you lose it.
Boom.
It's gone.
And
You're dead. You lost the map. You can't go back in. The pathing within the end game of walking to wherever you want to go, cut off. You got to go. You got to find a way around. Or if you die on all the nodes going to the main thing that you want to reach, you lose. And if you finally reach the thing that you want, you go in there and you...
I think this will be changed. Guys, like, let's have a bet. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think this system with the Atlas, with that, like, you died on the map, and the map is like, that's it, gone, not available for you, and the path, and you can theoretically, like, block the whole path. I think this thing will be gone till the release. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's going to go into the release like this, but I think they will change it.
You fight the boss and you die, lost. It's gone. So
they
are really, really penalizing you for dying. So you're going to want to fight in the tier that you want, really build up your character.
Let's see.
High level, what does this mean? There are so many ARPGs where all you do is mindlessly stack up as much damage as you possibly can, and then you just put in a little sprinkle of defense, just enough to not get one-shotted, and you're going to take some deaths here and there, but it's kind of whatever, and then you play the game. Honestly, it's stupid as hell. I like the fact that it's so brutal to die in the end game, because it's going to force us to really actually think about your defense. And the nice thing is because we will be thinking like that, we probably will die a lot less often because we're so afraid of dying. Now, one thing that they are undecided on, it's still in the game right now, is will they carry over the XP penalty on death in Path of Exile 2? Because they're already penalizing you pretty severely for dying in the end game. And I believe they said currently they have it in the game. And the reason why they have it in the game...
One of us played on the 6th? I don't know, dude. You believe that you will be playing on the 6th? You believe that service will be stable enough? That's a powerful thinking!
Is mostly for the highest levels, like 90 to 100. The simple explanation they gave is someone who gets to 100 dying 50 times, have they achieved the same thing as someone who gets to 100 and only dies twice? And the person that only died twice is obviously going to get there faster. It makes like racing, for example, a little bit more interesting and puts an emphasis on defense.
So we do have XP
They haven't
penalty.
decided. That's what they explicitly said. It's in the game right now. They're undecided if it will stay, but you don't want to be
maybe they will
dying in
change.
Path of Exile, at least in the end game. So we're going to have to, when we make our build guides, we're going to have to put a focus on defense. Logout macros are like an essential part of PoE 1. In PoE 2, all they do is pause the game. Log back in, you're where you were. So I love this change. I mean, I think everybody universally agrees logout macros are stupid. I'm glad that they're essentially dead. There's a new mechanic blocking, but it's actually blocking. So when you have a shield and someone's throwing a projectile at you, not every attack is blockable, but you actually put your shield down, put your shield up as an action and block it. It's an active thing. So that's cool. They changed some things with accuracy. Accuracy is based on your distance to the target. So being far away, your accuracy goes down. Being really close, your accuracy is very good. So melee should have an advantage here. It's about time. Melee always gets screwed on everything. And that's why you see in some of the Ascendancies, for the range classes, I think one of the Ascendancies was you can't miss, which is going to be a huge boost. Okay.
Alexio, guys, the question from YouTube. What is the objective of Path of Exile 2's endgame? If the objective is to farm gear and XP while playing the same league mechanic over and over again, we already have that in Diablo 4. Well, there are like 3 different league mechanics, and you have the dopamine from the progressing in the Atlas and from the defeating all the difficult like you have the constant challenge of defeating the higher pinnacle bosses in the Atlas. Seemingly infinite progression. Here we go. 6 different mechanics. Here we go. And every league they're going to be adding something. And the previous one they stay. I think it's a godly idea. I personally think it's amazing. The previous mechanics they stay. So if you if you really enjoyed one league and you really enjoyed one of the mechanics on the league, you can still complete this. Still, you can fight in it and level in it and add it. It's pretty much the same. You have the higher maps you're completing. You are getting also more rewards. Never finding a mirror. That is no. Playing there. I've never found a mirror. What's a mirror, guys? The more points you get, the higher levels you get, the more points you get, you can transform your build further.
So that was a lot. God, there's so much more to cover. Okay, I'm going to try to speed up here a little bit. The video's getting too long. Let's talk about the end game. We already said Ascendancies are hard locked. I'm looking at my sheet here. When you ascend, there are 4 trials that you have to do, and Ziggy D has a great video on this, by the way. I watched it this morning if you want to watch the full video. But I can explain it in 2 seconds.
In the game.
So there are 3 different kinds.
So, do I understand this correctly, guys? What you do is you're getting a mirror, you're copying an item in the game, they're copying some super OP item in the game, and then you're selling it for shit tons of money. That's the logic. Usually you mirror something for yourself. Mirrored items go for general, but some mirror services have insane these. Know the person with a mirror tier item to copy it from them. It's like a scroll of false staff, but I'm St. Mariah. Can be also priced as over 1 mirror worth. So you buy them with mirrors. Shit. Are there still gonna be mirrors in Path of Exile 2? And what the Path of Exile is, there is a lot of depth into min-maxing your build. Why you keep playing? Holy creepironi. Так, so mercenary. Have I seen the mercenary one? We saw Ziggy D's video, and I think it was like overall video about the game, not specifically about the mercenary, but we can check it out as well. Guys, mirrors are made their way. Like, mirrors gonna exist in Path of Exile 2. Anna, you ready for Path of Exile 2? I have my worries about my cosplay, guys. I have a little bit of worries about my cosplay. Plus, I will be super pissed. I will be super pissed if the server is gonna work. I am not ready for this, guys. I have my, like, plans for Friday. Aka, like, when you're in a full cosplay, it's super, like, it's not really comfortable to, like, actually play. So, I expect the service to crash. If things don't work perfectly, so you get pissed. That is a chance. And his crew, they only people that get them. Like, are there gonna be any mirrors in Path of Exile 2? Like I said, I work like every day. I work this week. I work like today, tomorrow. Wednesday is my day off. Fuck days. Wednesday is my day off. Other than I work every day, every single day. So I am like super happy. Yeah, for sure there will be mirror in Path of Exile 2. They confirmed mirrors. Okay, I can live with this. I will never fucking see this in my life in the actual game, but I am happy that some people will.
Of trials. There is the Sanctum, which is like kind of like a cerebral room to room risk versus reward way to ascend. And then there is Ultimatum, which is kind of like locked into a gladiator arena, and you just fight, and you pick like buffs and banes.
Chris, are you excited?
It's like a roguelike
no mirrors.
Kind of experience.
Ripson?
And then there will be a third way that we are not familiar with yet. Grinding Gear Games will release it later. So there's 3 different options: Sanctum, Ultimatum, and whatever the third option is. And then for all 3 of them, there are...
Guys, what's the saying in English? You remember the Snow White? And the evil mother in the Snow White, the stepmother in the Snow White, she had the evil mirror, and she was like, mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me who is the most beautiful, blah, blah, something like this she was saying. I think I should get the mirror. I think I should get the mirror. Mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me who's the best Path of Exile 2 player. Ooh, that's how you're fucking supposed to use it.
4 tiers of difficulty. Tier 1, 2, 3, 4. What you need to do is you need to clear any of the 3 at each tier. So, for example, let's say you love Sanctum. Okay, you do Sanctum tier 1 and then Sanctum tier 2.
Yeasting. We got it.
2 and Sanctum Tier 3 and Sanctum Tier 4. Every time you clear one of those tiers, you will get 2 points in your Ascendancy, and then you'll get to put 8 points in your tree, and you'll be a million times stronger. You're looking at an Ascension tree, I believe, right here, right? But let's say you want to mix and match it. You want to do Sanctum on the first tier, and then you want to do Ultimatum on the second tier, and then you want to go back to Sanctum for the third tier, and then you want to do the new thing on the fourth tier. As long as you do one of the 3 at each tier, you're going to get your 8 points. And Ziggy D's advice in his video, which I think was very, very good, is first time playing through Path of Exile, just do them all at all tiers. Just have fun with the game, man. Just play them all. You're only going to get the passive, you're only going to get the Ascendancy points for the first clear at each tier, but at least you'll have some fun. I mean, why not? So then in the endgame system, you're going to have this infinitely scaling mapping system. So that might sound intimidating.
He said that we're gonna get the points if you do them all, like on each tier, on each of them, on each tier, which means that you have to do them all to get all the points, or you just have to do them. I don't get it.
It's going to be fine. Just get in there, start clearing some maps. You're going to see points of interest. You're going to see surprises.
Eventually.
And it's got tons and tons of things for you to do.
All.
Now, it wouldn't be Path of Exile if they didn't have a million trees for you to fill in. You know, that's super intimidating. That makes you want to Alt F4. But they did something that I think is going to make things a lot easier for people. What they have right now for the endgame tree is a gigantic tree with like 1,000 nodes that you just walk through, and you have to figure out how to select and navigate through that giant tree to pick all the endgame activities that you would like to do. Think of it like, I bet a lot of my audience are Diablo 4 players. Think about if Diablo 4 had an endgame tree that you could put points into that would allow you to buff up Helltide, or Uber Lilith, or Duriel, or Nightmare Dungeons, or the Pit, or the Infernal Hordes. It's like that. Path of Exile will let you buff the different things that you like to do in the endgame with these trees. And instead of PoE 1 having it all one gigantic tree, they separated it. So now if you want to buff up Expedition, for example, you just go in, you put your points into the Expedition tree. You don't have to navigate a massive tree and go find all the pathing to the Expedition nodes in order to play Expedition. So as far as I understand, the endgame trees go like this. First of all, there's just a general endgame tree, which just buffs the endgame generally anything that you would do. Then we have the Expedition tree. You don't know what Expedition is? You lay bombs everywhere. You blow stuff up and monsters come out, and then you kick the shit out of the monsters. And then you can sometimes get log books, and they open these huge maps, these huge mining missions, and you just lay bombs everywhere and blow it up. And sometimes you blow up craters and you go into like boss rooms down there. I love Expedition. It's a lot of fun. Then we have Ritual. I believe Ritual is where you activate this little shrine, and then all these monsters come up. They rise from the dead, and you're locked in, and you got to kill them. And then you can keep doing the rituals and keep killing the monsters, and then you get currency for that, and then you can spend that and get a lot of rewards. Then there's Delirium. I call this gray peacock. They say it's a mirror. It's a gray peacock. I mean, just look at it. I don't know why they call it a mirror. This summons enemies all over the map as you play it. Gives you really good rewards. There's Breach. You open up a breach. It expands out, and you got to kill as many enemies as you can as fast as possible. Then, of course, there has to be a bossing tree. And they said some of these pinnacle encounters are some of the most difficult ones they've ever designed. And they already have like Uber Maven and Uber Cirrus in PoE 1, which a lot of people find extremely extremely challenging. It's the way they were talking about it. They're saying these pinnacle encounters are even more difficult. And remember, you can't die. If you die...
How do you think? Are they going to nerf it? Guys? What do you think? Are they going to nerf it? I hope not. I want to challenge. Nope, they won't. Uber Maven was insane. I hope not. Will they have tears or vehicles? Or probably not. For a bit at least. I don't know, guys. Probably, like, you're right. They're not gonna nerf the bosses, but I think there will be the chance that they will change this. Like, you die, that's it. You can't fight anymore. Maybe this will be changed. They will give us more attempts eventually. Oh, maybe, guys. Yeah, for real. On the boss fight, on the pinnacle boss fight, you have like 3 deaths. You can die 3 times, something like this. To the player feedback, yeah. They are just accordingly, guys. Imagine all the whining on Reddit. All the whining. Nope, that's not happening. Let's see. Like, guys, we're in early access. We're gonna be in early access, and early access also will affect the final release in terms of they're gonna adjust a lot of shit. They didn't get it right.
You lose your chance. So it's going to be very interesting to see what's coming out. And they said there will be
really
many more endgame mechanics besides this. But remember, going into the endgame, it probably will be a really good idea to put points into the general tree. And then you just, it's simple. You just pick whatever you like to do. What do you want to do? You want to lay bombs everywhere? Pump the expedition
for
tree.
Like 10 years
you want to do Grey Peacock, Delirium? Do that. Play your own way. That's the way Path of Exile goes. Now, the trials here, this is the ultimatum trial that we're seeing that I talked about earlier about ascending with the different tiers. This right here in the end game, they will have an end game version of the trials that are, I assume are going to have great rewards, but there's no tree for it. Finally, something that we don't have to fill in a tree for. Talked about needing to find the correct pathing. We talked about dying in a map closes it forever. Someone asked the question, what if you die so much that you literally lock yourself in the map and you can't expand? I believe there is an option to reset it. If you completely brick it, you can reset it and start over.
Anyone heard about this? That you can reset the map? Haha. Anyone heard about like where? Like that you can reset the map? Reset the Atlas. The Atlas, yeah. Yeah, you reset the starting point. Not the map, you reset the starting point. It's in the inventory. Okay, guys. Okay,
wherever you start. Lost. So, that's good that they thought of that. And another general question is, you can, of course, juice the maps. You can pump them up and make them extremely hard for better rewards. One cool thing that they announced that DM asked them was, are the pinnacle bosses static? So they have 4 tiers to them, 1, 2, 3, and 4. But can you further juice the pinnacle bosses? And they said no. And I think that that is actually fantastic. And the reason why is it sets like a maximum difficulty for the game. So if I say, hey, I killed tier 4 Jim Bob, whatever the hell the pinnacle boss is, Jim Bob. I killed tier 4 Jim Bob. That actually means like a definite thing, right? You know exactly what encounter I did. You know exactly what I have achieved. If you could further juice it on top of it, if I said I killed tier 4 Jim Bob, they'd still be like, oh yeah, what mods did you juice it with? Oh, I don't know. I just did The regular version. Oh, well, yeah, I killed Jim Bob last week, and I made it a yellow Jim Bob key, and it had all this other stuff. So I like the fact that they have that there seems to be a finite difficulty there.
That's good.
A quick note on the classes here that we can play within the early access. First, we have the Mercenary. I already talked about it. It's a strength and dex class. It's heavy inspiration from first-person shooters. They have different ammo types that have different effects and different elements. You can have a shotgun. You can have an assault rifle. You can have a sniper rifle. You can throw grenades. We have the Gemling Legionnaire. We talked about it earlier. It's focusing on skill gems, resistances, and attributes. People are theory crafting. This one's going to be god tier. Then we have the Witch Hunter, which is gaining elemental shields and interrupting enemy attacks. Remember, all of these classes will have one extra ascendancy. We get 2 in the early access.
Focusing social following.
Gonna have 3 on launch.
Happy Christmas.
Remember, we only have 6 of the classes. We're gonna have 12 on launch. It's a crazy amount of content when you think about it. We've got the Monk. It's an int and dex class. It's a highly mobile martial arts fighter. Honestly, probably my audience here, most of you are probably at least somewhat familiar with Diablo 3. It kind of looked like Diablo 3. They even dropped a bell on the ground. I don't know if that's a slap in the face to Diablo 3 or like kind of a thumbs up that they like the design. But they have lightning, ice, and wind elements. They use quarterstaffs. The 2 things you can ascend into are the Acolyte of Chayula. I don't know, did I say that right? You transform spirit into darkness. It gives you more chaos damage, mana leech, or energy shield. Or you can be an invoker, which further enhances elemental forces for additional damage, defenses, or status effects. So if you love the Monk in Diablo 3, they literally put it in the game, even with the Taco Bell attack. Got the Ranger, returns to PoE 1 dexterity class. The ranged attacker can move while shooting. Lightning, poison, ice, and physical damages. It uses bows. The Ascendancies are Deadeye, straight from PoE 1. Additional projectiles, move faster, more accuracy. Then there's Pathfinder, which is what I've been speedrunning in PoE 1 lately. By the way, I have a question for you guys. I've been learning to speedrun Path of Exile 1, and I took my PB. My PB was actually 459. I took it down to 347. If you'd like to watch me do a fresh run, no twink items, all labs, all points, all quests, and it kind of show you how I beat it in under 4 hours, let me know and I'll post the video. And if you don't, then I won't. Anyway, Pathfinder, the one that I'm playing, it buffs your flasks and it buffs poison to put in crippling ailments and to spread to other monsters. I'm playing a poison concoction Pathfinder, which is really nice for me because then I can call it Peacock. Anyway, back to the video. Sorceress here. They're an intelligence class. We know what a sorceress is. They deal magic damage, fire, ice, and lightning. They combine different elements with different weapon types to significantly improve their damage. I believe, oh, look at that. I mean, I actually think that was the Monk right there. I was going to say that was a sorcerer, but this looks much more like the sorcerer. The other one was
I'm excited for the mercenary. Man, my second class goes to the mercenary.
They said
and the first one, I thought that I would play the first mercenary, but then they showed the witch and the demon, and I'm done.
There's really cool stuff, like you lay the firewall and then you shoot the
I will be playing Infernalist. You kidding me?
It turns it into like a frost firebolt. But combining is what you're probably going to want to do and see, like getting the freeze and getting the burning at the same time. The Ascendancies are the Chronomancer, which can literally manipulate time. It can stop time, it can reverse time.
Plus, I do appreciate the whole idea of starting with the minion class, with the skeletons. It's amazing.
Knight, skeletons right, from by default. Epoch.
It's cool.
And then they also have the Stormweaver, which just buffs all things lightning. And you can get multiple stacks of shock to land on enemies. Shock, I believe, makes enemies take more damage. So there's going to be the lightning god version of sorcerers as well. I'm 100% going to make that. Warrior, this is what DM's been playing. It's a strength class. It's a slow and devastating melee fighter. Like I guarantee Alkaiser's going to be doing that. Physical damage, mazes and shields for devastating slams, high defense. It can actually block. Remember, we talked about blocking being an active thing. The Ascendancies are Titan, buffs two-handed weapons. That's literally the point. I will slam and create aftershocks and stun enemies. And there's Warbringer, which is going to be your totem boy. It's going to be totems are going to become spirits, and they're going to buff all of your war cries. So it's going to be an interesting. That's like a very contrasting playstyle, which is cool.
Crossplay is
That's
available.
why your Ascendancy matters so much. Then finally, we have the Witch. Intelligence class. This is your summoner. If you love summoner gameplay, some people, that's their favorite archetype in the world. You're going to go the Summoner Witch. Chaos and bone damage. You can have curses to weaken your foes. You can be the Blood Mage, where you're going to pay life to gain extra buffs and leech and healing and damage. Or you go to the Infernalist, you're going to gain a Hellhound for AoE fire damage. You transform into demon form, where you take damage in order to ramp up your cast speed and your damage output. So that is pretty much that's 113 pieces of info that I have been able to gather in the last week, consuming hours and hours of content from not only Grinding Gear games themselves, but a lot of great creators out there. And by the way, am I allowed to say something? Holy shit, there is some content out there that is super dog shit. I guess this happened with Diablo 4 as well. But some content creators, oh my god, dude. Never mind. Let's keep it positive, boys. It's Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Okay, anyway. Holy shit, though. Are you kidding me? Anyway, that's all I got, guys. So the sheet is there. I'll link it. The sheet has where to buy the early access if you want to buy it. It's got an FAQ in there. It's got all the info that I just shared with you. But the most important thing about the sheet
now
is
everyone is like, say it
all the time. I kept the Diablo one nice and fresh. There's even patch notes. There's patch notes on my sheet. Okay, so you'll know if I've been in here fixing it. Anyway, that's it, guys. So I hope you're all excited for Path of Exile 2. The reason why I haven't been posting a ton of videos all week is because I wanted to make one good video rather than 5 shitty videos. I hope that this helped you. If you have any remaining questions, post them. And I mean, I got nothing to do this week except talk PoE2. So you got questions, post them. I'll post the answers if I know them, or maybe other people in the video might know the answers and you can help me out. If I said anything wrong, please let me know in the comments, or if I missed a key point, I'll pin it.
You will be able to fight their leader, Zesht.
Beautiful. We already got our piece of drama with Extra Life. There's this interview. Let me check. Okay, the best song ever, everyone. You may say there's no such thing as Santa, but as for me and Grandpa, we believe. Damn it, Zizeran! Guys, wow, my brain is just too distracted. When gonna be the interview? I don't get it. Guys, oh, it was there already. It's the best song ever. With the devs, yeah, then it's gonna be a little bit later.
Hello, everyone, and the Black Abyss. Why are you the Black Abyss today? What's going on?
I see my camera perfectly in the preview, so
Let's see your issues.
I don't know what to tell you. Did you do something funky the last time I was on? Or not?
That
on, I
was
guess?
about,
Wait.
by my count, I think that was 3 months ago right now. So
4.5 months.
Well, to be fair, Ko could just be sitting in a really dark room.
he could be.
I could.
He could be.
It's true.
Yeah.
No, real talk. Do I need to reload or something?
I don't know.
I see myself fine in the preview. So.
I see you fine in the preview too. I don't know. Let's just see if we can get What is this gonna do? Nothing. Here, I'll just we'll just do the intro like
So wait,
normal,
guys.
and then now. So
4.5 months.
Well, to be fair, Ko could just be sitting in a really dark room.
he could be.
I could.
He could be.
It's true.
Yeah.
No, real talk. Do I need to reload or something?
I don't know.
I see myself fine in the preview. So.
I see you fine in the preview too. I don't know. Let's just see if we can get What is this gonna do? Nothing. Here, I'll just we'll just do the intro like normal, and then I'll work at the same time. Hey Ziz, welcome to the show. How's it going? Glad to have you here.
Good. A little bit sick still, but mostly over it. And yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Now he disappeared
obviously
completely.
Everyone's playing PoE 2 right now. You've got access to it. All the other content creators I've seen have access to it on Twitter. There's guides and everything out right now. What's going on?
Oh, I see we are going to talk about this. Okay.
What's happening right now? Yeah.
We're carefully listening, guys. It's not the
So,
interview,
for the
guys.
last
It's the
6 months,
podcast
I've
day.
been,
It was
like,
released,
borderline
filmed, and like
harassing
released
DDD.
yesterday. The
I've
interview
been
gonna be
like,
today
please
later
don't
in like
give
in 5
content
hours.
creators
So
access
here we
to
are.
the game.
Epic, hi.
Borderline have to say
I can
yes.
drop you the link for the.
But,
Let me
like,
drop you the link
when I've
also
asked any
for
other
this
content creator, they're
podcast.
like, yeah, we don't want it. We don't want it.
No,
Can you not
guys.
give it to us?
Sure.
I'm like, most of us, everyone I asked don't want access.
His interview
so
might not
I've been
happen. He
like,
doesn't feel good, I
like,
think.
Please don't do content creator
Or
early
what?
access.
Or what is going on? Some news, some updates.
And, yeah, I like it seems
They're
to be
sick,
mostly
yeah.
focused on like traditional media, and they have a rule not to make guides or content. It's supposed to be for reviews. So unless your name is Fextra Life, most people seem to be adhering to that.
And I think just to add, one of the big problems is we
And like spamming them like, please don't do content creator early access. And yeah, I
Now
Let's see.
what's going on?
Oh,
What's
I see we are going to talk about this. Okay.
What's happening right now? Yeah. How's it going?
So for the last 6 months, I've been like borderline harassing GGG and being like, please don't give content creators access to the game. We borderline have to say yes, but like And when I've asked any other content creator, they're like, yeah, we don't want it. We don't want it. Get them to not give it to us.
Sure.
So I'm like, most of us, everyone I asked don't want access. So I've been like spamming them, like, please don't do content creator early access. And yeah, I like, it seems to be mostly focused on like traditional media. And they have a rule not to make guides or content. It's supposed to be for reviews. So unless your name is Fextra Life, most people seem to be adhering to that.
And I think just to add, one of the big problems is we now live in this day and age where content creation and traditional media have blurred. So now you essentially have content creators who come. Oh God, why am I echoing?
You're not anymore. Sorry, I'm doing too many things at once. Please continue.
Are we good?
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait because I don't want to. Okay, chat, we're good. Can I get some?
Good.
Okay, good. Okay. So what's happened is we've now entered this age where like traditional media used to be professionals. They would double check embargoes. They would be sure not to get them. If they thought about, like, they were a lot better at it. Let's be real.
Yes.
But now we live in this day and age where content creators are now blurring the line between traditional media and content creation. So for those that don't know, what essentially happened is one of these blurred line organizations that most of Twitch knows about for various reasons, called F Extra Life, they released a whole bunch of information on PoE2 way before Embargo. And it was up for a while. And then
Drama! Let's enjoy this moment, guys.
they had to, of course, take it down. Now, of course, everyone was like, well, we know the history of this website, like literally just scummy practice after scummy practice after scummy practice, low quality guides. Like they're known for this. They have a reputation for this.
Yeah.
So everyone, of course, jumped all over them. What are you doing, you assholes? You've ruined yet another thing. Please just leave everything related gaming forever. No one wants you here. However, just to add confusion, GGG then goes public saying we did give copies to people. It was specifically for reviews, not for making any guides. And then the part that's just like, is they then said that it was their fault.
Which, yeah, I don't know why.
I showed you guys this message.
That's weird.
And the thing is, even if it was, if you have something like PoE2, and I do this all the time, you always double check embargoes. It is not a situation where you put it out and ask forgiveness. That's the worst thing you can do. So, like, there's in my mind, there's absolutely no question that something was told to them that was a gray area, and instead of them confirming it, they just went with it because they knew that if something went wrong, that they would have to qualify, they would have to claim the ownership.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
and the worst part about this, the worst part is they just made a video a month ago complaining about not getting a review key for Dragon Age.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're going to be the one that breaks the next big...
I forgot about that. That's right. You're totally right. They did do
my
that.
God. It is just like, it's just like I have to say this. If any professional company is looking at this situation and considering continuing to give them keys, that is an uninformed decision.
Yeah.
Now, it gets better than that because in the tweet where GGG does take some responsibility for what went wrong, they also say that, like, these are for review copies. They're not allowed to make guides or walkthroughs. On the Fextra Life wiki, there is a full walkthrough for PoE2 up already.
Yeah, that went live this morning,
now been
right?
like, it's been hacked or something. It's been removed and deleted now, but...
Yeah, I saw that one live this morning.
Dude, somebody just said this in chat and I couldn't agree with them. If Bex was still there, this wouldn't have happened.
Probably.
Yeah, this message.
Probably right. Because there's been numerous huge releases and huge information dumps that she has managed, and we've never seen this before. And this was egregiously like, oof.
Yeah.
That's
probably true. That's probably true. Bex is best in class. Without a doubt.
Bex is actually, I don't know if you guys know this, she's actually a goat. Not even the goat. She's so goat, she's just a goat.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. So that's that. I guess that's kind of the drama for it. I guess the other question I have, and I'm glad, Ziz, you're the perfect person to answer this. The other day, I saw a handful of creators that were able to download it, but what was that? Was
Xbox.
That just early access? Was that Was I completely
anything about
wrong
that.
that they were doing it, or
Or what was?
I haven't heard anything about that. It could be like a pre-download thing for Xbox
Yeah,
or something.
what are you talking about?
It's the Xbox preload.
Xbox
Oh,
Reload. Here we
that's what
go.
It was Xbox preload. Okay,
Thank you so
And a
much.
lot of people are worried that people will be able to data mine.
hello.
that's what. Yes, DS Lily is whose
Oh.
tweet I saw, and she was downloading the Xbox, or had an image where there was the Xbox download occurring, and people were talking about data mining it. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So that
Interesting.
that sucks. Hopefully we can make it till
just
Friday.
real quick, if I may, like, just ask us a quick question. I've always said Fextra Life. Is
I think
F
it is.
Extra Life?
I think it's Fextra Life, but it's
Extra
more
Life.
fun to say F Extra Life.
One of the people who runs it is named Fex, Fex.
Ah,
Oh, really?
So
Okay.
I think that's where the thing
Yeah.
is.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not
No,
for
I
the,
had
for
no
the record,
idea. I
and a
just
lot of people don't
wanted to
understand.
clarify.
FX for Life is or Fex whatever. They're a
Yes.
there are a couple of like faces because back when they were scamming the Twitch directories, they had a couple people that were like on it regularly, but it's a company based out of China, I want to say, or it's based out of somewhere in the West, I believe. But yeah, it's not a person.
Yeah, it's definitely a group.
Yep.
So, yeah, hopefully got it. I feel like it's reaching a fever pitch right now with the PoE excitement. What's that?
I just got an interesting question real quick. Somebody said, what exactly is data mining? What they're talking about is the fact that because of the preload, they can pull down the data of the game. The preload is basically all the files that are going to be unlocked when the game goes live, but a lot of times it's not necessarily encrypted. So data mining is when people...
Random, thank you so much. Chicken Christmas hug. Perfect timeline. No. I don't know, guys. Maybe the miracle will happen. Maybe the absolute miracle will happen, and we accidentally will be able to play. But accidentally. Happy lurking. Guys, little, I don't know, like real life break. Podcast is like quite big. We can check it out. We will be like, check it out. Just funny, guys. We can check out and we will be checking out some gameplay. Ziggy did mercenary. Like, tell me like which character gameplay you want to see first. Like, here we go. And this is doing the interview today. Maybe yeah, maybe no. Maybe yeah, maybe. So this is the plan. Besides that, I died. I don't know, guys. I don't know how like where you are right now in your country. Here in Germany, I today wake up at 7 a.m. It's like it's like full darkness. The sun is not even like appearing. It's full darkness, and it's like you are resurrecting yourself from the grave in the morning. And right now, it's like 3 p.m. 3:30. It's already almost dark. Fuck! We have in my fitness club where I'm working, we have in a training room, we have like, you know, like 2 walls, 2 out of 4 walls is just windows. It's windows. It is windows, for fuck's sake. And like, so you supposedly, usually you have like a lot of lights there. We can't. We're turned on the lights inside because it's too dark. Outside it's so dark that you need to like, because those like 2 walls of windows, it's not enough to have a little bit of light inside. It is absolutely killing and destroying your mental system and anything, even like a little bit, whatever you had. Not long the darkness is the comment, not long now, apparently. For me, Monday. Do you have sun? 11 degrees isn't sunny. Apparently. Tomorrow it will be a little bit sunny. And guys, tomorrow, boys and girls, to distract you, I don't know, to distract you a little bit from the whole waiting, whole Path of Exile 2 waiting, tomorrow I'm doing a special real life stream from the German Christmas market. Maybe it will be a little bit sunny. we're gonna go with you together to the German Christmas market in Nuremberg, which is supposedly the most beautiful Christmas market that there is in the world. And we're gonna do it. So check out the stream tomorrow. And let's go check the gameplay. Monk! We got Money who is telling us the Monk gameplay. We have a little bit.
Access that data, go inside and pull out the information. So there's a possibility, for instance, that talented enough hacker, I guess you'd call them, would be able to take that preload and pull out all of the stats on the new skill gems, all of their cooldowns, all of their damage, all the stuff that people are anxiously awaiting to see on December 6th could be potentially mined from this data before. Now, Chad is saying it's encrypted. Great. You know, and hopefully that's the case. But again, sometimes this stuff can be circumvented. It's happened in the past. So, you know, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know about this case though. Maybe this
witch.
is, and I don't know if this has been confirmed. Maybe this is encrypted, you know, to a point where they can't do that. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, and like me and Steele were talking about this, but like we called it off stream, and we were like, "How great is it that we don't know anything? Like we're sitting here, like we're reacting for the first time to everything. We don't know what builds are going to be strong. We know nothing, and it's so nice because for me as a gamer, a big pain point was the Diablo 4 launch. When I watched videos like a few days before launch, where creators were like, "Guys, the game comes out in less than 5 days. I have over 1,000 hours in the game already," and I'm like, bro.
What?
Yeah, but here's where I say the reason that I think it would benefit GGG to do that is so many people are going to open up Path of Exile 2 for the first time and want a guide and not have it and
also
bounce
true.
off the game because of that. So they're like, from a business point of view, I feel like people will just wait a day or two.
We'll see.
Till Ziz comes out and is like, you should do this. And then everyone's going to jump
But
on
there's
that.
solutions for that.
I don't
There's
know, man.
solutions for that.
Yeah, and also we have seen kind of a revival in the new player experience in this game. So, I mean, there's a huge amount that is so much friendlier for new players in PoE2.
Firewitch, of
Sure.
course,
I mean, there
right?
could be entire other
Firewitch.
mechanisms, things that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
They've also made it incredibly easy to respec. So, like, I think there's a lot of things that would lead it to hopefully those players wait to get here too. What's up, Ziz?
Well, you did say very easy to respec. There is one thing. I'm curious how you guys feel about this. Respecing is seemingly generally easier, but Ascendancy is now a permanent choice.
Yeah.
Which, in my interview tomorrow with Jonathan, that is definitely something I'm going to push back a little bit on. I'm very against it because it's a choice you make very early. So to make a permanent choice that early, I think is very rough.
Yeah, I would
right.
agree with that.
I would agree too. That's right.
I don't know how. I mean, I guess. I hope they don't introduce a currency for it, but I hope you could like run it again.
Lady,
and
being a
every time
demon
you go
lady
to
sounds
Ascend,
awesome.
You can do something to.
I don't know,
respect
I'm
your
like-
I don't know.
Okay, you have a dog.
They might have a philosophy for
dog.
why they don't want to do
And
that.
apparently
So
one.
I'll be interested to hear his answer tomorrow when you ask him. But
Not okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to hear.
I think that there's a lot of stuff, a lot of changes just across the board from that whole like 2-hour unveil that they had. That because it's launching into early access, they're going to be able to be like, all right, that was a mistake. We're going to change it to do this. We really like this. We're going to change everything else to kind of work like that. But it's a pretty big shakeup, I think, for everything. And most of it is good.
Thanks so much
There's
for
still a lot of things
following.
where I'm just like, I don't know what that's going to do. I don't know how that's going to work, but sure. Let's just see what happens.
So I had a question a bit ago, and I wanted to ask this about this. You said that you were happy that content creators, for the most part, aren't getting like any early looks or early access, stuff like that. And I'm curious as to why that is.
That's a great question. I do feel like
do this a
content
lot.
creators to some degree have ruined gaming. Like, there's been benefits too, but like I loved that like era when I was growing up, and there wasn't guides everywhere, right? There wasn't like a full walkthrough for every
Thank
game.
you for following.
There were literal helplines.
This is a podcast. This is the Ascendant podcast. Like, we're listening. I can give you the link, guys, in case.
Talk to your friends.
Welcome.
And
watching
I
a
think
bit of
content
gameplay
creators
for the
to some
month.
degree have removed that. But also, as a content creator, part of the reason why I'm happy is it creates such a different dynamic for me with my audience. With whether I'm seeing something for the first time and I get to genuinely have that, like, oh my god, I just got one hit, or like I just a smackdown, or seeing like a really cool thing for the first time versus going in with like, wait till you guys see the next zone. It's so cool, it's so beautiful. You guys are going to see something really special. Like, that's such a different vibe for me. And it also, I think it, at least for some players, creates like a little bit of discontent with the content creators are above regular players. They get to see things earlier and be more of a special part of things. I really, it's part of why I'm against like pay to win in gaming too. I really like that in gaming we're gamers. We're equal as gamers, and I really like that.
Yeah, I echo what you said. It also doesn't happen all that often that a game, like a new game, comes out and it's not figured out a week before release, and so this is probably the best possible chance to have that. Because I remember, like, even we're all playing. A lot of people are playing WoW Classic right now because of the hardcore stuff. But that was the only time that WoW wasn't solved, because after that, every expansion, Wowhead or Thoughtbot or I forget the other website now, but they would data mine it, and so like everything when that expansion came out was already known. And it completely Alakazam.
Now, this is to the point, Declan, but Con said here like a little bit earlier, guys. Yeah, what Jesus is saying, that makes sense. But what Con said did also make sense. Like, a lot of people, when they will be logging in Path of Exile 2, they will be expecting to have a guide. They will want a guide. They will need a guide. And they will be searching for the guide, and there is like no such information. And some people, and maybe a lot of people, we don't know this, will be turned off because Path of Exile 2 is the game, and no, at least additional Path of Exile, definitely Path of Exile 2, we are not sure that much. Like, you would have probably a terrible time if you wouldn't have a guide. And a lot of people will search for it. And I don't know.
Yeah, that was one of them.
I was using Alakazam for the first EverQuest expansion for that stuff.
MMO Champion, that's the one that I was thinking of, visualizing in my mind. All that stuff was like, it was all out there. And so hopefully we can make it till Friday and like none of that stuff is leaked.
Because like it gets solved so fast anyway. And it's so cool to have something spread like wildfire. Like, you guys need to see this build. And like everybody's thinking, like, have you seen this? Or like, you guys need to see this new unique item. So back in the day of Path of Exile, I'm
also showing a bit
so
of
long ago
gameplay,
that I'm
cool.
like 95% sure this is what happened. But like before there was data mining, they would have like added 7 new unique items.
I would actually highly recommend following
and
a
we would
build
have to
guide.
find
Here
them.
we
We didn't know
fucking
what
go.
it was beforehand. Now they just released like, we're adding these
No,
7
it's not about the
unique
game
items to
being
the
not
game, and
for
we see
you.
them
It's
before they
not
come out.
about that.
And it would be like,
It's about like, guys, different people, they need they're playing differently. I do understand that a lot of people are really, really enjoying all of this, discovering the game, discovering the path, building your own character and everything. I get it. But a lot of people also want just to relax, just to follow the path that was already in front of them, like follow guide and have a great time. And you cannot just, you're playing the game wrong, or you're playing the game wrong. Only Anna is allowed to say, by the way, such things. It's like, people are enjoying different things. It's fine.
is a new item? And people are like, no, it's an old item. And they're like, oh. So I don't know. It's the feeling of discovery is like the most fun about gaming for me. So
Mhm.
And I gotta say, I like the way you're talking about it reminded me of that weird Destiny expansion, Destiny 2 expansion. I don't know if it was how many years ago, months ago, whatever. But like the community came together and it was just a huge puzzle, and everybody was like sharing notes, and shit like that, and how like excited the people in Destiny got about it. So I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, there's definitely like a buzz and excitement level that can only happen once, and if all that stuff is leaked, like Ziz, you mentioned the D4 launch. Most recently it was the D4 expansion, right? Like, the week prior, there were videos that was like, this is the best guide for Spiritborn, and this is the strongest build, and Spiritborns are X% better than every other class, and like they were right. Right?
It
like
is Diablo 2-ish, absolutely.
60% of new player or 60% of classes for the most recent D4 season were Spirit born. So like, it's the new expansion class. So yeah, that's going to factor into it. But those guides definitely permeate the player base, and it matters at the end of the day.
I'm just a little head here. I'm just a little head
also,
here.
That's a lot of what like Ziz's content
A little
is
head.
too. So that's by design, right? Like Ziz
until level
makes
14, and
so
then what
many
will you
build
do? Where
videos
you will
every single
switch?
PoE league, and so many people follow him because that's kind of the business that we're in. So now the videos are going to be like, hey, I just found this thing. Is it good? I don't know. We're going to find out. It's going to be really fun.
I'm very excited for that.
And it won't just be like, it won't be the tip top players finding stuff. It'll be everyone in the community. You're going to be checking, Reddit or Twitter, and people are going to be finding like a new unique or even new currency. Like we have no idea what any of that is at this point.
I think that's also why I like being one of the people to speak up against it too, because I'm one of the people that benefit from it the most.
Yeah. So it carries a little bit more weight.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I'd say. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So is there like you talked about data mining? Is that just the way it's always going to be now? Like data mining is not something you can avoid.
Well, it is. Data mining can
encryption.
absolutely be avoided. Yeah, exactly. And you can also not preload, which is another option. So there's lots of ways to avoid it if companies want to.
Okay.
And PoE may be one of those companies. It all depends on how this preload stuff is done. But also it's important to mention that sometimes, Microsoft may screw up or other parties may prevent it from happening. And it only takes one messing up for the whole thing to fall apart, unfortunately.
Yeah. And maybe that's
that was my concern. Like you can put all the safeguards in the world, but one malicious person or just the dumb shit like can ruin it for everybody.
And also, to put it bluntly, we also now know that there's a lot of copies out there in the wild right now. And granted, they are in a previous version. We can tell from the screenshots if you look at the flasks and stuff. But it's still, there's absolutely information out there that could be put out, in the right circumstances. So, that's another decision they had to make and deal with.
Yeah. And that's a great jumping off point to talk about, preload, no preload, blah, blah, blah. Ziz, how do you personally think servers are going to hold up on Friday? Is it going to be an absolute mess? Is it going to be fine? Have they learned from so many Path of Exile expansion launches?
You can learn as much as you want, but you just I don't know. You just cannot support that many people joining at the same time. That's it.
Does it not matter because there's so many people now?
It's a coin toss. Like, they have really, really smooth PoE 1 launches now. They haven't had a bad launch for... When was Ultimatum? The last time there was a bad launch was not even server related. Yeah, it's like three or 4 years. And the last time that happened, that was actually not server related. They had forgotten to transfer characters to standard. And it clogged something up, right? So server-wise, they've done a really good job lately. Hopefully, they're able to continue with that. I am expecting for every game I ever play, unless it's something super niche with less than 30,000 people, I'm expecting that everything will go completely wrong at launch. Now, like every PoE 1 launch, I'm expecting it to be smooth, right? And that's been fine for the last few years. They've done so well at the PoE 1 launches. So like there is a chance that things go well.
No.
I'm not expecting that at all.
See, now I'm on Camp Hopeful.
I love you guys' optimism. There's absolutely
I'm not
no
expecting
chance in hell. There's no chance in hell this is going to go well. This is one of the most like people have not been playing PoE 1 for years.
That's true.
Waiting for PoE 2. And not only that, but just as not only is the player base hyped, the people that like Path of Exile are hyped. But there are people that have never played PoE 1 that are insanely excited for PoE 2 just because of how much more friendly it looks. It's going to be a huge cluster. And not only that, they've already announced that they had to push it back because they had database issues. So we're talking about all those database issues getting like more people than they've ever been able to stress test on them with the login servers. Like with oh my God, no, it's going to be a mess. I'm calling it now. And I am not here on December 6th. I'm out of town.
6+ hours, yeah.
I am hoping when I get back on the 9th.
Wait,
But guys, this is actually super surprised me. I'm not kidding. Like, you know why? Because Diablo 4 on release of the Diablo 4 and like the hype was enormous. Like who remembers this? When Diablo 4 was releasing, the hype was insane. They sold millions and millions of copies. And on release, service, it went smooth. It went really smooth on Diablo 4 release. That's why I'm kind of surprised on expansion you fucked up and you had like delay, like 6+ hours delay. Actually, that was surprising because they managed to they have good launches. That was surprise.
Be able to play.
You shut your whore mouth. It's gonna work.
No, he is hoping he'll be able
You remember?
to play
I
by
don't.
then.
I fucking don't.
No.
I don't remember any server crashes. I don't remember any major
None of us
queues.
can play till he gets back. That's what
You know when was the like super long queues? On my memory, it was on the Lost Ark European release. If you remember, guys, the queues were like 10 hours, 10 fucking plus hours. You could stay in the queue. You were literally launching the game in the evening so you could play in the morning. So go to sleep, play in the morning. It was like this. We were literally the whole stream. I could sit and just wait in the queue and was like, hello. And even though I was like trying to launch the game, I don't know, some in the morning, in like before going to work, then going to work, then coming back, and then still sitting in the queue for multiple hours. That was bad. Yeah, Diablo 4 launch was butterly smooth. It was really good. Like, if it was like, I don't know, you spend in a queue like some time, 15-20 minutes, like, this is still really good. There was no queues for me. Plus, I had no queues for me as well. Like, and I believe a lot of people would say, cold outside. Hello, Doc, hi. Doc, ass cold, but hopefully Glühwein is helping you a little bit.
I'm trying to say.
Okay. I'm sorry. Did you listen to me before you said that?
I know your true intentions.
Guys, I don't know. Really tasty Glühwein in Germany this year. We're gonna be testing tomorrow the Glühwein in Nuremberg. But here in the area, I tried Glühwein, really tasty one. Killing your brain, one glass Glühwein, you're drinking, that's it. You can go party. Literally killing your brain.
Co, you wizard.
No, I did a deep inhale when Ko was like, I hope that when I get back, I'm like,
No.
say.
No. I am hopeful when I get back on the 9th and I play at 8 a.m. that I will be able to log in and play. I am not expecting to. I'm expecting to get back on Monday the 9th at 8 a.m. and not be able to log into the servers.
I don't think it would be.
Let it again, sorry.
Wizard.
No, I did
Too
a,
sweet
I
for
did
me,
a deep
Lumumba.
inhale when Ko was like,
You do understand, Doc? So guys, sorry, a little bit German break. So we have the Christmas market. On the Christmas market here in Germany, they are serving Glühwein. It's a spiced wine and super popular. But also in Germany, they are serving Lumumba. It is cacao with rum. Also, they're serving it, and here also they're serving it, but apparently not that many people know what this is. And also, I had to introduce people who live in Germany yesterday. People live in Germany 20 fucking years. They never tried Lumumba. I'm like, are you insane? You live here. You live here for 20 years. How you never tried it? I tried it. It's too sweet. It's like, I don't like cacao. I don't drink it. But for the sake of us saying everyone that I tried it, obviously I tried it my first year in Germany. So, what the fuck? Oh, you never tried it? Try it.
I hope that when I get back, I'm like,
No.
say.
No. I am hopeful when I get back on the 9th and I play at 8 a.m. that I will be able to log in and play. I am not expecting to. I'm expecting to get back on Monday the 9th at 8 a.m. and not be able to log into the servers.
I don't
will
think it would be
so happy if I can. I will. I'll be thrilled if I can.
To be fair,
Guys, I'm expecting to play Saturday. Like approximately 1 p.m., 2 p.m. I'm expecting to play. So I don't know. Can you please all leave the server approximately this time? Go do something else.
for me,
Go ahead.
I'm going. No, you
I
don't.
was just gonna say, I know it's not the same thing, but like Netflix couldn't handle their shit when their like servers were tested.
Yeah, I mean,
do you think like I don't know if there's a way? Like, can you
The
prepare for
silver
something
lining
like
here.
it?
The silver lining here is GGG has done big releases every 3 months. If there is a company that could potentially do this right, they've essentially had a mini MMO release every season, where it's like you get this huge influx of users on your servers, and a week later it's a fraction, and 2 weeks later it's a pittance. So, and they've done this 4 times a year for years. So even though I am still convinced it is going to be a giant cluster, there are few companies that are as well positioned as they are to potentially handle this properly.
Couldn't
So
handle.
that is one tick in there, like potentially okay column.
Yeah.
Sure.
I agree with that.
It is
And, like,
totally different, guys. No, it's insane.
I'm
It's not a regular league
more
launch.
forgiving of server issues than anything else, because if it was easy,
Ghost didn't surprise me though.
every
Yeah,
company ever
I was
would mess it
also
up,
I
right?
wasn't expecting
Like,
it at all.
I feel like
I was sure that it
whenever
would be
we're
bad.
close to like 500k plus players or 200k plus players, nearly every company messes it up, and it's probably not because it's easy and they don't want to do it.
Well, and the thing is like when you have that many clients going that many, there's so, imagine you're looking at basically a...
Guys, look at this. Peak Path of Exile League launches are like 200k on Steam. Now it's going to be 1 million plus. Mark my words, it will be at 1 million plus. We are so cooked. Going to be at least 2 millions. No, okay, I don't know about 2 millions, but 1 million I'm giving it. We are so fucking cooked. And I don't wanna hear your complaints about the servers. You should be like super happy. Like if the player's gonna crash the servers, that's amazing. That's super good. That only means the hype, nothing else. First public early access. What was there, guys? First public early access. It was somewhere during the spring, I remember. Highly possible. But they were like really specifying that we are doing this early access to stress test the servers. And fuck, they did a miracle. I don't know. On the actual release, they were super smooth.
Wall of gears, of hundreds and hundreds of gears.
Every
single one of those gears needs to function perfectly.
Yeah.
Or the entire
We are
machine
not expecting
breaks.
to play on
And that is
Friday,
essentially every
but
MMO
we're
release.
happy-
It's
but
never
we're
the same
excited.
issue. It's never the same issue that happens
Yeah.
between these releases. They're all failing
I'm
for a
bringing
variety of
marshmallows to the
reasons.
server fires.
So it's literally like a house
Share
of
with
cards they're
us.
building. And then they just throw 50,000 people at it and hope it doesn't crumble.
No, we're going offline,
So,
Doc. I am like,
And hopefully
I will be
the
in a
$30
demon
entry fee will
cosplay.
help the servers a little bit.
I will
there.
lead you
But
to the
launch is
release
gonna
and
be
then
free,
you're on your
so
own.
that'll be-
that was
Round
one
two.
thing I saw a couple people in chat. I'm curious if you can expand on it all. Is someone said that like Steam ran out of early access keys?
So
Is it even
what can
fucking
happen
possible?
is that companies purchase on a certain amount of keys from Steam, and then
to-
they have to
okay.
prepare them. So I don't know if they're limiting the keys, but Steam running out of keys happens somewhat frequently.
Okay.
That's more of a like,
Wow,
we want you to
I never
prepare this
knew.
many. Yeah. Oh yeah. I've done like sponsored streams where we've run out of keys during the stream. Like that does happen.
Wow.
Yes.
I didn't know that could happen.
Yeah.
I also have
don't
no
use
idea.
the Steam
They have to
client for
request
doing
them.
myself.
There's not just an endless amount of keys. They have to petition Steam and be like, we want these
Right.
copies, we want these keys, and then Steam has to deliver them. So sometimes they just don't request enough.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've not heard of any situation where they can't request more, though.
Right.
So
Right.
that might be new.
That well,
Most of the time
someone-
they just have,
people in chat are saying, yeah, I bought one an hour ago and it was fine. So
yeah.
it
yeah.
seems
So
like
I'm
it's
guessing
fine.
it was probably just a request thing.
Yeah. Jonathan, I think, did say that he was a little bit like he's done a ton of interviews. I know Ziz, you're interviewing him tomorrow, where he's kind of nervous by how many copies they've sold. of early access already. I think it was like top 10 on Steam and has been since all of it went live.
Queue Simulator.
So
I'm ready. Let's go.
it might be 7th or around there is what people and folks were saying. It was top 3 at one point.
This is United Kingdom, and then it's top 4.
We can do the bets.
Yeah, so that's
just
also
remember,
a little worrying when
not only is it
Jonathan's
top selling,
surprised.
but there are tens of thousands of people who don't need to buy that are also going to be playing. So it's like and those are the ones that you can pretty much guarantee are going to be playing it.
Oops.
Yeah.
So there's even more than that. Yeah.
Because they have a standalone client too. Not everybody's going to play on Steam. So
Also
That's true too. Yep.
Yeah. And
Every time you say that, he just cringes a little more over it. GGG.
Guys, by the way, what's that with the preloads? I see like different. So Xbox preloaded. Steam does not, as much as I know. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but like as much like as what I know, that Steam does not allow you to preload the game like the game should be released for you to be able to preload it. Is it going to be the case? And what for the people who haven't bought it on Steam and bought it via not Steam? Yeah, if you don't do the Steam thing. It's usually 2-5 hours. But on Steam, or like if you do it via the website or via whatever. Gets a Steam key and Epic Key to unlock clients there, both. Downloading 3 hours before the launch. So we are expecting this. On Steam. Don't give access, just the client files, basically. Client usually is more stable because it's direct client. Exactly. Xbox already downloaded. Yeah, Blonde, I know. Xbox already has preload.
well,
You're
it's
right,
also launching on consoles, right? So it's like a multi-platform all at the same time, which is kind of rare for them. They usually stagger the console release by a week or so.
You said you could pay the money up front, and then when after that does it go free?
They're expecting
don't really know.
6-month EA, a 6-month EA minimum, but they said they will release it when it's ready. So the EA, it's what I've been saying to make sure it's super clear, because this is for some reason caused some contention. So Path of Exile 2 EA is not a free product. PoE 2 retail will be free to play. PoE 2 EA is not free to play. It is a $30 product. Or you can have $480 of cosmetics in PoE 1, in which case they give you a key. But people calling
I give it also 1 year.
PoE EA free to play is weird, and they shouldn't be doing that. Like the EA is
96 gigabytes. Yeah, it's big as hell.
Okay. It is worth mentioning as well. When you buy the $30 key, it does come with 300 points, and you can use those points to buy stash tabs.
Login. Step 1.
Stuff like that.
Step 2.
Any stash tabs
Choose
and cosmetics
which.
you have in PoE 1
Step
gets transferred
4.
over
Step
to PoE
3.
2, as long as it
do whatever the fuck you
portable.
want.
Yeah.
which is awesome.
And stash tabs is inventory, right?
Recorded, guys. The best guides are here.
Yeah, it's like you have like a stash, like you have your character inventory, which is like what you're picking up and putting in your actual character, and then you have your stash, which is like you can expand on that and organize and have like one tab for like armors, one for weapons, for different currencies and stuff like that, and you can like make that larger.
Yeah. And not to praise them too much, but like
name is
awesome
Anna the best.
They're allowing that transfer because they totally
Anna the best guy
had no reason to do that. And a lot of other companies would be like, no, this is a different game. You have to buy new MTX in this different game, and they're allowing all of it to transfer over for free. Like if you bought it in PoE 1, you're going to have it in PoE 2, which is crazy. Like that's honestly crazy.
So
yes, excited about Blood Witch. I'm playing the Fire Witch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stash tabs, MTX.
A good way to think about it is if you're going to play Path of Exile 1 or 2 for any period of time, you're going to want stash tabs.
Diablo-like
But a good way to think about it is if you played enough for it to matter, you've probably already gotten the value
I might
for
call
how much
it
it's going
actually
to cost you. And when
Just
by
to
the
troll
time you
people.
buy stash tabs, you're invested, and you will get probably a crazier value for those stash tabs if you continue to play than any other purchase in gaming that you've done. Like it doesn't cost much. You can get pretty much everything you need for 20 during a sale, and you're done. Like that's all you need to buy. and then you are finished.
Yeah.
And then you can play hundreds to thousands of hours and not need a single other thing. Maybe a new stash tab if a new league comes out or something that, is a little, but they're a few bucks a piece. So
and
it's one of those very worth it things.
If you ask most Path of Exile players, whenever I ask my chat this, most seem to agree that like they overspend on cosmetics just to look cool because they feel like treated so well by GGG, right? In this day and age, we don't by most companies, right? You almost get like bullied into buying things.
And that's amazing. That's kind of so
don't really feel like
insane.
That with GGG. So it stands out a lot.
Yeah. I would be very interested to see their like God damn it. Is it KPI? What's the industry term for like how happy your community sentiment, I guess is what I'm trying to say, of that game compared to every other game? Because I bet you it's incredibly
happiness
high
measurement.
With something like Blizzard or something like League of Legends or Riot or anyone. Like I don't know of any other company that has people that are willing to spend that much money and like are okay with it.
From an outside standpoint, I would say that the players and players of Path of Exile and the players of Warframe are probably like talking to them are the most happiest consistently overall. Maybe a little bit of Final Fantasy is in there as well. Final Fantasy 14.
Sure. Yeah. I think I didn't think about Warframe, but that's definitely true. That's another great community.
It's a pretty big overlap there with PoE players in Warframe.
Yes. Yeah. Also true. Yeah. So we'll see how all like
they did over the years some shitty shit
stuff goes. They like I think Co was saying, or maybe Ziz was, they did delay the release of this by 2 weeks because that transfer from PoE 1 to PoE 2 was not going as planned. So
and super cool of them to be so transparent about all that. Like
I'm so happy that they delayed it, by the way.
Like, I've really appreciated them, all their transparency during the development process.
Yep,
been awesome.
It's been so nice watching like their Q&As and their interviews. It's so different from when I see other companies do those, because it feels very natural and it doesn't seem like pre-scripted and stuff. And like whenever I have done interviews and stuff, in the start I would be like, is there anything I can ask? And they're like, no, at worst we'll say like we don't have an answer or skip, but like ask whatever you want, which is great.
Yeah, anytime we had Chris on the show, he was the same way. We haven't had Jonathan on before, but he was always like, ask whatever you want. Doesn't matter.
Speaking of which, we're gonna ask Jonathan on.
I want to get Jonathan on afterwards.
Yeah, man.
He is. That's one thing that is.
He's not really busy right now, is he?
Well, that's what blows my mind. Is this like has him on a show tomorrow and they launch on Friday, and he's like, I'll come on and talk to Ziz for 3 hours and answer all these bullshit questions. I don't have anything going on. Like, I'm not busy. And he'll probably be doing that till, I think he was on like a show this morning or this afternoon. Like he's been doing podcasts nonstop.
No, it's the part of it. It's the part of selling it.
A ton of sentiment with the community and it's, getting the game out there. They've done a lot of press. I saw they did it was a decently long video with now I guess former Sony employee Shu playing PoE 2 on controller on the PlayStation. And that video was fascinating because Shu has played a little bit of PoE, at least what he said in the video, and they were just like playing on PlayStation, showing kind of how the local co-op or the couch co-op thing worked and how they had to build basically 3 versions of the game with like the PC UI, the console UI, and then the 2-player console UI and 2-player PC UI, which is wild to see function because you can both have your inventory open at the same time. You can both have your passive skills open at the same time and manipulate all that on screen. It was crazy.
Coming from Diablo 4, just in general Diablo space, the game director is constantly on the spot. For me, that seems normal. That seems like, they're there. They're always... They do shit tons of. It's shit tons of specifically like showing their face, answering the question, doing this marketing.
That would be huge. This is honestly like, that's a question I have for you, Ziz. Are you going to play solo or are you going to play with Steel when you're leveling up for the first time?
So for launch, we'll be playing solo.
Okay.
Right? I definitely do plan to do couch co-op stuff. And
Do
one
not
thing
risk
I
this, guys.
have already been
Talking about service, if by miracle you're gonna log in, you're gonna actually be in the game on the 6th. Don't try to team up with fucking anyone. If the stars will shine upon you this day, just like don't risk it. Couple of days after you can try. It's okay. It's totally fine. But start it solo.
that I want to do. I'm on an esports team called Shopify Rebellion, and I was like throwing around the idea of, well, why
I'll
don't
be
we do a
trying
couch co-op
multiplayer.
event
Good
where we fly
luck.
everybody out to LA, fly out like 15 to 30 streamers.
Starts
and we
on
do a couch
Friday.
co-op
You
event.
were prepared.
Yeah.
And they were like, that sounds
Damn.
so fun. Let's do that.
Yeah, you can do like pros with Pros and Joe's tournament, right? You get you and Ludwig,
even just
or
raffle
you and
people.
random people, yeah, or have a draft for it. There's tons of
I have
content.
plans to do both.
for sure.
Yeah.
Just a little bit later. Just try
you
it a
know,
bit later.
For me, Gassy Mexican, my neighbor and/or streamer, has never played PoE before, and I'm like, dude, download it on Friday. We'll start off, and I'll like help you learn the game for the first time because the co-op actually looks genuinely impressive and not. I wouldn't say it's an annoyance in PoE 1, but it looks vastly
tough.
different. Yeah, it looks vastly different than
Yeah.
PoE 1.
I think the
Yeah.
speed of PoE2 really lends to people being able to more comfortably play together, which is looks to be very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was talking to a few Destiny streamers at the LA event, so like total, by the way, I've played slightly less than 6 hours of PoE too.
Okay.
So it was 4 hours at the LA event, and then 3 40-minute demos. The first one was at ExileCon 1, and it was a completely different game.
Yeah.
So and PoE 2, PoE in general is a really bad game for 40-minute demos, right? So the only one I like really got to play was the 40-minute one. Because in the 40-minute demos, it like auto-picked your skill tree and stuff. So I was like, I'm not really getting anything out of this. But the Destiny players, they had said they had struggled hard with PoE 1, but found PoE 2 a lot more accessible because it's sort of like limited choice. Like, without clicking the like unlock all gems button, it only shows you like 3 skill gems. Instead, where in PoE 1, they're like, yeah, you can, from this vendor, you can buy like 119 skill gems. Have fun. So it should be more streamlined for new players.
Yeah. And I think, wasn't Jonathan on record saying that they do plan to add some sort of like in-game build tool? So you're not like doing a PoE builder and another monitor or another window, like it's all in one client. I think that'll be massive whenever that gets implemented.
A lot more. Yeah, they did a lot of
So,
quality of life
Can't
improvements
remember
in
if they
PoE
confirmed
2 in
that. I think
comparison
they're
to
only gonna do
PoE
pathing
1.
for the tree.
Okay,
One
it's
of the-
only
yeah,
gonna
one
be
of-
pathing. Gotcha.
One of the things that I remember talking about way back in the day is how amazing it would be if you could load Path of Building builds into PoE and then just see them on your passive tree.
Mhm.
But I was told many times that PoE has said specifically they were never going to do anything like that.
For at least
Is
PoE
that
1.
them?
I think they're
Oh,
chat's saying they're entertaining the idea. I heard that
They mean skill points.
I think I remember reading something where Jonathan said like they're looking into it. It already exists in PoE 1. Yeah, it exists in the PoE 1 Chinese client, I think. Or like a version of it and always had.
strange.
So
And it did in an early access version for the Olaf Oriath early access.
oh, it did. They had it. Okay. Got
Now
it.
for the lay
awesome.
person like myself who doesn't like what I heard was like, is it like deck like copying a magic deck and putting it into your arena, like uploading it like that? Like
Not
a
really,
build,
'cause
like
there's
taking a build
No.
and going, this is the build,
It would,
and
it
then
would,
you can fill it in as you go.
I think what they were talking about was like having like a template that would like overlay to like show like here are the nodes you would have selected.
Yeah.
Oh, Pompey Hammer says, Jonathan did confirm they are looking at having it so you can import a passive tree guide to follow, but it will not show items, etc. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
It
Even
won't be like a planner.
Guys, I'm sorry like for the maybe weird question. Who's owning GG? Tencent is owning GGG. Yep. But they somehow managed to stay a little bit away from the game dev. I like it. 100%. Or only part.
Like path of building, it'll just say
People are gonna disappear for a millisecond and gonna be back super, super quick. I need my tea. And something, I don't know. But gonna be back shortly. Chicken will be checking out for you.
like these are the nodes that you've suggested that you should take.
Yeah, that alone, I think, would
That'll be huge.
help player retention.
Like it's not going
so
to,
much.
yeah, it's not going to say like you will do 6 million damage at the end game.
Right. Just like following a line through that passive tree would eliminate the player retention bouncing off in Act 1. Especially given all of the comments, and people are labeling them as reviews, but there have been a lot of, let's say, comments about PoE2 saying it's very hard. There's a lot of like Dark Souls, Elden Ring comparisons in terms of difficulty from the people that have already played it, alongside other like grandiose statements. It's like the best ARPG ever made.
It's the Elden Ring of ARPGs.
Yeah, there's a ton of hype right now around the game. So take that stuff, carefully. But people are excited.
I'm very, very curious because I played at the LA event, and I'm hoping maybe that it's a little bit easier than that, because that was exceptionally hard.
Yeah.
So obviously, at the LA event, we had some of the best players in Path of Exile, and watching like people like Ben, like Shane die, and like listening to like Al Kaiser talk about it, like he almost sounds like a victim, right? He's like, "You guys aren't ready. You guys don't know. Like, you guys don't know." So I'm definitely, I think it will be like a bit easier and a bit tuned down from that. Because if it is that hard for like the veterans, then new players are probably just gonna have a really
we're gonna get obliterated. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
Completely
We
obliterated.
At the event, we actually saw several press people leave because it was too hard, and they got hard stuck on the boss because you can't corpse rush them. It starts over.
Right.
They just left. They were like, it's too hard. So
Yeah.
I do think it'll be tuned down from that. But it'll be really interesting, I think. And,
I saw.
I think it'll be pretty refreshing.
Yeah, I think so too.
Big same.
There's a content creator that actually put out a video a couple days ago, and I'm blanking who it was, but I think he was talking about the LA event where like he started as a mercenary and got to the first boss and was like, "This is a fucking nightmare." And then he rolled Sork and found a staff that had like +4 lightning skills or something on it, and he just walked into the boss and like 5-shot him.
Yeah, it's subtract him.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
So it could just be massive balancing issues and not even difficulty.
Yeah, it's also, I remember I had a similar thing where like I didn't find an upgrade, but then on my other character I did, and it is very night and day. And from what they've said, right, that's something they've changed a lot from the LA event. Didn't find a single currency, I think. And now they've said like you're going to find multiple exalts and multiple, like a lot of currency. You're going to be crafting a lot.
That's good.
So
They said like
that'll
you would
give
be
so much more
finding.
power.
What did they say? Like you'd be finding like multiple exalts per few maps. Like when asked like how much. Yeah, it's going to be like the new chaos or pretty much from the sounds of it.
Yeah. So they have very different crafting now. So I'm not too worried.
Per act. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, and also for the LA event, we were in a rush, right? Like we wanted to see like how much of the content can we explore.
Mhm.
So we were going slightly under leveled or on level, and like normally, right? If things are too hard in Path of Exile, well, do the zone over once. You'll gain so much power.
Yeah. So we'll see. Again, this is all stuff where we don't know, and that's why I think everyone's generally so excited.
It's so exciting. I'm so hyped for that.
Yeah, we don't know how it's gonna go. And the other thing is, we don't even know if we're gonna play. It may hit Friday. I messaged I'm lucky enough to do a sponsorship for it, and I messaged them and it's like, so what happens if I can't log in?
You and about 50 other streamers right now. Yeah, what do you want us to do?
How does that work? What are we supposed to do for that?
I can't remember what game did it. It might have been New World with Amazon, but I remember a company had that the 2 hours sponsored was specifically spent playing the game to cover stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that was quite smart.
Yeah.
So it's like you can say yes at your own risk, but like you're sponsored to play the game for 2 hours, not sit in a queue.
Yeah, my only request and hope and honestly pray is like, please don't do a streamer queue again. Don't do that.
Oh, they
fucking
learned that.
shit.
No, they learned their
Yeah.
lesson. They tried a streamer queue and they turned it off
Yeah.
like soon.
It
So
was
I
bad.
don't think they would never do that again.
It was
that
bad.
was
It was real.
Yeah.
Why is it bad?
Too bad.
Why
It
was it
still
bad?
has.
It's
Okay,
bad for two
so-
reasons. Oh, go ahead, Ziz. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically what happened is
Here,
that
I'll
they
be right
had
back, real
forgotten
quick.
to transfer existing characters from the current leagues, like the ones that recur every 3 months. They had forgotten to transfer those to the permanent realm standard. So that basically had to happen as the servers went up, and that caused like a huge like bottleneck. And like some people, probably like 10 to 30,000 maybe, got in instantly, and then it was letting in like, I don't know, 100 or 10 people per minute. Very few. So like barely anyone got in. And then people started saying like, oh, there's some sort of streamer queue. And I was like, no, there isn't. And then somebody showed me a clip of a streamer logging out and back in. I'm like, uh-oh. And then I tried it and I was like, uh-oh. And then I messaged them and I was like, hey, please remove me from this thing. But people were really unhappy, right? It kind of is similar to what I said before, where it creates this weird perception that like streamers are above other people and stuff. And I get it from the GGG point of
In 2018. But anyway, I don't know. That seems, guys, people who actually like played like super hardcore, my boys, super hardcore Path of Exile players. Have you noticed the change in the who is saying the final word? No, GG, because it does seem like with whole monetization structure, with whole monetization plan, it does seems like they keep the original idea, and that's great. Even though the big and evil corporation is now owning them, that's weird.
view, right? Because you don't want to waste like hundreds of thousands of dollars in sponsorship money for people just to stream the game for 2 hours. So, like what I've talked about afterwards, I've always said like streamer queue can make sense for streamers that are like just gonna play a few hours and do the sponsorship and then leave. But especially for people like me and anyone that's gonna play long term, they should obviously never have streamer queue, right? So I'm against streamer queue for people like me, but for people that are sponsored and are only going to play a little bit and aren't really going to affect the grand economy or the rankings, I personally don't really care. I think that's better than people having to just stare at nothing. At least that gives people watching something to watch too. But I think probably GGD felt like that would make the long-term streamers mad at the sponsored streamers. But I still think that's preferable.
Here's a big thing though, and this is something that I think honestly is there's two sides to that coin that are very important. Allowing a streamer to have a streamer queue of any kind during a sponsored portion, especially in PoE2's case, where people will need to pay for that product, that could be considered false advertising. Because what they're doing is they're showing on stream, hey, look at me play this product. Double click, logged right in. Man, I'm playing and having a great time. This is a $30 game, better go get it.
Of course.
And then all these people go and spend that money, and they're not able to play for the next 72 to 40, 120 hours.
I
Because they
have
can't
not
log
thought
in.
about the $30
And
entry fee.
that honestly,
I honestly don't agree with
there's
that,
an
man.
argument.
You plaster a sponsor across everything. They know you're going to get
The
preferential
only
treatment,
way,
and I think
the
that's
only
kinda
way,
a
no,
given.
a streamer queue is a given. Here's the thing. That's why I would argue
No
that
preferential
that's
treatment
completely
for
wrong.
paying you money. They want to show off their shit.
But they're showing something the person buying the product can't do, and then saying,
By the way, Tencent has age that any freedom will be tied to game profit. Fails, Tencent will intervene. Yeah, by the way, maybe. Maybe they have like something as a deal. As long as we make profits, you do not have anything to say in our decisions.
you can go buy this product to do that. And that's a problem because a lot of people are going to go buy that product and be very confused. Now, here's the thing. In a perfect world, if every viewer understood the situation, if every viewer understood that they're watching somebody play and the queues are full and they can't, that's fine. But the problem is we don't live in that world. And there's no way that we'd be able to properly give that information to every viewer. So there's a real schism there that I think that, that honestly, like GGG needs to understand, like what they need to do is if they're going to do a sponsored push, they got to wait a few days until the servers are stable. They can't be doing it the first day.
No, they didn't.
I'm not going to assume that you've
If
done a stream
Tencent
like
would
this,
make
but-
it pay for early access, it wouldn't be $30 entrance. It would be 60, 70.
but I know I have, where they give you a version of the game and the character that you're playing has a bunch of skills that you have to wait hours to get.
Sure.
Is that the same kind of false advertising? Because it's like, look, I'm going to jump right in. Look at all this shit I can
Chinese
do.
version. Maybe.
And then people are going to
Well, I mean,
like jump in
highly
and go
possible.
like, I can't do that shit.
Makes sense.
I figured
would
they would
argue-
assume that since I'm being paid to promote this product, that I would have maybe like if available some advantages, and one of those being better gear or faster login time.
I think that's kind of a slippery slope, because then you're just talking about like time played of the game, and
Yeah,
so like
I'm
if it's the kind of thing
curious.
where they're just I think it's different being able
No,
to.
better gear, fuck this, but the discussion that they have, guys, about like when you have a sponsored segment, no, I get it. But that will be super weird. I don't know how it's gonna be, who will be able, like, if sponsored streams will be also like able to log in.
To actually use the product you're buying, as opposed to not being able to while watching someone using it and enjoying it. So I think if you're talking about like different states inside the game, that's one thing, but I'm more talking about the binary: you are able to play it or you are not able to play it after giving it money.
Yeah.
And honestly,
no,
like in your
I
case,
get that too, but it's like
I'd say
standing
there's
in
certain
line
games that would
at
apply.
it's like standing in line at a club and you see people going like, "What the fuck is that?" It was like, "Oh, they're friends of the."
Chinese version is terrible. Like, you know what my question is? My question was here, like, was hearing this, was like, interesting. How much money Chinese version is making? But I guess no one is,
me
like,
personally.
no
Like,
one is
I get it. If they're
publishing
friends with the
shit.
owners, like if I was friends with the owners, I'd fucking go right in too.
One point that I would say that you are kind of on tune with here is sponsored promotions that then have like DLC
It's
or
huge in
deluxe
China.
edition items that they then like
Yeah.
request the person use, where it's like, okay, if someone goes and buys the game, they're not going to have those deluxe items they're seeing on the streamer. Like that kind of plays into it a little bit.
Are they
But in that
releasing
case,
right
you could
now
spend more money to
Poe2
get it,
in
which
China
is
as well or
annoying as
not?
hell, but at least they could do it. They have a choice to. But like with the PoE2 stuff, like they would not have the choice. There would be no power of the consumer in that situation. They could only
Yeah.
refund it. You know, and I feel it's a little bit different.
Sure.
Yeah,
But
I generally
that's the
avoid
voice.
what you're talking about as well. Like whenever someone's like, "Hey, can you use this?" I'm like, "No, ideally not."
Yeah, you just want to start from the beginning. I think it
I just
depends
wanna
on
start
the
from the
game in a
beginning.
lot of ways too.
Exactly. That's
Like-
for me. It depends on the game.
Yeah, there's nuance all across the board.
I mean, sometimes those items ruin the progression and they ruin the fun.
Yeah,
So it's like,
yeah.
Progression's the most fun part of gaming.
Yeah,
Agreed.
sure. Especially in a game
Agreed.
like this, right? Especially in a game
Mhm.
like this. I will say, regardless on what side of that argument you fall, the entire process of that streamer queue situation, I'm still
Hosting for a million player count.
dealing with is a strong
Highly
word,
possible,
but
and they
I'm
will.
still seeing the effects of that today when I go on Reddit
And it
when
will
I
be
open
too
up
much.
anything.
I
everyone's
mean,
like,
and
they
it's not
got
gonna halt.
streamer
There are gonna be more
blah,
players.
right? Like it just creates the idea that there is this like secret thing, this
Yeah.
agenda
Yeah.
that everyone is against the common person, and I
You
hate
have to
that.
defend yourself against that shit anyway.
Yeah, yeah, but this just emboldens it, man. It emboldens the
But I will
streamer
say-
client,
Yeah.
streamer loot, all that shit.
just for the record, somebody said, isn't what Co's saying the exact same as people playing games or doing sponsor streams before release dates? The very important difference there, I would say, is A, we always talk about the release dates, it's part of it. And B, if you went to buy the product, you would see that it's not available to play.
Yeah,
So that, and then you would factor that into your purchase decision.
yeah,
Very different.
all different,
very different.
nuanced situations.
There's a lot, there's a lot of nuanced
It's an
situations.
interesting
to this, for sure.
discussion.
Yeah, yeah.
What were you saying though? Like, so for a very long time in Path of Exile, people would say like, "Oh, that guy has streamer RNG, right?" And
Yeah,
people
streamer
would,
client.
Like basically
Streamer
treat
client,
that
yeah.
person like a flat earther, right? Like they're just be like, "Oh, you're crazy." Like you're crazy. Whereas after streamer queue,
Now it's a
People
real
are
thing,
like-
dude. Now there's
now people are like,
credits there,
"Well, if they
You have
did
those,
that,
you have those same people. That never happened. No, streaming no, that never happened.
They have
That's-
video of the
you're
ship
making that
like
up.
falling off the end of the earth. They're like, dude,
I can just imagine. It's like, no, the streamer queue definitely happened. Here's the PoE guys addressing it. No, it's all fabricated, man. That's deep fake.
Yeah,
It's all
so
deep fake.
it is
Never
really
actually happened.
interesting. And I actually like several
Deep fake.
times I've had like discussions with people. And I've actually convinced a few people like that it doesn't exist. My favorite was like I was like, well, I said if streamer RNG was the thing, then there would be at least one good player calling it out, right? And he was like, "But I am," and I'm like, "Well." And then he was like, "Okay, give me a list of good players that aren't streamers." Then I made like a list of like 50 or 60, right, of the best people like Embu, Dan, and stuff like that, right? And he was like, "You know what? That's actually a really good point." And he was like, "You know what? You're right. That's pretty rare for people to do that." So.
Yeah, and you're right. Actually, a lot of times the first people to call out crazy things happening within the game are like the best players. Like they'll even like call the other members of that best player.
Don't let you be. Don't let yourself be baited.
Steel didn't stream for like 8 years of playing the game, right? So you would have noticed like a big difference.
It doesn't.
Yeah. So.
Question
for you, Ziz. I saw this pop up a lot on Twitter and different parts of the Reddit. Are you starting softcore or hardcore?
So for the longest time, I've been like, there's a 0% chance I'm starting softcore, or I mean, starting hardcore. No chance at all. And then Steel Mage was like, "Oh, are you a bitch?" And then I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna play hardcore." And then
all it took was one call.
All it took, literally.
Okay, you're right. I don't want to.
No, I mean,
it's from my best friend, so it hits different. But then
and he's got a point. I mean, that's a very good point.
It's a good point. But then Ben was like,
That's an
I'm
argument.
dying to like server disconnects 4 times on day one.
True.
And then I died to a server disconnect in WoW, and I'm like, yeah, I can't handle that.
Ooh.
So I am starting.
That was your omen. That was your omen. That was your gimme.
Yeah.
Yep.
The universe.
So I'm
you know.
starting softcore, and as soon as it seems stable and if it seems balanced enough, I will go hardcore.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Which is interesting because I've never played softcore in PoE 1
at all ever. Oh, you've always been hardcore and SSF and not SSF.
Guys, I met actually this run live. I met this dude live during the Gamescom this year. No, I'm not going. I know that I'm there, but fucking, I am having a heart attack. I'm too afraid to watch such things. So I saw, like, I met him live, and he is a cool guy. He is a really, really cool guy. Dude, he's married and I think he has like 2 kids. Like, can you relax? But I was like, I thought that he's like so big, such a big figure in the whole RPG space and Path of Exile and everything. I thought that he will be. Plus, I saw his videos, and can be like, so do this, like he's in real life. He's so chill. I think 2. Am I crazy? I think 2. Okay, I may be mistaken, guys. I'm not like, okay. I think 2. 2. Like, you see, I'm stalking the guy after all on Twitter. After all, yeah. I know the important information. So yeah. He was really, really nice. Neftaria, no problema. Cookie, we're going full Christmas, guys. Christmas stream tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's true.
I play BPL and stuff on softcore, but like there's no hardcore version of that.
Right. And then I guess the second question, I get asked this, I don't know, probably 20 times a day, and I'm not playing in the Path of Exile director at all, so I can only imagine for you it's hundreds of times a day. What are you starting? Do you have any idea what like class you're gonna go first? Are you drawn to another one?
So I've thought about it a lot, and the first thing I really wanted to play was like the demon girl shapeshifter thing. Looked really cool.
Yeah.
But that also looks very softcore. And my intention is to swap to hardcore very early. So I think I'm going to basically play the exact same thing on softcore and then remake that on hardcore, because then I'll know exactly like how tanky it is and stuff will give me a big advantage.
Yeah.
So I am most likely going to. I'm leaning towards like a totem warrior right now. The only thing that's.
Ziziran, I'm deeply disappointed in you right now. Seriously, what? Seriously, warrior.
A little bit off-putting to me about that is that the totem doesn't scale with your weapon. Like it scales with
Off
the
the
gem.
gem, yeah.
So that's a little off-putting to me. But that's what I'm leaning towards right now.
Okay. How many times is that going to change between now and Friday, you think?
I don't
Let's
know.
ask him after the interview tomorrow.
The thing is,
There's a chance.
I don't think there's a
Not cool guy
I'm
anymore. Like,
assuming
I
that
take
most
my
things
words
would
back.
be a similar
Exactly.
power level, so I don't think there's a huge. Like either way, that sounds like something that's going to be tanky because we don't have life nodes on the tree anymore, and strength is one of the big ways to get health. So I'm leaning towards something like melee and tanky anyway, and I think recovery is going to be like such a huge survival
Crazy
element.
baby, hi. I didn't say that
Um,
he's American. He's
so
Norwegian.
I'm
Yes,
pretty
I
locked
guess.
in on
Yeah, I
being
think
some
Norway.
form of melee warrior, or not even necessarily melee, but like some sort of like strength stacking warrior tank.
I know that
Got
he's
it. Yeah.
he's
Let
from
me
my
ask
part
you,
of the globe.
Ziz, what
That's
goes into
important.
your like decision-making process as far as is it just putting up numbers?
No,
and
he
the
lives in
best
Norway.
build, or is it like does fun come into play later on, or does it come into play like right away? Like, because I know you've done all the builds, you know, you're like you're
Go on,
you
I don't
explore
know.
everything you can, but like when it comes to like first builds, is fun even a factor?
So I would say winning is fun. So I'm
Fair.
usually
No, it's fair.
competitive.
It's absolutely
Alive, I
fair.
am.
Yeah, so I really like competing. So that would normally be how I approach it. And in hardcore, you're shoeboxed into things a lot more. So I would say softcore is infinitely
And not up
better
to date,
for content
wow.
creation. Like I just
Well,
like if I was not a streamer, I would only play hardcore. There's definitely a big part of me that's considering transitioning to softcore full time. I think it's infinitely better for content creation because like
really? You don't think
Oh, yeah,
people
you can-
find more enjoyment like watching for that big death and all the clips that go around from it and stuff like that?
I don't think that makes up
You can
for the
watch
amount
it,
of
people. I'm
content
allowing
I
you to
can make.
watch.
Interesting.
Like
So yeah,
especially
you're
looking
talking
at,
from
like
like a content creation aspect rather than a viewer aspect.
Yeah.
I was thinking the numbers. Like does that factor into your
I think I get way
your-
more numbers if I was a software streamer with how I make content. Way more. Infinitely more.
Interesting.
Like looking at the
Very
type of
interesting.
content Empyrean can make, the type of content Metal can make that I just can't do. Like I play hardcore. I've played hardcore since accidentally Diablo 1 because I played online and my internet connection was so unstable, so I would disconnect and lose all my gear a lot. So like I prefer hardcore.
Definitely
I
European
probably,
internet. Sounds like Europe.
I will probably play hardcore in PoE2 mostly too, but there's a lot of arguments and like Viro, my like content manager, is like you really should just swap to softcore. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I get that. I never thought about the reason. Like the very Mathel's allure is that he can play so much different builds and do different things because the threat of dying is not one.
And death sets you back so much.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? You get that spike in viewership when you're alive. And people will tune in and they'll watch your death. You might
That
get an
much I
extra
don't know.
100,000 people watching
This is more like a joke about the German internet, which sucks. Big way.
your death, right? And that's great. But then when you're re-leveling, you might tank 80% of the viewership while you're re-leveling.
So, are we allowed to say Diablo-like about all the other RPGs?
Sure.
Yeah.
No.
Because people always want to see the new, and if you're dead, it's going to be a while. So I get what you're saying there. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of hard choices, but I mean that means that like there's not necessarily a wrong choice.
Sure. Yeah. What are some of the things in PoE2 that you're most like, I guess, on the fence about that we know that they've shown? What are things where you're just like, I don't fucking like that, or I don't know how that's gonna go. We're gonna have to check out and see like where are your curiosities? Where do they lie?
So again, I am very open to everything. Right? It's a new game. I'm gonna go in with the mind frame that it is a new game, and I'm not going in with like this isn't PoE1, it sucks, right? Because then I think I would have a bad time. So I'm going in with a very open mind. That being said, there are things that I'm like, oh, this looks fucking awful.
Please
like
expand.
for example, the fact that you have to click on the well to refill potions. I'm like, is there a need? That is just it seems very like, why? It's like, what? How does this benefit me?
Okay.
Not being able to respec Ascendancy, I'm like, bro, we already have a permanent choice with our class. Do we really need a subclass being a permanent choice as well? In a game where people already are super against the fact that we don't have alternative leveling. And obviously they've said that they are hopefully and have fixed this problem with PoE2 being a lot more of an exciting campaign. But is it realistically going to be exciting enough after we do have 1,000 or 5,000 hours in PoE2, right? I'm not convinced that it is. So a permanent choice there. And I'm especially against that in early access because this is when people want to try out the most amount of different stuff. And a lot of people don't like starting over. For a lot of people, it's already a big deal that the game basically starts over every 3 months or whatever anyway, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So those are definitely the main things I'm a little bit worried about. Another thing, I wouldn't say I'm against this. I'm really, really curious about this, is the fact that you can only have one support gem per character. Like, I can only use LMP on one gem. I'm really curious. It might be awesome because things like that are like they are there for a reason, right? Like, for example,
more variety, more decision making. You will have to explore other gems and everything, and you won't be like this stupid situation where you're just stuck on like this. You found like the best gem, support gem, and you just put it on every single skill everywhere. And so what? Like, no, there are like 10,000 other gems, and you need to decide where you will prioritize.
They had Soulbound in Sanctum.
You can drop the YouTube link here
so that they could add that much more power to it, right? It's not just a downside. And I'm assuming it's the same with gems, right? Like, if we could have 10 life taps or 10 multi-proj, then they would have to remove power because of it. So maybe this is like cool enough that you can only have one unleash, but it's so much stronger because of it. So
sure. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if that will get changed over time with not only being able to use one support gem, because it could. I think from like GGG side, it'll force people to be creative and like actually utilize and play with all the other tools in the toolbox, but it also could just suck. It could just not be fun. And you
That's
wanna,
an option.
Yeah, you want to utilize all that other
so
stuff.
and I mean that's the beautiful thing about the early access, right? They
I think it will be fine. Couch co-op is existing and cross-play, like everything's
side,
existing. I think you will be able to play with the friends.
Oh yeah,
different level.
They definitely
Why not?
will.
Oh yes,
They definitely will. What about the flip side? Is like, what are you stupidly excited for? What are some of your most exciting things you're looking forward to?
It still seems surreal that we're gonna have 36 Ascendancies.
Caesar's boss, not sure.
Yeah.
You can drop the link. I saw a bunch of absolutely sick bosses, not necessarily specifically the Caesar one.
3 Ascendancies. How are they gonna balance this? Like, that's so crazy.
And constantly be updating and constantly be adding on to via leagues, and every one of them will have to be touched. So it's like
you can power level,
Wow.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
You need.
And GGG have done a really good job of making most things
anyway,
viable. Like obviously, like
amazing.
some things are going to be a lot more viable. But like on softcore especially, right? There's very few things you can't do all the content with. So I think that's very exciting. And there's just so much. There was more content than I was expecting.
Guys, stupid question. Like, you are because I think I know the answer. So you have 2 weapon swaps, like weapon slots, that you are changing. When you're wearing one, you can use particular skills. When you are switching to the other one, you can. When you're pressing the skill that's allocated on a different weapon, you are then switching automatically to the different weapon slot. That's how it's working. But the stats from those weapons, do they apply to your character all the time, or only when you are using the skills with those weapons? Only when they are active? No, only when you use that skill with that weapon. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you. Little break on a boss fight. Let's enjoy. No, this one I haven't seen. Pull out.
Stay still, the mother! No.
somehow really enjoy the sounds. No, 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 no!
Find the gods. Rapid fire.
I like what your character is saying.
Eat this.
You sucker with the baby from the stomach. No, I don't know. Happening every day. What the fuck? What's your, like, normal? The boss are going to be nuts amazing. I will. It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be super hot. He didn't rip the baby. He, like, puked the baby out of her.
What is going on in this godforsaken city?
And that's the mercenary.
Ripped him out and throw him at you. Yeah! Once again, happening every fucking day. It's a question, even.
In the early access, I love that there's an Uber.
It is
I love
cross-platform,
the
guys,
rune
yeah.
stuff looks so exciting to me because like runes and rune words were some of my favorite things in D2. So and they seem to have expanded on the Val Orb in a way that is even more like the way the Project Diablo 2 mod and Path of Diablo is. So
It's a multiplayer a little bit.
I'm very excited. I personally hope the uniques are at the point like they are in PD2, which I recently played. It's like a mod for Diablo 2.
Literally the quote from the dude from the Russian government, right? Like literally last week, one dude was like, he said that you shouldn't love your kids. You should just send them to work as soon as they can't like walk. You should just send them to work, and then they should like marry and have kids. And all of this, like self, whatever the shit you have. This is all European propaganda and American propaganda. And kids love, it's also loving your kids. It's also American propaganda in case. And you should just send them to work as soon as they can, as soon as like 7, 8 years old, you should just send them to work. Yeah, so whatever the fuck.
And it's so fun. But there I had a rule like the item doesn't exist until I vol it. And that is like so fun. And oh, actually, and I think I love the most, which makes this more possible, is the fact that there are no sockets on items anymore. So if you find an upgrade, you can put it in.
Can't wait to try the mercenary. Fuck you.
A quick side bit on that, and this is something I'm going to bring up in the interview tomorrow, is this is why they're doing sockets away from gear, right? Like if you find an item, you can put it on. But the new runes, they also kind of make that harder again, right? Because you can't take a rune back out. So I want to have a little bit of a discussion, a little bit of pushback on that. Like, doesn't that sort of invalidate the easy change?
Do we have, like, I'm checking, guys.
If you, like, yeah,
if there are any updates from disease, is there going to be the interview or not?
Super plentiful. Yeah. So I'm a little bit worried about that. Like, there is a case where runes aren't an issue for switching gear. But they
like,
also,
apparently you need to work 12 hours a day, then you need to go fight the bear, and then you need to like keep working, and then you need to make kids, raise the kids, all of those kind of things. That's how like the government is thinking.
Make sure that it's 6, like all that. You just right click and go.
That would also like encourage testing so much. Like that would that is a fundamental change in how GGG wants players to approach exploring the different options.
They're supposed to be. Yeah, but
again,
that's
going back to the new player
like
stuff,
what I'm checking.
being able to just like flip this in, use it
it's
for 5
happening,
packs.
everything is fine.
That's cool.
Is with it.
Go back.
It should
didn't
be,
lose anything,
guys, in
didn't
like
lose any
3
time.
hours,
Like, that's
plus
gonna be
minus.
huge. That's one of the reasons. Like all this stuff that Ziz is referring to. This is one of the reasons I'm very excited to go in without any knowledge and no build guide. I think there's going to be enough mechanics to where it's going to be a really good time. I'm not going in with that
4
same
hours.
fear
4 hours.
that I have in PoE, where it's like, oh, if I go down this branch, it's going to brick this character. Like I don't
Ziz
I don't
is doing
feel
it.
like
That's why they're saying if Ziz gonna
knowing about the
survive.
stuff that Ziz just talked about, being able to test and
Should
try
I put
that
it? I
stuff
can
without
put
having to
countdown
spend
on the
resources.
screen. It's on the screen
That's
if you
big.
want.
That's a big change for this game.
I really hope that they've really managed that part, because in PoE 1, like there's so many big traps for players. Like like a quick example, right? The amount of times I've like helped somebody with their build and they'd be doing like, let's say ethereal knives or something, right? It's a physical based spell, and they would have a wand with like 30 to 50 flat.
I haven't seen.
Damage,
I think it will be available tomorrow.
And 110% increased physical damage. And
We're gonna play it on Wednesday.
To anyone that hasn't played the game,
On
they'd
Wednesday,
be like,
yeah. On Wednesday,
that
I'm
seems
playing.
like a great weapon for a physical based spell.
It's a cool
None
fucking
of the stats
week.
on that weapon actually affects it, because those are all if you're attacking with the weapon. But that's very unclear in the game.
Yeah.
So hopefully they've really, really nailed that and made it very easy to tell. Like I feel ARPGs are probably the single worst game at this, where it's really hard to tell, like, how do I scale this? Like, how do I improve what I'm playing right now?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so much of it is just good. I depend on the community to like help shape all of that stuff. And I'm sure like Jonathan said that as much, right? Like they're waiting for the community to go in there and break stuff. That's the whole point of this being in early access. I got to think from a like
And
developer point
selling
of view, for them
copies.
to go back and start PoE 2 and in a lot of ways like simplify things. And you can kind of see it through what they've shown at ExileCon, to even now where they've just taken away complete systems, no more sockets on gear. And now it's like, well, we actually will have sockets on gear, but it's not going to be these. Like, I wonder at what point they're just like, fuck, this is too complicated. We can't, like, we got to the most complicated stuff in PoE 1, and we saw people be like, I'm going to wait for PoE 2. And now they're already starting to like take systems away, but also add others. Like, I wonder how much give and take there is when it comes to the development of that stuff. It's got to be super interesting.
Well, dude, I mean, when you think about their approach to QOL in PoE, I can only imagine what the last 3+ years of debates have been like behind closed doors. Like it, I mean, because a lot, the answer to your question, like what happens when it gets too complex? Well, you make a new game, and that's what they did.
Yeah,
they true. They like a lot, you know, like a lot of times they say like MMOs get to the point where the damage numbers are so ridiculous they just have to reset.
The stat squish.
That's PoE 2. Like that's essentially in a lot of ways what they're doing. They're bringing it back to the core basics and then growing it back out again in complexity. We all know PoE 2 in 10 years is going to be probably worse than PoE 1 is now in terms of how deep and complex it is. So they needed a reboot. And honestly, watch, we're going to see 5-6 years. PoE 2 gets that same way, and it's like, oh, cool. Now we're talking about PoE 3. It's just going to we're going to see these like resets come, and it's just going to keep going. But yeah, I think PoE 2 is a big answer to that question.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And I've heard so many people have said that as well. Like I have viewers that have watched me for like 6-7 years and they haven't played PoE yet. Which is kind of crazy to me, but it's fun. And a lot of that is like you said, they're waiting for, so many people are waiting for PoE 2 to get in on the ground floor.
Yes.
Right? They're like, oh, I missed the boat on PoE 1. It's too complicated. Zizrin is posting 6-hour-long guides. Let's just wait.
Yeah, he does. He does. I was thinking, who he reminds me.
I guess as a content creator, what is the first thing you're going to focus on when it comes to content creation, and like how are you going to balance that as a super fan at the same time when you're like, I actually need to do my job?
That's a great question.
Or on a flip side, are you just saying, screw it, this is for me?
Yeah, like where is your mind for all that?
That's a great question. The thing is, I kind of like enjoy playing content the way I stream anyway, right? Like I very early made the choice that I didn't really want to have a different personality on my on-stream persona than myself because of the amount of hours I stream. And I really thought about having like a character because I'd seen other people doing that. And I think that makes like any negative criticism a lot easier to handle. But I was like, but also I want to stream for like 20, 30 hours, and keeping up a character for that long.
Wait, hold on. So you're telling me that you didn't go blue hair to copy Ninja? That was all you?
First.
Okay.
Okay.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure if we check the timeline, if we go check the videos, I'm pretty sure that's this had it first.
Yeah.
Respect.
So I will actually be running a subathon at the launch with my wife. I usually don't do these, but I've done one before, like 3 years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
But so many people have actually been asking, like, are you going to do something with your wife again? And we are. So that's pretty exciting. And then I am.
Still made you sitting with the kids, I assume.
The Uber, the new boss. Don't know if I'll do that in softcore, but there's Steelmage as well was saying, like, most likely the first person that kills it in hardcore is going to kill it in softcore first. Because we don't have practice characters, right? And it looks like boss fights are so hard now that we might be just going. The first person that goes in on hardcore, if they haven't practiced on softcore, there's a big chance they go in and they're just like dead. So I'll probably see after 3 to 5 days how far I am, how things are progressing with if anyone is playing hardcore at the start. But I'll be making videos and stuff while I'm live.
Yeah, just recording it while you're in the process. Okay.
And it's like, yeah.
Well, I was gonna say,
no,
like,
I've never seen Uber
people
fights.
that don't want to do this without the helping hand. What do you suggest? Wait a day.
This is someone sane.
Till later the first day.
You don't really need to wait at all because somebody that is a content creator is likely going to be ahead of you anyway. So you can literally watch them live, or like most people are multi-streaming on YouTube now.
Sure.
Going through the VOD is so easy on YouTube. If anything, put on a 1 hour delay on yourself, and then you're seeing like where to put points, like where to do everything. If you do want that hand holding, right?
Yeah.
Like, and streamers will be playing a lot of different builds anyway.
Sure. Okay. And then I guess the other question, like, it definitely has already happened with PoE 1 when you see, you know, how do I classify it? You have like the content creator YouTube video of like, hey, here's my build guide. And then you have the like, what is the big build guide website that starts with an M where a lot of content creators.
Maxroll.
Yeah, like Maxroll. Like, where do you see that going? Do you think more and more content creators are going to partner up with that site? Do you think they're going to stay their own thing? Do you see any like pushback from viewers when it's like,
dude,
I don't.
You've been there. We've been here before.
Your YouTube, like how is that shaping up?
So that's a great question. I haven't really talked about this publicly. I am part of Maxroll.
Yeah.
And this isn't really publicly announced yet, but I'm now the branch leader of Path of Exile.
Okay. Congrats.
So that's me. Thank you.
Yeah, big congrats. Can you tell us what that means?
Yeah. So that's me and Crouching Tuna. So me and Tuna are doing that, and then the number one.
Honestly,
of the main things
I'm go with
with
a demon lady.
I didn't like when I joined Maxroll.
Thank you for voting.
Was that there would be unoptimal guides and stuff on the website. So one of the things that I wanted to change.
Did you say unoptimum? What was that?
Unoptimal, yeah, like just not perfect.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Guides don't have to be perfect, by the way. They just have to be framed perfectly. Like there are several of my guides that are unoptimal, right? And I've told this to Ko as well. Like sometimes when giving Ko a guide, I'll be like, this guide is better, but this guide is better for a new player, right? Because telling a new player, hey, you need to weapon swap every 6 seconds. Like,
they're gonna be like, cool, what's weapon swapping?
Yeah, why the fuck do I want to do that to my hands? Like,
why would I ever want to do that?
So one of the things I've started to wanting to change was to make sure that like every single thing, like instead of saying like, well, there's some unoptimal guides and some optimal guides on Maxroll, I want to get to the point where like everything that's there, you're gonna have a good experience with. So we've been bringing on like more players, right? That I'm very confident in as well. So like we have Garatha joining, we have Havoc joining, we have kind of throwing him under the bus here, but Steelmage is joining. We're gonna have Steelmage doing some.
Who knew, guys? Who could imagine?
announcements.
Yeah. We're gonna have Steelmage doing like some sort of like content review where he will like help other creators and look over guides a little bit.
Nice.
To like really like keep this to a whole new standard as well. And so like especially Paratha as well, in my opinion, is like literally one of the best guide creators.
Yeah, he's great.
So,
I've used his stuff
yeah.
before.
Yeah, and he does really unique stuff too. So I think like getting some of those like really, really good players on, and everyone helping each other, I think will really take that to the next level. And the main reason I wanted to join personally is I've always wanted to do written content, and I actually hired a guy called Enki to make written content for me.
Nice.
For the Path of Exile forum, but that didn't work because I couldn't monetize it at all. So I was just bleeding money for no return. Whereas through Maxroll, we can monetize through the ad revenue, right?
Sure.
So it actually makes sense. So yeah, that's like for me at least. So I think things like that will be a really big part of it. And I think there's still like a lot of room for just like I'm still going to be doing my normal YouTube stuff too, because people want different things, right? Some people want written guides, some people want a video guide, some people want long in-depth stuff, and some people want just like, here's the skill tree. That's all you need, right? Because Path of Exile is a very unique game where there are literally, and I'm not joking for people that aren't familiar with Path of Exile, there are people with over 3,000 and 5,000 hours in the game that feel like a new player. I'm not joking.
Yeah, that would probably be me.
I consider myself a PoE noob. I'm not very versed. If I look at Path of Exile right now, my played time is 911 hours, and I would say that I'm a relatively new player at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Super new.
I have 25, maybe 26,000, and I definitely do consider anyone under 3K. There are exceptions, but I do consider most people under 3K a very new player. There are exceptions, like I'm Exile, when he started, he would have very like, I'm going to learn and
Dude,
master
you don't
this
know
game
how many kids
approach.
Zizeran
And he
have.
became one of the best players in less than 3,000.
Yeah, it depends on the personality.
It's such an astronomical amount of time. I love how you're like, in less than 3,000 hours. Dude, that's like
big game.
Like
you passed.
It's like you became an ancient master after only training for 55 years.
That wasn't a
One thing also I will say, I'm going to make this comment only because I've said the exact same thing, but I love so much as a streamer that this was like, so I've always wanted to write guides, so I hired a guy to do it for me. And I did the exact same thing.
It's a very streamer mindset thing. Yeah.
Perfect.
Well,
I do the same thing. I hired a whole team, to be fair. So
it helps a lot. Well, we ghostwrite them, so I'm in Discord with them. But yeah, it's a little bit easy to get out of touch as a streamer. I'll never forget my first podcast ever was with a guy called Ziggy D.
Yeah,
and
I read them
in chat right now. Hi, Ziggy.
Oh, awesome. And this is the time where I was streaming roughly 450 hours per month at this time. And on his podcast, I say the line, casual players that only play 8 to 9 hours a day. And Ziggy was just like, he was like, what did you just say? And I didn't even think about it. Because at the time, I was doing 30-hour sessions. So I was like, yeah, 8 to 9 hours. That's pretty casual. That was very out of touch. But yeah, we've grown since then.
Yeah,
I think we've all been there. We've all been there in our different ways. Maybe not that way, but in our different ways.
It happens. It happens without question. Well, cool. I know you got a ton of PoE2 stuff. I know you've got that interview with Jonathan.
Oh,
I told you before.
We're all waiting here
when
for.
When is the interview tomorrow?
Yeah.
8 p.m. GMT. So that's 40 minutes from now tomorrow.
So 3 p.m.
ET tomorrow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. And it'll be on your Twitch channel live. Is that okay?
Yeah, add on YouTube. I multi-stream now.
And then I'm sure
it's like in 4 hours from now, guys. In 4 hours.
I've removed the VOD on YouTube now.
You don't have. So wait,
really?
Wait, you mean VOD of the live stream?
Yeah.
So then you post the VOD of the video, right?
Okay. The reason I removed it, at least temporarily, I don't know what to do. It's actually it does cost me a lot of ad revenue because it is a significant amount of ad revenue leaving it up.
Do you not turn ads on them?
No. I have the ads on them. The problem is I'm now hiding them because I looked at my own channel on my phone and I was horrified because I could not see my own videos that I was posting.
Because the live videos were
all
everywhere?
I saw was Zizeran live. And I was like, well, this is awful.
Yeah.
You can hide that.
You can also, yeah,
you can have it so they don't send those out.
It doesn't push to sub boxes. Yeah, you can hide that on each individual video.
Right.
And also, you can monetize them. There's no question after my testing. There's no question that monetized YouTube VODs make way more than Twitch VODs. Like per.
Oh well, yeah,
way
like
more.
0 cents to
Significantly.
actual money. Yeah.
So if it's the kind of thing where
I might need a quick tutorial on how to keep the VOD up, but not spam people because it was so bad.
Yeah, Maximilian dude went on Twitter about it recently, so that's right.
we can take this offline and do all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, because I saw that tweet and I couldn't really figure it out except by doing what I did. So
yeah. Anyways, I told you before the show that I was going to have a question from us added to your interview question list. However, Zeke is going to be the one to do it. Me and Co will
Mama Sharky Pururum Purum, Mama Sharky Pururum Purum, Mama Sharky Pururum Purum, Mama Shark.
Game director on Path of Exile 2.
I mean, you put me on the spot here, dude. Like,
100%.
You could have like prefaced it before the show started and said like, get my creative juices flowing for a good question.
No, we're not professional here.
Zeke, I think the less you think about it, the better, to be blunt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go absolutely blind. Tak, so tell me everything about the game. Jonathan, do it.
Is the game why was it a conscious choice to make the game more difficult than PoE 1?
Holy shit, a real question. Zeke, you were supposed to say, how can I play this by smacking my penis on the controller?
That's true.
that's a really good one.
And will you have a control scheme for that?
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
There you go. Ziz is adding it into the list. Fantastic.
He's putting it down. This is literally putting it down.
Great question. Yeah.
I was fully expecting to be something that I could answer.
Can I go back and do it what I do now?
Oh man, I love on the spot stuff. Fantastic. The other thing, just complete topic swap. You've been playing some hardcore WoW. We all talked about, or I guess we all saw your death. We haven't done a show since the passing of Zizzer and the Mage. But yeah, DC death.
No, this was yesterday recorded.
Like,
yeah, I really thought that we would avoid that by playing in a duo. So obviously, me and Steel were playing together, and we actually have the same ISP, but we do live like a little bit apart. So yeah, I was hoping there would be no DC death. And we pulled like 13, 14 Murlocs, and then suddenly we're just running and nothing's happening. And I'm like, oh, okay, excellent. So we died like level 37, 36, something like that.
oh, I thought you were hired. I thought that was like in the 40s, but no. Okay.
No. And we were having a blast. Like we were doing like 28-hour sessions and
Wow.
so much fun. And like huge shout out to Soda, who's
Dude,
probably
it's crazy.
one of the few, if not the only person that can pull this off.
Yeah.
And it's just so fun. And I really enjoyed it. I hope he makes
Disconnect
it a regular thing. I will always play if I have time and there's no crazy PoE launch
I
happening.
hope to jump in 3.0.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's wild how I don't obviously like collaborations are the lifeblood of 2024 Twitch, but like I have not seen a collaborative effort on on the platform that is this scope and has this many different people from such different backgrounds all playing the same thing. And of course it's got to be World of Warcraft, which there's like a beauty in that as well, but also from just the beginnings of live streaming, there's also a beauty in that. But it's so good.
There will be
such
queues.
a fascinating.
I think there will be queues and server
collaborative
crash. Server are going to go down, absolutely.
To just take part of.
So good.
And I hope they continue to build on it. I hope it becomes like an annual event or a biannual event.
Yeah, I mean, it was super fun for us. The reason we went so high was streamer ego, because Soda made a list of who are the sweats and who are the non-sweats.
Yeah.
We got put on the non-sweat list, and we definitely took that personally.
Oh,
We're
I
like,
100% knew you would.
Oh God, Ziz, I'm sorry. Are you okay?
No, I even asked during the meeting. I was like, I've been awake for like 28 hours. Can I be moved to the sweat list? And they just laughed at me. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Running another 20-hour session.
And that's my favorite part about it is Soda is in this position where, you know, he has command over like 500 plus people, all of varying sizes and egos and all that shit. And he doesn't give a fuck. Like he's the only person that could do that, I think, on this entire platform and not have, you know, the ego that I think could very easily be obtained or the like, the like pompousness.
You
of
listen
being like,
to me, that's
oh no,
it.
you're so-and-so. That's completely
Brother,
fine.
you're thinking about this wrong. It's not that his ego is so far beyond.
You think it's
everyone.
an ego
Oh,
beyond
God.
everyone
He
else?
is on a level that is unattainable by others, and therefore, anytime there is a challenge, it's just an overwhelming defeat. Like there's no other, which I think is how he's handling it so well.
It could be.
Soda was actually one of the reasons I started streaming, and I used to have like this like recurring sub message when I resubbed to him about me being a marble, and he would just like he would read the message and then just be like, "This guy's so fucking stupid."
Yeah,
it's great.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's something to be said when there's like drama around this, because of course there's going to be drama around a World of Warcraft guild. When there's like drama between two massive, really pillars of Twitch, and one of them is just like, dude, you're being a fucking bitch. Like that is a literal line to the other one. And he's just like, I'm fucking done with this conversation. I'm going to move on with my day. Like, it's crazy to me that that's the same kid that I saw on X-Fire, 15 years ago saying the most heinous shit I've ever fucking heard. And now he's just like, nah, I don't have time for this fucking shit. So
yeah. I really hope he keeps doing it.
Yeah.
I really liked the whole like Harry Potter theme to this too, with making it into basically different houses.
Okay, that's like the PG version. This is like
I'm playing to play on Saturday, so please fix it all till Saturday.
So I'm like, can I say that I really enjoyed the racism? Like,
yeah,
it was really fun.
Dude, it's hilarious. Like Imaru, who's like the most wholesome streamer of all time, she's like, all right, here are some new racist terms that you can use for all of the races in WoW on our daily news feed for OnlyFans, and then just start saying racist terms.
I think Ziz may have just said his most heinous.
We're opening it with the door, guys, in the World Warcraft community. That's beautiful.
With AI now, anyone can really say anything. So I'm like, I don't. It's actually said something worse.
And it doesn't exactly hurt that you have a very unique voice. So that just makes it easier. The more unique your voice sounds, the easier AI has with it. So
for those that are new and aren't familiar with me, the reason I sound like this is just because I'm sick. I actually have a very deep and pleasant voice normally.
He sounds like Pirate Software. He used the same software that Pirate actually uses to
that's true.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Well, I think that's good. I think we'll let you go on your way. What's on the docket before Friday? How much, like, what are you, besides the Jonathan interview, what's your day-to-day like till Friday?
Definitely some stalling and farming viewers, like just looking at stuff.
Yeah.
And getting, I'm also going to like figure out subathon goals and stuff. One of them's going to be a tattoo. That's
one of the goals is going to be a tattoo.
Yeah,
is it going to be a Ziz tattoo or a PoE tattoo?
Either
PoE,
Gauntlet or the PoE logo. I mean, I feel like at this point PoE has like completely changed me and my family's life. So
sure,
but I'll be doing a lot of calls and talks with other streamers, like mini podcasts and stuff. I like talking to people. So me and Ziggy is going to do talk. Me and Woody, the other people as well.
Cool.
I think you should get log in and have your nipple.
Shit tons of people got Diablo tattoos.
Definitely
also,
not that.
Shit tons of people.
Definitely not that.
All right,
come on,
Zeke, you get a question in the interview. No more tattoos. Get Zeke.
I'm doing my job, JP. JP, I'm doing
box, guy. Where's your fucking
the job
handler?
that you've had me on this show for years. I'm doing my job.
You think this man can afford a handler? What are you drinking?
No, it's our handler that we bought to handle him. He doesn't have his own handler.
Cool. Who is playing Lilith?
I didn't know we had a handler.
Oh, we've got a handler. I send you the invoice. You just sign things. You don't even look at it.
Real ones, a bunch of people did.
Go.
You're cheap.
The link. Where you got this information?
Some shout outs. Where can people check you out?
Yeah, I'm scissoring on everything. I will be streaming loads of PoE2. It'll be my life for the next foreseeable future. And I love that description. That's funny. But yeah, thanks so much for having me, and excited to explore the game with you all on launch. And I'm going in blind as well, which is great.
Fantastic.
Love it.
You can just close the link. You can make a silly face. It'll capture your last frame on the video and say goodbye. Thank you so much for
Appreciate you being here, man.
tuning in. I will ask, do you
Yo.
want us to keep the podcast on your stream, or are you going to stream? We can shut it down very easily.
No, I'm not going to stream. You can keep it there. Also,
Okay.
my mom wanted me to shout out that I'm from Norway.
Hey, cool.
Hey,
I
Mom.
told you.
Real quick, we're gonna probably be contacting you soon in the future because we're gonna need a post PoE2 like recap episode.
That's right.
Sounds
Get ready.
great. I'm down.
Just get ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't need to. You don't need to take it down. So I just close the link.
In what,
Yeah.
like next October, when he's finally comes out of his like haze and-
No, don't worry. He can play during the show. He can just keep playing PoE and just do Discord on his side and just call in and we can do the whole show. It'd be great.
Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, just make a funny face and close the links. That's all you got to do. Easy peasy. Love it. Beautiful. He got the objective.
Oh, that's
right.
fantastic.
Fantastic.
That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
We are going to keep the stream up if you're watching live over on Ziz's stream.
Guys, now the stupid interview is coming. Today at some point, maybe. No, today the interview is coming is like 3 hours, 30 minutes. Plus, minus, hopefully, maybe. Yeah, let's check the trailer if already here. Thank you for reminding. Yeah, that I watched. But that's something else.
Dragon. And Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
Ah, from the
It's
creators,
greatest
okay.
DreamWorks movie ever. The Wild Robot is the best animated movie of the year. And one of the best movies, period.
Do you need assistance?
Oh my god, this is too cute. This is too cute.
I do not have the programming to be a mother.
Where is it, guys? Is it available on Disney? I need to watch it.
Needs to swim and fly.
He's a runt. His chances aren't super good.
I have watched this one. It's nice. It's so freaking good. I never watched it. Where is it? So cute, yo.
You should work on that.
Don't be afraid.
Ready?
I could use a boost.
There are evil robots! There are always still evil
Are
robots.
those your parents?
Are those your
I'm
parents?
already home.
Yeah, it reminds me of my family. Thanks so much for following.
To survive, we must become more than we were programmed
Oh, Watch
to
Party is
be.
available only for, like, it's complicated, especially in Germany.
I am a wild robot.
Full Apple TV! I will have to subscribe there anyway. I think Dune is available on Apple TV. Maybe. Guys, I wish that can. I'm gonna find for you some beautiful gameplay for PoE2. But it is. I watched Arcane, like 5 episodes or 6 episodes. I don't know, like, but no, haven't finished it. But I watched Arcane. Maxim, gonna find you some beautiful, like, because there is a bunch of beautiful gameplay was released during the weekend that I haven't seen. Mercenary gameplay. Scorpio, hi.
Soul fight. G'day folks, Ziggity here. These are the glorious sights and sounds of a mercenary Grenadier.
I unpacked my ref and then I published it on Twitter.
Just one of the many playstyles possible on the very flexible mercenary class. Now just a note before we continue, this footage is from Act 1 and 2, filmed hands-on at the GGG studio when I travelled there to host the Q&A just last week. This isn't a build guide, it's way too early for that. Anyone giving you a build guide is kind of like yanking your chain a bit. I, like many of you, want us all to explore the beta and figure out builds together. Consider this instead just a primer, a showcase, just a taste of one playstyle of the mercenary that might inspire one of your builds or help you decide what to start as. This video will contain some minor spoilers like minor boss fights and locations, but no story elements. Also keep in mind that while this is some of the most fresh Path of Exile 2 footage you'll see until the beta is out, it's still subject to change. Also, I did want to note that there was a bug here that's likely already been fixed as I'm recording this, where the mercenary doesn't turn when reloading or winding up an attack. It's kind of just a visual thing. It didn't really affect the gameplay, but it doesn't quite look right, and Jonathan specifically pointed it out to me.
It's a really satisfying
but something broke
gameplay.
And they had to fix it after I left. And with that, I'm very excited to share some of my experiences with the Mercenary and Grenadier playstyle in Path of Exile 2.
Always some sort of ritual going on,
Most of the time in PoE2, you will choose your own skills through the Uncut Gem system, but the first skill is pre-made for you on the beach.
And the thing is, guys, you can shoot and dodge. Like, as I told you, I played Sorceress, and the thing is, with the Sorceress, if you press the button, you've pressed the skill started, like, appearing, whatever. But if you dodge after you pressed and the skill animation didn't went through, so it will break your attack, the skill won't actually happen, so the damage you won't be able to attack because you dodged. But with the Mercenary, you shoot, the bullet's already out, you don't care if they already hit anyone or they're still on the way. You can already dodge. And that's actually super, super cool.
And for the Mercenary, that's fragmentation rounds. Effectively, a shotgun. This shoots many small projectiles in a spread that can indeed shotgun if you get closer. And the damage is substantially better if you do get up point blank. Unless the target is huge, in which case you're probably going to hit them anyway.
For the beginner, guys, it's
Fragmentation
like
rounds has some fun interactions
nice.
with frozen enemies that we'll talk about later, but it serves as a good intro to how the crossbow works.
That's it, people. It's absolutely darkness outside. So what do we have? Half past 5? No, definitely. It's like, it's darkness, it's night.
Mostly fired nearly instantly. Every other weapon, whether it's a bow or a hammer, have some kind of wind up to them, right?
To be nice, yeah, that's here, absolutely. It's really, really good. Not all the characters WSD makes sense, so like will be good, but here it's amazing. The very first boss, guys, on the Mercenary
is an ammo type, and so is fragmentation rounds. Pressing the load button will either reload that magazine or
no, that's
to
it. I think I'm a pro. I think I'm a pro in Path of Exile. I'm a pro.
Magazine of a skill type, like fragmentation rounds, will persist even if you swap between multiple different ammo types.
Actually,
as well.
I do like. I think I like Mercenary
quickly.
Sound design. I like what the motherfucker is saying when he's fighting.
You pay the mana cost when
he's
you reload,
constantly saying some shit.
You fire. Again, very different to most skills.
Yep.
So you can spend mana reloading before you even begin combat, effectively investing your mana into preparing for the upcoming fight. And I put emphasis here on preparing, as that's
was also fighting, but I think on a warrior.
In a nutshell, in my mind, preparation. Mercenaries usually have an arsenal of weapons and tools that will be
on
prepared
the mercenary. That's why I'm also usually normally using
a well-prepared
mouse and
mercenary
keyboard,
will do
but
well,
in the mercenary
while
it
one that is
felt really
unprepared might
natural.
find
It
themselves
felt like really,
overwhelmed.
even for me, it
You
was
load
really
ammo types
comfortable.
by pressing the load button for each skill, but to fire your crossbow, it is all the same skill, the same button, the fire button. It takes a moment to kind of adapt your mindset over to this unique playstyle, but I found it very natural over time, and in some ways, simpler. If I wanted to shoot, it was always the same button. I just use other hotkeys to change what my shoot did. Other skills like grenades do get their own separate hotkeys and don't use this like ammo loading system, so you do get a bit of a mix of playstyles down the line, but the fundamental crossbow experience is ammo swapping and blasting. Whenever you fire the final round, the character will automatically reload unless you do something that interrupts the reload, like for example a dodge roll. And I did find myself doing this
Call of Duty Exile version. This is Path of
Each
Exile
skill
2.
has a different amount of shots before a reload too, so the shotgun style skills typically have just one shot and then they'll reload. They get that pump action kind of feeling, while the spammier skills can have many shots before they need to reload. Some crossbows and passive skills can give you additional shots to any reload skill though, so that's a really big deal in things like fragmentation rounds where gaining one additional shot means halving how often you reload. You know, you get to make a double barrel shotgun instead. There's literally a support gem called double barrel. The first 20 minutes on Mercenary Crossbow is, as you probably suspected, a little bit awkward. The combination of adapting to such a different playstyle and having only a few skills with pretty frequent reloads means that you do have to be pretty careful to not get overwhelmed by enemies. You may also find yourself dodge rolling or swapping ammo types before you auto reload, leaving you with empty skill magazines when you kind of need them. Take things slow and steady at first and try not to spam your skill hotkeys like you do with other classes. Crossbow mercenaries reward a bit more of a considered non-spammy approach. Things get way smoother as you go, as you'll get faster reloads, various support gems that can help in a bunch of different ways. You'll get more rounds.
I need to adjust the
magazines
sound, how the music, how the voice, how the video.
Dramatically. And also there is just that element of getting used to this playstyle. I was pretty nervous in those first couple zones in Act 1 that I was like, I don't know if I'm going to like this, but I ended up loving it by the end. You get your first uncut gem in town where you can make your own choice of skill, and while explosive grenades is very tempting, I went with permafrost bolts, and I highly recommend it as your first skill. I'm not telling you what to do, but this is basically an ice shotgun with a huge multiplier to freeze build-up. And Mercenary doesn't, by default, have any mobility at all, except for moving while shooting, right? Especially in the early game. You can take things from other classes.
It is so fucking comfortable. It's like super comfortable. And natural. It's just like
do like
good.
A weapon swap leap slam or something.
Pew, pew,
but in the early
pew,
game,
pew,
you just walk
pew,
around
pew,
with your
pew,
crossbow,
pew,
right?
pew,
But what
pew,
you
pew.
can do is stop everything else from moving. Freeze is incredible in Path of Exile 2, in my opinion, thanks to the freeze build-up system. Everything will get frozen eventually. You don't have to like do some mega hit of damage and bypass some sort of threshold to have a percentage chance to freeze or something. Each shot builds up more and more freeze from 0 to 100%.
I bet a little bit later they're supposed to happen.
It's as
They're
simple
supposed
as
to
that.
appear.
More cold damage and freeze effect just gets you there faster. Permafrost bolts are wicked satisfying, and you can run around with them just blasting away by themselves.
Your Majesty, see me! How are you?
Rounds, but freezing and shattering everything well makes up for that, in my opinion. That said, when you do freeze something, you can actually swap to fragmentation rounds for their true purpose, to make explosions. Even before we get any grenades, we can begin exploding. Frag rounds detonate the ice on a frozen enemy, creating a pretty powerful explosion.
I'm also super
it's great
tired.
for blowing up packs of enemies.
I want coffee.
But this
I think I'm gonna make myself coffee.
And let them start
and it's gonna be the
moving
third
again,
one
assuming they
today.
survive.
And I never
So
drink more than
found it
one
better
usually
to not
per
always
day.
detonate the freeze on a
Because
single
it's
target
just
like
like
a boss. The main strategy I enjoyed was blasting primarily with permafrost bolts most of the time, and then whipping out the frag rounds to detonate.
This winter
when
is
there was like a
hitting
frozen enemy or
super,
two in a
super,
pack of other
super
enemies.
hard.
Freezes
By the way,
last
yesterday
a long
winter
while,
started
so
in the Slavic
another time you can
world.
freeze one
It's already
enemy,
winter,
then freeze
guys.
another, and then detonate both of them. As soon as you get a choice of support gems, which is pretty early on, I recommend putting Piercing on permafrost. Being able to hit and freeze multiple monsters far more effectively makes this skill go from okay to amazing early game. After that, anything that interacts with freeze or adds cold damage is going to be great.
Oopsie daisy.
added cold or ice bite, which adds cold damage to all of your other attacks when you freeze an enemy really good. But early on I used Frost Nexus, which creates chilling ground to slow enemies when you freeze
maybe I should
someone.
go mercenary. Guys, it's so nice.
Fragmentation rounds I didn't often use too many supports on in the end. I just used it as a like detonator skill. But it's probably best built for damage. I used double barrel just to get an extra shot to detonate more frozen enemies before I had to reload. It costs you some reload speed, but
tomorrow we have the
trade-off
Christmas
here.
stream.
Something
Christmas
like bleed or just being
stream.
out of damage
Selfie
will work fine as well.
stick. Christmas
So you can get
stream.
explosive grenades
Selfie
pretty early on, and these do
Christmas
what you imagine.
stream.
They explode. After a fairly long timer, they do a nice explosion that deals physical and fire damage. My early experience with them was that they have a pretty long timer and do supplemental damage at best. This is something that Jonathan mentioned is possibly kind of changing a bit. Damage-wise, they might be going up. Early on, I found them only really useful for larger groups of enemies and for preloading some damage before you engage with a pack. You can kind of pop them out and then
let me
run
check.
over
I
and then
hope
shoot
the
them
weather
with
will
your
be
shotgun
sunny
and the
tomorrow.
grenades will
I
start blowing
fucking
up.
hope.
As soon as you can grab multiple projectile support though, which lets you shoot out 3 of them at a time for substantially better overall damage and area of effect, they do start to shine a bit more. Added fire is also
there's
good,
a
but you can
message.
use the less duration support too to lower the timer and make them detonate faster with no downside. Explosive grenades get better later on when you get poison grenades to combo them with too as well, so we'll see more of that later. Now, far better early game, and when a Grenadier started to feel like a thing for me, was when I got the flash grenades. As soon as you can get these, do get them.
Yeah, well, today it was also supposed to be sunny, but it was so fucking dark. It was depressingly dark.
They blind enemies. With multiple projectile support, they are
I hope tomorrow maybe it will be sunny. No, okay, it's also showing that tomorrow it will be a little bit sunny.
So you can get a lot of
We'll
those heavy
see.
stuns on bosses to get some nice damage.
Around the
cycles
same
off.
time as today,
They do only
I'll
have
start
one
the stream.
charge to begin with, but later on you can get an extra cooldown with the Grenadier passive, which is just incredible. The skill has a small downside though. You blind yourself with them too. It's kind of funny. With multiple projectiles and increases to area of effect, you will blind yourself all the time. I certainly did. But I did actually just find it to be not too major
I'm
of an
cheating
issue.
in shorts.
It's
David,
like,
where the hell
there's
are you?
some
Where the hell?
evasion
21
and
degrees.
accuracy
Where the
didn't
hell
really
are
seem
you?
to matter. I was still hitting things just fine. Certainly,
There is
it's
shit
not
tons of lights,
ideal,
but the
and
image
trying
not
to
gonna be
avoid it when you
nice
can,
at
but
night.
I did find it a worthwhile trade-off for how strong the skill is. Flash grenades with multiple projectiles quickly became a main skill for me and were used off cooldown as much as possible. The stun, the damage, the area, the speediness of their detonation, all amazing. I did use some stun supports with it too, but because they're already pretty high stun effect, it's probably better to use things that increase damage or area or cooldown instead. Just the area
Texas
of
21
effect support,
degrees.
for example.
Eh.
Now, here I am
Jealous,
teaching you how to blow
jealous,
things
you
up in Path of
jealous.
Exile 2 beta, but I know many of you are already planning on blowing up your job, your career, your future livelihood, etc. as you sink deep into the loot grind, you know, missing call after call from co-workers, bosses, family members, and emergency services. As you try each of the 36 Ascendancy classes as they add them to the beta, testing every skill in the 7 different endgame content like pillars that they're adding, not to mention more of them later, over 100 different bosses. And then there's like off-classing hipster builds and weapon swapping builds, and emerging from this beta as a
Thank you so much,
functioning
David.
human
Thank you.
It's going to be tough. But I do know a solution. You could learn back-end web dev with my sponsor, boot.dev. Learning programming languages like Python and Go, and getting started on a career in back-end web dev might seem pretty daunting, but boot.dev turns it into an RPG. So it tickles those same reward centers, just like getting a level up or a Chaos Orb drop.
Bloody beautiful.
You could, for example, do a zone in Path of Exile, get a level in a gear, and get
That's
some
a
good feelings.
ad. That's a really
do
well
a couple
made
steps
ad.
on a boot.dev course and level up there too. You'll get that sense of progression both in-game and out of it. I had no background in code, and I found the practical, just kind of write this code and see, look, here's how it works approach that they take with this to be super easy to jump into. And I'm a sucker for some good gamification. You can try it for free and learn some things, and then sign up if you think it's got some potential. Go from knowing nothing about this to getting a job in back-end development at your own pace. It's even got a course on actually applying for jobs in the field, so you can come out of the beta and survey the devastation of your life and smile upon the carnage, knowing that it's okay, you've got a plan. If you do end up liking the look of Brute.dev, you can use my code ZiggyDGaming for 25% of your first month or year, whichever. Grab a month to learn a specific skill, like coding
Yeah,
in
I've seen
Python,
something
or
like this.
grab a year for a career, and get yourself a solid beta backup plan for your life. Back to the video. Once you get flashbang and explosive grenades going, you can almost fully go Grenader mode at that point, especially just kind of supplementing with permafrost and fragmentation rounds for some extra explosions in between. I did, however, end up experimenting with armor piercing
is just doing,
and
like,
high velocity
good
rounds. The armor piercing rounds is a machine gun fire skill that chips away at enemy armor. At first it's a very small amount, like 1 or 2 armor for the lowest level, but each level of the gem makes it destroy more and more armor per shot. This of course makes its damage ramp up itself, and enemies also will take more physical damage from any other hit. It's just going to be nice in parties for sure. When an enemy loses all of its armor, it becomes armor broken, and that's where high velocity rounds comes in. It's a big penetrating sniper shot that consumes the armor break on the enemy.
This boss I don't know, I don't remember.
I know. But it
Guys,
does so to deal a
4
large amount of
fucking
extra
days.
damage.
4
Don't
days
ask me
left.
to explain how
Can we
you can
get it
consume
already?
broken armor on an enemy, which somehow returns the armor to them. It doesn't really make sense, but just don't think too hard about that. The point
Witch
is
and
big damage,
mercenary.
go boom. I found these skills pretty good for rare
My
monsters and bosses, but
boy and girl,
not that
Witch
useful
and
for
mercenary.
swarms, obviously. The faster
No
attack
gender.
support on armor piercing is obviously great
Dangerous.
for reaching armor break faster, and high velocity is all just about big physical damage, so anything that just scales up the damage is going to be great. While these skills were pretty good, they're probably for other playstyles, I think. For the Grenadier playstyle, they didn't really make too much sense, as they were more focused on physical damage combinations. Lowering their armor doesn't really help you much if you're doing a mixture of damage types, like you're probably typically going to be doing with most Grenadier setups.
Cross-class
So 2/3 of the way
mercenary.
through Act 1, a side boss can give you your first
I feel
uncut
like
spirit
this is a
gem,
little
and
bit
they
too
drop
much
every
for
so
me.
often
I
after
will
that
start
point
with the
too.
witch,
There are a
we'll
few
go
good
with the
choices here,
minions,
wanted
but I think like if,
explosions. So
I know that
I
there
went
is
the
this,
Herald of Ice.
you can do
This
it, like I
reservation
would
buff
freaking
makes
use
it
the
so that
minions on
whenever you
every
shatter
single
and
class.
kill a
I would
frozen
use
enemy,
the
they
skeletons
explode, dealing
everywhere.
cold damage
Because
to
it's
enemies.
making like,
This does nothing
for
most
example right
bosses,
now
of
the
course,
skeletons
but
could
it's
dodge
amazing for
everything.
clearing groups
Isn't
and
this
super
nice?
fun,
And I'm staying there
especially
behind
early
and
game when
shooting
you're using
shit.
Lots of that
That's
permafrost
amazing.
bolt.
But so
It can
far
be
this is for me
supported
like
with
high
added cold
math,
damage
the
for free
whole,
too,
everything
doesn't,
that's
like,
Path
cost any extra
of
spirit.
Exile 2, all the
And
Path
that
of
just
Exile
makes
2
the
things, it's
explosions
just
deal more
insane,
damage.
so.
Great. Other support gems like accuracy support, for example, can work to boost your global accuracy, like adding an effect to the aura. It's quite neat, but those sorts of supports do increase the spirit cost. So they'll
Maybe it
require
will
some
be sunny
investment
tomorrow,
in getting
guys.
extra
Maybe.
spirit to use.
Or maybe
Long-term,
you'll
I
see
could
the
having
darkness,
Herald of
the
Ice on most of the
darkness.
time, and then having a defensive spirit skill like Arctic Armor, Grace, or Wind Dancer to swap on for bosses.
Full
An interesting utility skill
darkness.
that popped up around the end of Act 1 was Rapid Shot. This channeled skill has a bit of a wind up to it, and then it rapid fires out a huge amount of bolts that also build up heat.
Kiwi, thank you so
Each
much.
stack of heat gives
Thank you,
10%
thank you.
extra fire damage to the skill.
Buck, buck,
More
buck, buck,
importantly,
buck.
however, heat
What are you starting, guys? What are you starting?
also adds 6% of damage as added fire to any grenades fired. Heat does rapidly drop off when it's not in use, so you kind of get this unique combination of trying to fire a lot of these shots and build up the heat, and then very quickly put out as many grenades as
What
you
are
can.
the
Those
monk
empowered
first?
grenades. You can literally see
Why?
the grenades like catch on fire from being empowered by the added fire damage. Pretty spicy combo, but the wind up and channeled nature of this does make it kind of difficult to pull off in dangerous boss fights, except when you get a stun or freeze.
That
which,
is the beginning
thankfully,
of
we're
Act
quite
2.
good at here.
Sad.
So it certainly does work, and it's a good way to punish the bosses when you
Guys,
get those.
but even like, I mean, the monster's health and the boss health is going down so slow. Oh, what we gonna do without one shots? What we gonna do? And they why not sorcerers? What everyone else picks first. Witch. I'm gonna solo a mercenary and co-op a sorceress. Witch into a blood mage. Witch into the fire into the fire demon. Yeah, all the classes but water. True players reach level 100 unascended. Good luck to all the true
I used
warriors.
this for quite a while before dropping it in favor of the
Guys,
easier to
oh
use
fuck, I need to
explosive
bring
shot
myself
combo.
coffee.
I'll
I
show
am
you
like,
soon.
the
But support for rapid
life
shot would likely be
is
things like faster
leaving me.
attacks and then
Absolutely,
anything to
absolutely
add
dead.
damage or debuff the enemy. Gas grenade is where you start getting
I
some
was
more
sleeping,
grenade
but
combos, and it's a pretty fun
the weather
piece of the
is
puzzle.
sucking
As a
all the
baseline, it's a
joy
grenade
and
with 3
life powers
charges
out
that
of
releases
me,
a poison explosion and then a lingering poison cloud that grows. I'm sure
Our
there will be some
ultimate
poison-based
coffee
setups that
drop
focus on
gonna
those
save
parts of the
us.
skill, but I'm excited about its other application. That poison cloud is highly explosive. Any burning ground effect, or including enemies burning ground effects, by the way, or any of your skills or allies' skills tagged as a detonator, or that apply burning ground, can cause the gas cloud to explode, dealing a large chunk of damage. Explosive grenades work well for this, and it gives you more explosions per explosion. What a deal. Another fun bit of tech here is the bursting plague support gem that I kind of stumbled on here. Linked to the gas grenade, this causes enemies poisoned to also build up plague. Initially I was like, okay, it's poison stuff, not relevant. And then I saw explosion. When the plagued enemies die, they explode. So good. And they explode for physical damage too, which is quite nice. So you can get explosions on your explosions alongside your explosions. Now we're talking. And speaking of explosions, some of those grenades do have kind of long fuses, and sometimes you want a bit more immediacy when it comes to your explosions, right? You don't have to wait. That's what explosive shot is for. It's a heavy-hitting fire crossbow bolt that explodes on impact. Its real beauty, though, is that it also detonates any grenades in its area of effect. You can throw poisoned and explosive grenades on top of each other and then pop a quick explosive shot before the enemies leave the area and detonate everything. It's a useful tool to give you a bit more immediacy when needed, like against faster enemies that are charging you, and to kind of just reduce reliance on things like less duration support for grenade fuses. You can support it with any gems you want to make it faster to fire or reload, increase its area of effect, or give it more damage as a bit of a finisher skill if you want. But even unsupported, it's useful for popping grenades when needed. A handy little tool in our tool belt. So with explosive shot and a wide array of grenades at this point by the end of Act 2, I didn't really need any of the regular crossbow skills anymore, and I became a fully fledged Grenadier. I did still kind of use permafrost bolts on occasion. I just kind of love it. Once again, this isn't a build guide, but I'll show you what my build was looking like towards this end of Act 2 period. In the end, I ended up linking explosive grenades to added fire damage and area of effect. Combined with the poison grenades, they were a spammable damage dealer in between flashbangs. Explosive shot was linked to execute as a pseudo culling strike against nearly dead enemies, and also to pierce, which I found quite helpful as it helped it explode where I wanted it to and not on enemies earlier, so that I could detonate grenades easier. Flash grenade was my MVP skill for sure, so it got the prized trophy of the multiple projectiles support. I was still using overpower for it at the end, which is fine, but in hindsight there's probably more effective options. Given that it's only 50% more stun build-up on a skill that already has 400% more, I mean, that's still a 12.5% increase in stun, but I imagine something just like area, cooldown, or damage related might be better in the end. I guess I could still see overpower making it into a setup with more support slots. I still had rapid shot with faster attacks and ruthless, but I mostly stopped using it because I always had grenades to throw. Gas grenades were linked to bursting plague and inspiration, as they're actually pretty mana hungry. And finally, Herald of Ice was linked to added cold and frozen vortex. Although vortex could only proc if I froze an enemy with another skill that then got shattered by Herald of Ice, so it wasn't super effective, just kind of like a free slot that I was testing. Later I'd probably try and work in accuracy support once I've got some more spirit, especially since I'm blinding myself half the time. For the passive tree, I tinkered back and forth a few times, and I definitely changed things a lot more once I had more chance to explore. I travelled through Remorseless
Gold,
for a
using
nice
gold
extra
to
stun
respect
build-up
the
and
passive
damage.
skill tree.
Grenades do count as projectiles, and I think they scale with projectile damage, but I'd need to double check that in-game, which we'll have to wait until the beta, so take that with a grain of salt. I'd actually consider going through attribute nodes at the beginning of the tree too. I always kind of wanted more dexterity and strength for gems and gear, and the health from strength is legit too. But I definitely still get volatile
Cold in the kitchen.
crystals
Yeah, cold
because
absolutely everywhere
area and
outside
cooldown
of the
is
streaming
just
dungeon.
immense
You're
on
going
grenades.
out, and that's
As much
it. Your
as
ass is
you can get.
freezing.
The ricochet node is
That's
not a
it.
long-term node for
That's
Grenadiers. I probably should have dropped it by this point, but I needed to highlight it because I do recommend taking it on any crossbow merc, at least initially. The shotgun projectiles that you miss with will like hit a wall and bounce back to the enemies. It's very satisfying, it looks super cool, and it's super worth it.
Yep.
Honestly, if the numbers were any higher on this notable, it would be an Ascendancy node. I travelled through some knockback, which was okay, on the way to some serious grenade nodes. This grenade cluster gives a bunch of nice small nodes and 2 amazing notables, so it's probably a must take. Cluster bombs gives you an extra grenade, straight up like a baby multiple projectiles. The downside is increased duration, which makes the fuses longer, It's a downside for sure, but explosive shot can detonate them anyway, and you can scale it down in other ways. It's
Fuck, maybe
pretty
guys,
tolerable,
who is starting the
honestly.
mercenary in
Well
this
worth
chat?
the
Maybe I
trade-off,
should start
think,
the
in my
mercenary.
opinion. The other node, Grenadier, is a no-brainer, and it's good enough to name a build after. An extra cooldown is pretty nice on things like explosive or gas grenades, but it's insanely good on single charge one like the flashbangs.
Schrodinger's
Throwing
game
two
cat.
sets of 4 flashbangs when you've got multiple projectiles and that extra grenade projectile is often enough to just outright
this.
stun a boss
Look at
or
this.
delete whatever monsters happen to have you surrounded.
Visually
Preparation is
super
the name
nice
of the
also.
game for mercenary grenadiers, and
Nah,
this
but-
lets you be twice as prepared with twice as many explosions.
Max
The adrenaline
to
rush
Dine and
node down
Dr.
here is some
Titel.
nice in-combat move speed, a big fan of that. And volatile grenades.
Actually, I'm
lowers
just checking the
defuse time,
gameplay and
it's
I'm
right on
like,
top of the
oh,
dual slot, which
beautiful.
is very nice to
Mercenary
get.
a witch.
On the left-hand side, I was headed towards perfect opportunity. This node looks very good. A lot of stun and lucky damage against heavy stun
Mercenary
enemies,
Ranger
which if you don't know
one.
how that works, it rolls your damage twice and picks the higher number, so it averages you up. I think this is definitely something that we'd want to get if the flash grenades
Doesn't matter, guys.
continue
I
to
will die
overperform as
anyway.
they have been. There's a ton more stuff to explore here, obviously, that I didn't have time to look at. Though I did spy the Authority node, which has some big AoE and cooldowns, so I'd likely end up heading there. At some points, we'll have to consider defenses more, but not worrying about life nodes on the passive tree was really nice and refreshing. Definitely enjoyed
got
that.
early access.
And I mean, explosions are a nice
I
layer of
remember, guys,
defense
when I was
anyway,
like,
right?
Trianage was
Ascendancy
literally like
choice,
the last
honestly,
class that I
Gemling,
tried
Legionnaire,
because
and
I was
Witch Hunter
thinking,
both seem very
what?
valid as a
Mercenary?
Grenadier.
Support?
Gemling just
Some
gives a ton
support,
of value across a lot of
dude.
skill gems, which is
With the
kind of
crossbow, like
perfect for a
absolutely not my
cooldown
gameplay,
grenade
like
combo
absolutely
build, so
not.
if you
Like I
wanna
would
use
like
many
I
different
tried it
grenades
the
as possible,
last.
it's definitely worth
It was the
considering.
last character
But the
that I
Witch Hunter
tried
is so
during the
freaking
game
cool.
squad. But
I
Jesus,
saw it
I
added
was so like
another
I was so
explosion to the board.
surprised. I wasn't
knew
expecting
was
like
sold, right?
absolutely anything.
Zealous
And I was
Inquisition
so
gives 10%
surprised how
chance to explode an
satisfying
enemy,
it
dealing
is.
their full life as damage in a very large area. It's those big white X circles that you may have seen in my gameplay. It's very satisfying and effective. Whenever that triggers on an enemy, right, there's a good chance that it has similar friends around it, which means that 100% of its life is often enough to kill the other ones around it. If I had to say what I'd get later on from this Ascendancy, I'd definitely have to test Sorcery Ward, which it lets you turn evasion and armor into a shield to protect against elemental damage. Probably a pretty big deal. You can likely push it to some pretty high numbers too, from what I've seen. It's good to feel near immune to elemental damage, but we'll have to test that out at endgame. Witchbane might be my favorite node, behind explosions, of course. We have some really nice crowd control between freeze, stun, and later electrocute on Grenadiers, and adding concentration breaks to that mix sounds amazing in boss fights.
Thanks
The
so
node
much for
behind it lets you
following.
scale damage pretty nicely too. Concentration just effectively lets your damage lower enemy cooldowns, which can be amazing in boss fights. Nearly all of the scary boss moves are generally cooldown based.
Yeah, for real. Guys,
Culling
check it
Strike
out.
And Decimating Strike are nodes that let you kill things faster. Pretty hard to go wrong with that one. They're just flavored in a pretty fun way. And that last node, Choice Weapon Master, is 20 weapon passives, which lets you split your passive tree more between two different trees for weapon swapping. It's an unusual one, but grenades do seem like a potentially good candidate for weapon swapping. You might have one crossbow for crowd control effects to amplify those dramatically, and then another crossbow oriented around damage, for example, or maybe even like a spellcaster weapon to have some support spells. I don't know, it's really hard to say how good this will be until we like know all of the skills at our disposal and see how that all feels, but overall, I'm definitely a fan of the Witch Hunter for the Grenadier. After all, it's got explosions, and just about every node seems to be worth taking. In terms of gearing, I tried to get myself added cold damage wherever I could. Even just a little bit with the permafrost rounds was very effective in the early game, and I definitely found myself prioritizing socketing added cold damage into my weapons. I do keep an eye on crossbow type implicits. In particular, some of them give some nice bonuses to allow you to shoot more shots before reloading and things like that, and later on some nice grenade things.
Rejuvenile potion, guys.
So you definitely want to get yourself some of those. And I did find myself
And it's
always
so
in
bad.
need of more dexterity
Taste-wise,
and strength for
it's
gear
so
and
bad.
skill
It's
gem
Ziggy new video about the
requirements. I don't know if
mercenary,
this
yeah.
is just kind of like the nature of these hybrid classes potentially, but
Drop
if
in you
you
the
find
link.
a really nice like
Easy
pure
peasy.
evasion piece, it can be hard to wear it unless you've got a lot of extra dexterity. So getting some of those can be quite nice. And I found that with the inspiration support on gas grenades and maybe
Yeah.
just like a little bit of mana stuff on
Or whatever
gear,
how it's
just
called,
kind
I
of
don't
picked
know.
up incidentally on jewelry.
But
I didn't
Shidikov.
really have any mana problems on this build. I barely had to use my mana flask, and I always had charges if I did need to. So it definitely
But
seemed
Shidikov
very
is better than-
manageable,
better
but it
than
might
no
have also
coffee.
just been down to kind of incidentally getting
Where
a fair
he's
bit
from?
of extra mana on my gear, for example. The only unique I ended up finding was Black Sun Crest, which is an attribute scaling armor helmet Gives a lot of armor and a fair bit of attribute scaling potentially is nice, especially for boosting that life. Competed pretty well against the rare helmets that I'd found at the time, but I wasn't doing anything like super unique with attribute scaling at this point. The things in general to prioritize most are move speed on boots, damage on your crossbow, and gloves and rings if you can get it, and making sure that you have enough attributes, and of course resistances in life as always. Now my gameplay strategy on this build at the end here was to open with a flashbang, and then follow with gas grenades and explosive grenades right after, and then some explosive shots just to detonate things, followed by another flashbang if needed.
Here we go.
This keeps the enemies in place, lays down a large area of death, and blows everything up, and then kind of like keeps them there a bit longer if needed to finish the job. But I will say, moment to moment, it felt pretty fluid. Once you kind of get familiar with your loadout and the different tools you have and in which situations they work well, you naturally find yourself using things kind of tactically. Like, for example, preloading gas grenades on an essence monster before releasing them. Now, I didn't really have a chance to incorporate it into my build too much, but right before I logged out, I had like a spare minute to just do a sneaky little look at one more skill. Just for a second, I had to. Voltaic Grenade does a lightning blast that builds electrocute on enemies, and electrocute is basically another hilarious form of stun. Being able to add this to our kit alongside flash grenades and potentially things like freeze is very exciting for this idea of like a crowd control Grenadier. You could also use it to build up shock to amplify enemy damage taken, and you can use things like the Innovate support to add lightning damage to the rest of your grenades. There's a lot of potential here for sure, I can see it working its way into the kit. Anyway folks, I hope you enjoyed this early look at the Mercenary and Grenadier playstyle, and maybe have figured out if it's a playstyle that you want to try, or I don't know, maybe it's smoothed out your early game for you a bit. I'm very tempted to kick off beta with this build and see if there's like a lot of potential here for it to be a real banger beginner build like I suspect. Maybe something that I could make a guide for. It'd be really good, for example, to put up a beginner guide to a build that's just really fun for blowing up monsters.
The question is, what else do we have? Any more drama videos? Any more just cool videos? Oh,
boy,
Force
all
Gaming
right.
released something.
Path of Exile 2. The reviews are...
Yeah. Oh, guys, I think I found some drama for you. I think I did it. Yeah.
Oh boy, all right.
No,
so
on Wednesday we
Path
have
of Exile 2,
PTR,
the
Diablo 3
reviews
PTR.
are in. Good news
Diablo 4
is they're
PTR, Jesus.
looking quite positive, with early impressions confirming our suspicion that this could be the best ARPG of all time. Bad news, though, is that not everyone's happy review codes even exist, let alone that there are people out there already playing through the entire game. So, let's talk about it. Earlier today, the first Path of Exile 2 review was released, coming from YouTuber Fextralife. In the 15-minute video, he said quite a few interesting things about the game. Here are some of the highlights. He refers to PoE2 as the, quote, Dark Souls of ARPGs. We're never escaping this, right? Dark Souls will be with us forever. Now, mainly here, he was referring to the fact that the game is quite challenging, with no difficulty options to pick from, and even playing through the campaign as it was quite difficult.
This is
Lots
Force
of challenging
Gaming new
boss
video,
fights
guys.
were
Let me
there
drop you
that
the
he
link.
found quite rewarding to overcome, and that the game gave him a similar feeling in terms of its difficulty to the likes of Dark Souls or Elden Ring. He said that the maps are large, estimating it takes a full hour to go from side to side. That sounds crazy, but we'll see. He also mentions that there was just a great sense of discovery while playing, be it discovering new lore, unlocking new mechanics, finding new enemies and areas, etc. Now, one quote that I absolutely loved was that with the amount and variety of content, that it feels like 3 games rolled into one. Love to see it. The campaign, he estimates, was about 35 to 40 hours, but after that, there's of course loads of endgame, and he mentioned feeling like he just scratched the tiniest surface of what's on offer after spending 40 hours with it, potentially saying that this could be the all-time king of the genre. He also mentioned that it feels like there are limitless combinations of builds, that respecking is much easier than it has been in the past. He thought the dark theme and overall art direction was outstanding, outstanding and clearly inspired by Diablo 2. He felt it was the most dynamic combat in any ARPG he's ever played, and Fextra Life has played quite a few. He also talked about things like the details on the skill effects and boss designs being some of the best he's seen in the industry. He was blown away by the amount of detail. He did play on controller for a bit and said that it feels like the game was designed for controller first. Interesting, saying that it plays even better than Diablo 4 did on a controller. Now, there were some negatives mentioned, including the fact that he saw a few bugs and got crashes during the review process, and also that maps felt a little empty in terms of the amount and frequency of events. Now, that said, he wrapped it all up by saying that he strongly believes PoE2 will cement the studio as one of the all-time greats among the likes of FromSoft or Larian. Now, I would argue that GGG is already there just with PoE1, but that's besides the point. And you know what? All of this sounds great to me. I am so happy to hear that the game is turning out nicely. So what exactly is the problem then? Well, there's two main things happening here. One is that the review was posted way prior to Embargo, apparently nearly a week before it was supposed to come out. And number two is that everyone was under the impression that there would be no early access prior to the early access public launch, that there would be no early review copies of Path of Exile 2 prior to
This is like, oops.
to that December 6th release.
We set our bills with gold, but we can't reset Ascendancies
to happen as far as everyone was concerned. So what exactly is going on here? Well, I will tell you right after this. Today's video is sponsored by Light of Moderum. This is an open world survival crafting game with
I don't know. I feel myself like I also like obligated to watch the
by nature
like,
and ruled by giant
because I'm
mechanical
checking
beasts.
this video.
Players will explore
Sorry, guys,
a variety of landscapes, uncovering ancient secrets and forging bonds with powerful mech animals. Some key features include a fully seamless open world where you'll traverse grasslands, deserts, forest, and mountains. There's a variety of weapons you'll use in action-packed combat versus a wide range of mechanical foes. You've got all the basics with light and heavy attacks, dodging, blocking, counters, and even special abilities. Fighting alongside you are the mech animals, over 100 to collect, each with unique designs and roles they fulfill, aiding you in battle. There's the survival crafting mechanics and unpredictable weather you'll have to protect against, and co-op gameplay as you can group with other players anytime hunting beasts, gathering resources, or building bases together. So if you'd like to learn more, you can wishlist and check out Light of Moderum yourself using the link in the video description below. All right, so let's get into the major issues around everything that's been going on over the past 24 hours. So the first big thing is that it appears like Fextra Life posted their review, let's call it a tad early. At the time it went live, it was the only one out there, which had everyone speculating, are they the only outlet who got review codes? Now, no, as it turns out, they just posted far prior to the actual embargo. Now, after not too long, Fextra Life did take their video down. It was self-removed, and as of this recording, it is no longer available for viewing. You cannot go check the review yourself. Now, everyone was quick to blame them for breaking embargo because, of course, right, this is not a good thing. You shouldn't be doing it. But apparently the fault lies with the developer, Grenadier Games. They said themselves on Twitter, unfortunately, there was a miscommunication with Fextra Life that resulted in a video being posted early. This was a mistake on our end and is in no way on Fextra Life. Now, I was seeing some speculation that the developer might just be falling on the sword here, that they are lying about it being their fault so as to save Fextra Life from getting hate. The argument that I've seen being, if it was GGG's fault and there was a miscommunication, why didn't any of the other outlets break embargo? Like, why was it only Fextra Life who broke embargo? They all got the same embargo timing, right? And that sounds simple, right? But surprise, things are rarely as simple as they sound. As someone who has done quite a few reviews and previews in the past that come with embargoes, I can tell you the process looks different all the time, and it can often be quite a bit messy. So sometimes you get all of the info, the embargo timing, basic details on the game, the installation and review guides, all of it comes nicely in a package in a pre-made PDF. Everyone gets the same PDF with all the same info, easy, right? Like no confusion to be had. Sometimes that happens. Other times, it's just a literal email from some contact at the company or in relation to the company that says, Discord. Hey, here is the game code. Embargo lifts at such and such a time on such and such a day. Let us know if you have any questions. And then that's it. It's literally just an email that somebody sent with a couple of lines of info. And many times this will be like a back and forth conversation with them giving you the code and then saying embargo comes later and then sending the embargo. And this process can and does vary wildly from game game to game, from review and preview to review and
Pathfinder,
preview. You also have to keep
thank
in
you so
mind that
much.
a lot of times
Thank
this
you.
process is handled by a third party. So it's not even a media contact or someone who actually works at GGG who is handing out this information. Many times developers will hire agencies to do all of the back and forth communication for pre-launch reviews. The point is, it is very possible that yes, somebody
Apparently this
actually
is
made a
not on the
mistake
about the
when
video.
sharing the review
Fuck the
info
video.
with
File video is
Fextra
not
Life. And this
that
isn't me
important.
trying to build a case to defend them. I'm just letting people know this stuff can often be like way more casual and messy than you would assume. It is absolutely possible that somebody just screwed up. They gave them the wrong day. They accidentally typed the wrong time zone. They didn't even include a time zone. Mistakes like this happen somewhat frequently. In fact, I can tell you, I have been sent wrong embargo information on numerous occasions, and I'm not talking like just once or twice. It's happened several times over this past year alone. Now, fortunately,
with me, it
those
happened
were all
once.
corrected prior to me posting, either because I decided to double check. There was no miscommunication. GGG could have just not mentioned the embargo break that happened, right? They took the video down. They could have just ignored it, but they made a whole big post about it, I think because it was their fault. There's really no sense in them lying to cover Fextra Life's butt. When somebody breaks
Exactly.
embargo purposefully, you know what happens? You get blacklisted and you don't get codes from that company ever again. The devs are not coming out lying to cover up somebody else's screw up. Like, I at least have never seen this happen. Maybe this is the first time, right? But anyways, that out of the way, this isn't even the biggest issue that people have right now. Like, this isn't the main reason people are upset that because Fextra Life broke the embargo, right? The main reason that a lot of people are really upset right now is just the fact that pre-launch review codes are even happening. Many were under the impression that this wasn't going to be the case for Path of Exile 2, and that we would all be playing the early access version of the game for the first time together on December 6th. So what's happening? Well, GGG addressed this as well in their tweet by saying, "We've seen some speculation that some people might already have access to the early access version of Path of Exile 2. To clarify, some traditional games media have been given access to a review version of the game. Part of the stipulation that media were given is that this is for review purposes only. They may share their opinions of the game, but are not allowed to produce guide-style content
still
from
really
this
like this
version
fucking
that
boss.
would spoil the discovery
looks
of
really
the game
beautiful.
or post unedited playthroughs. They are not playing on the same servers as the early access version, so none of the progress will be kept. In addition, all of the content they produce is embargoed until the early access on December 6th, so no content is supposed to be
They've got
posted
high.
until then. That's then when they said,
Because
sorry,
they are
we had a
poopsters.
miscommunication with Fextra Life. It's not their fault, it's ours. And then they wrap up by saying, on release day, we want players to be able to make a more informed choice about if they would like to buy a key. We believe that allowing traditional games media access should be able to accomplish this without spoiling the game. Okay, so there you have it. They have sent out review codes to traditional games media. This was done with the caveat that they couldn't post any guides or full walkthroughs. It was on entirely separate servers, so no progress will carry
Raise the
over. And
high.
the embargo is set to lift on December 6th when the game officially launches into early access. Now, besides the fact that now that we know the embargo is for December 6th,
Oh, guys, I'm really sorry. Oh, so when we're gonna be all in the queue, or when the server's gonna crash, we're gonna have shit tons of content to watch. Guess what?
that means whatever miscommunication may have happened with Fextra Life was hilariously massive. Like, they gave an embargo timing that was 6 days wrong. Excuse me? I don't know how that happens, but like I said, it's a sloppy process. There is miscommunication. People are misinformed. Sometimes the people relaying the information, the in-betweens, the agencies that are working with the developer and publisher and sharing the information and dealing with all the reviewers, sending out codes and all that. Sometimes somebody just doesn't know everything, or they get something wrong, or they type something wrong. Like, that does happen. But anyways, that aside, people are just upset at the fact that anybody is playing the game prior to its full release. Why? Well, there's a few very particular reasons. For starters, people just have an issue with Fextra Life in general, them getting access, because mainly, besides people who just don't like Fextra Life for a variety of reasons, many of which I think are justified. I don't have a personal grudge against the guy or the channel, but I understand why some people don't like him, for the embedded Twitch view boosting that he does, for some of where they're getting their guide informations, for the quality of their guides, whatever. He's not what many consider traditional games media because they do run a wiki. Whatever you think of that wiki's quality, they do have a wiki with guides and information, and it even appears like they may have already started populating their wiki with info that was acquired during the review, which I wouldn't be too surprised if they have at least got that process going. If they've truly played the game for 40 hours and they're going to have a wiki on PoE2, they do have a wiki on PoE2, they're at least going to start pre-filling out that information, even if it's embargoed for a week after launch, although it looks like some of that went live and then they took it down. But anyways, the point is, someone like Fextra Life isn't really just traditional games media because they have a wiki and they do post guides, and this makes it counter to GGG's stated philosophy of not wanting to spoil the discovery phase of the game prior to launch, or just not wanting to spoil it in general. If a review outlet like IGN or YouTubers, someone like SkillUp, if they get a review, we know it's going to be like a focused on the base game and sort of a one-off thing. Like, there is little to no risk of outlets like that, of people like that, of channels like that, spoiling the experience and ruining the discovery of the game, especially for the late game and end game content. Like, it's not going to happen. But that brings us to the other thing that's causing complaints here. It's that players don't want the game solved.
Traditional media, yeah, like, guys, all of this, you know what will happen? Like, when the game, on the 6th, when the game will be fully released and the embargo will be lifted, a bunch of those, like, traditional media are gonna post their reviews, and they're gonna be like 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 game, all of this. Because they, and I get it, like, GGG, they need to do this. They should do this because they need to publish, those companies to publish their reviews, so more people would be buying the game. So they would drag the attention of more people to the game, and more people will be checking it out. That make like perfect sense. But not cool. With the situation with Extra Life, a little bit not cool.
Prior to release. And this is a valid concern. I totally understand it. It's one that was widely expressed during the launch of Diablo 4, because with that game, myself and many others did have access to D4 prior to it coming out. And specifically, the hardcore sweats of the crowd, the super blasters, they basically had the whole game figured out before it launched. Like, with leveling and endgame class build guides, with boss fighting tactics, with farming routes, so on and so on. I think especially for a genre like ARPGs, there's a lot of people who want to feel like they are part of that discovery phase all together as a community at the same time.
No, we also saw, like, Zeus is also saying, I think, yeah, they didn't give the codes to the streamers. Or at least, like, maybe to some stream, but yeah, mostly they don't do it.
And that people who aren't YouTubers or aren't guide makers also have a chance to come up with some of those great builds. Like, there's people who have find value in that. So that's something that gets taken away when people have access to the game 2 to 3 weeks prior to launch, and especially people who are the type that are going to be figuring all this stuff out. So yeah, the concern is more so that Fextra Life running a wiki and posting guides, he isn't quite the same as, again, like an IGN or a YouTube reviewer like SkillUp who gets a review code, because they're not going to be posting endgame build guides, right? And meta builds.
Yeah, makes sense.
I will say, though, at the same time, people are expressing this concern. Hopefully I really don't think it's an actual issue, because Fextra Life in particular, in my eyes, is way closer to traditional games media than he is to the hardcore ARPG enthusiast. And what I mean specifically is I am under zero impression that any guides Fextra Life comes up with are going to be anywhere remotely close to the best, to meta, to actually being the ideal thing and actually being the solution to whatever problem is in the game, right? It's not the same as the ARPG blasters out there, people like Rex and DM and Rob, any of the crew on Maxroll and Icy Veins, for example. Those players getting early access does mean the game would be solved prior to launch. And as far as I'm aware, GGG hasn't given pre-launch codes to that portion of the community. So even though Fextra Life does run a wiki and post guides, I really don't think there's legitimate concern of them solving the game. They could certainly still spoil stuff, though, and if they're already filling up their wiki, that may end up happening depending on when that wiki embargo is. Well, Fextra Life and embargo timings, you know, that's kind of a touchy subject as of this video, right? But truthfully, yeah, like all of that actual solving of the game.
guys, like, but the problem is that, like PoE1 people who are like on the internet, blah, 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 who like knows about all of this situation. Yeah, they're not going to go there and they're going to go to Extra Life and they're not going to check out their builds. Yeah, of course. But that's the situation that I was telling, like, bunch of people who will be starting Path of Exile 2 right from the very beginning, they will need a guide. They will want a guide. They will be Googling some information that they don't understand. And no one else fucking have the information don't have this information published except Extra Life. And those people will be like, blah, 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 what does this mean? Or what should I do here and there? And the first thing that will be appearing for them will be Extra Life. That's how we do it. But apparently they put it down. Yeah, the wiki, they also unpublished. They put it down. But again, if they're going to publish it back, 6th of December, the second the game will go live. Also, the same effect. Top of the search, yeah.
Aim of finding the best builds, that is still gonna happen at launch and post-launch when all of the blasters and all of the hardcore members of the ARPG community are finally playing the game. Now, with that said, though, if Grinding Gear Games truly wanted to fully avoid any...
So, part of the Extra Life information is often wrong. So, here we go. So, they're also, like, actually hitting the game with this. Like, again, we're not talking about you who are here in this. If you ended up in this stream, you anyway know way too much. But imagine a person who he's not in the Path of Exile community. He never fucking played Path of Exile. And he's just, oh my gosh, Path of Exile 2 is coming out. Cool. Let's play. Let's try it out. What is this game? And they're going to Extra Life and they have a problem with the game. They're Googling something. They're going to the Extra Life website and there is some bullshit published. And they think, the game sucks. So they're also hurting the game with this. Not even the full release. Not even the full release.
Any spoilers, any solving of, or any ruining of Path of Exile 2's discovery phase and the fresh launch experience. They shouldn't have sent out pre-release codes to anyone, especially people who run wikis. But again, I'm really not trying to single Extra Life out. Everyone else is doing that as is. And like I said, I don't have a personal grudge against him. I do think some of the stuff that's been associated with Extra Life is a little shady, right? Like the embedding to boost views and whatever. How accurate someone's wiki isn't like whatever. You can make a bad wiki if you want. But yeah, the view boosting was pretty shitty. So I understand why people have a really sour taste in their mouth when it comes to that channel and that individual in particular. But my main point being is they just got themselves in a really tricky situation here. They shouldn't have sent out pre-release codes to anyone, whether it's traditional games media or otherwise, if they wanted a truly pure experience as they're stating they are.
Will they be amongst all? I don't think so. They will be, but later.
I get the argument that they're making is that they wanted to inform consumers, but
Zizeran is the new team lead
it doesn't
for
have to be on the day that it
Maxroll,
releases, especially since it's an early access release. And I say this as someone who does pre-launch reviews and previews and videos all the time.
Oh yeah,
right?
I know
so
this
like,
shit.
I have
I understand.
a bias
I don't know this word, but I understand the mechanic. I know about this
pre-release
mechanic.
codes because I can post videos early and those videos can get views. Even if that all stopped happening, I'd adjust. I'd be fine. There's still a lot of videos that I can make. I don't only do reviews after all. This isn't a review. But yeah, anyways, I'm not someone who would be figuring out the best builds anyways. There's no fear of that. I'm not making guides. I'm really probably not solving anything about an ARPG. But regardless, GGG did put themselves in kind of an awkward situation with this one. They profess to not wanting to ruin the game for their hardcore audience, and I believe what they say, but at the same time, they're wanting to market as much as possible, giving access to publications with a wider reach outside of the most hardcore ARPG fans. And as a result, well, we've ended up in this rather messy circumstance. Now, is this going to ruin my personal experience with the game? No. Not at all. I am not bothered that IGN, Extra Life, or whoever else got access will be posting their reviews on launch day. And as mentioned, none of them are actually going to have the best builds or really spoil too much of the game, even if they do post guides or whatever, which apparently they're not going to be allowed to until sometime after release. I will wrap up by saying, though, that the most significant thing that I took out of this whole situation is that the review, however embargo breaking it was was overwhelmingly positive. Like, they were singing glowing praise for this game, and that is awesome. Like, I was already excited for PoE 2. I am now hyped. This is looking fantastic. I cannot wait to play. I can't wait to see all the discovery that happens for people from December 6th onwards. But anyways, that is it for this video. Let me know what you think about this, just this whole situation, this topic in general. I know it's a pretty heated one. I know there's a lot of strong feelings on the side of people not wanting the game spoiled. Like, whatever personal grudge people
So beautiful, people. Christmas, Christmas, Christmas. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. This game is way bigger than was shown. We've seen maybe like 10 bosses total, out like 100. Planned in the campaign plus in game 50. What a useless drama. Amen, Predator. But I do enjoy it. I do enjoy some drama. $50 for Act 1 and 3. And in the end game, there should be some other bosses. Guys, 4 days left. 4 days left until the madness will be unleashed. And the servers will break. And the servers will absolutely break. But well. Get to watch. Doesn't consume the content easier. It doesn't exist. Let's go. What are we checking? Do we have some more gameplay? Fucking fuck, I don't know. I'm afraid to go to the internet, guys. There is so much insane things. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-bum. It's good night. Internet is spooky and you don't say. Love me so, let it snow. Elite Gaming, hi. Ba-dum-bum, bum-bum. Feliz Navidad. I have the warrior. I have the warrior gameplay, not monk. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. Damn, it's loud.
What do we got?
So good. Any Ranger gameplay? Maybe I can find. No. Dude, I'm gonna be playing Diablo 3 new PTR on Wednesday. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm really sorry to tell you that I'm playing fucking both games!
It isn't worth.
Last 2 brain cells. Even if the doctor lacks, I send you all the support. Diablo 4 PTA, yeah, Diablo 4 PTA. I still get used to saying. And Christmas music, my dear, and Christmas music.
Wild bone shatters.
I wish you a Merry Christmas. Wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. That went quick. That went super quick. We're just chilling. They've born, enjoy. I'm super happy. People, I don't know. So yesterday in Germany it was like the first advent. And Predator, happy working and thank you so much. And I kind of yesterday realized that it's 1st of December and it's like that's it, it's the first advent in Germany. And it feels super weird. And I don't know. I don't know if I'm like in a Christmas mood or no. The true Witch Doctor. They're gonna be Witch Doctor season in Diablo 4 now. Season 7 is Witch Doctor season. So I'm kinda digging it. Digging into it. Timmy, have fun. Have enormous amount of fun. Stay strong. You guys gonna chill a little bit. If you want us to watch something specific about Path of Exile 2, you can drop it also in chat, no problemo. They're gonna be the interview today, a little bit later, in 2.5 hours. If nothing will happen, like they're gonna be the interview. I'm gonna drop you to the interview, and it's gonna be nice. To drag us back in. I think it's gonna be nice. I think we have like a really nice times. We're gonna have Path of Exile 2 Blast, and then Diablo 4 Blast, and then the rest of the Wicked Blast, hopefully. Oh, no, let's tip on Blast. What's for dinner? God knows. Maybe salad. Maybe curry, guys. Maybe Thai curry. Like what, guys? I stole the ingredients. Like, no, I didn't stole, but like I tortured local restaurant to tell me the ingredients that they're using. Amazon Friday and it's coming on the 10th. Oh, for guys, I forgot to buy myself yesterday protein cookies. I forgot to buy protein cookies. I'm sad. They were on discount and I forgot. Fuck.
Yo guys, what is up? Mike's on our Path of Exile.
I checked, I opened it. You saw it? I think we saw it, yeah, we saw it. It's okay.
Yo guys, what is up? Mike's on our Path of Exile 2 video, and today we're doing a little bit of a class overview for the Ranger. Now, I have been fortunate enough that I got invited out by Grenadier Games to California twice now. The first time I played like 6 hours of Monk, and more recently I went like 2 weeks ago and played 8 hours of Ranger. I like exclusively focused.
Yeah, I remember this.
On
Yeah,
playing the
you
Poison
played
Rangers.
Poison,
That's what I'm gonna be
Poison,
talking about the
a lot
most
of
today.
Poison.
But I want to talk about my impressions with this class, leveling it, what skills it uses, what's its strengths, what's its weaknesses, and kind of why you would want to start as a Ranger class when the game
Why
launches.
you would love to
Currently,
start as a Ranger
that is
class.
a big decision of what class you're gonna play.
Mercenary
when the
is the
game comes
better
out. There's so
version
many
of
new
the
things,
Ranger in
everything
case.
is operating very very differently. So I hope you guys enjoy the breakdown. Once again, thanks to Grenadier Games for flying me out. This video is not sponsored, but they did fly me out and pay for like my hotel when I was there to play the game. So yeah, guys, hope you enjoyed the video. Let's get right into it.
Get down and crush.
Kick it all the asses, kick all the asses. Yay!
So starting out on Ranger, you have kind of 4 starting skills. The game starts you out with Lightning Arrow, which allows you to chain damage to nearby enemies. It's a great little starting skill, gives you a little bit of AoE damage without having to get like support gems for it quite yet. And that felt great to hit the ground running. It also gives you Escape Shot, which is this attack where you like jump up in the air and shoot a like cold arrow down at the ground, which will chill enemies, sometimes freeze them, so that obviously you can escape from them. It helped get some pace and like space between you and some enemies.
Slowly seducing me.
Kind of a big part of this character.
Charles, hi.
One thing that they stressed, and you can kind of
tomorrow
when you're playing this character.
Tomorrow, the ultimate stream will be tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow will be the ultimate Christmas stream.
Class, but
Christmas market stream, and maybe we will even manage to see a little bit of sun, but unlike it was supposed to be sunny today, but it was so dark.
Which feels really good. And when I was playing, I was playing as a I was using WASD
Christmas market stream,
to move around,
ultimate Christmas market
so
stream.
much better than having to point to move or click to move. Being able to use WASD, it felt way better to use as like a ranged character. So I really enjoyed that. But the 4 starting skills that you get are Lightning Arrow, Escape Shot, Poison Burst Arrow, and then Lightning Rod. And this kind of is a theme throughout the like Ranger's skills, is you kind of have a big choice between Lightning and Poison are like the 2 main ones, and you've also got some like fizz stuff.
We got some snow Saturday.
Do.
We got nothing.
That's definitely what you're really making your choice when you're starting out. Is, do you want to go Lightning or do you want to go Poison? I obviously went Poison. That's kind of 1 poison inflicted on an enemy at a time.
It's a cool combo. You're like freezing, jumping out. It's like you're dodging back. It's like kicking you out. You're dodging back, and then you are shooting from behind some poison arrows. It's like super early skill also that you're getting.
Big things that you can get in your skill tree and as your supports, and it's like a big focus once you start leveling the Ranger.
Guys, how slow those boss fights are. We're not one-shotting anything. Not one-shot those.
You can apply a 3rd additional poison. You can apply a 4th additional poison. And that seems fundamental to poison damage, which is quite a big departure from Path of Exile 2 or 1.
So
where, like, you just do these skills where you fire a bunch of things and do a bunch of damage, and all of them stack poisons.
Mercenary hard mode, pretty much.
Only 1 poison. That is the build that I'm currently playing in PoE, and it's a lot of fun.
Like, and you fucked up, and then you fucked up, and I fucked up, and if you fucked up, and you like kind of shoot this freezing not correctly, or like placed it somehow wrong, monsters are still attacking you, and you need to shoot, and And I think this cannot shoot, and
that was
I know you can. You shoot and you walk.
Arrow, because you had to shoot it, and then the main part of the damage was kind of inflicted on the enemy, and there wasn't as much damage if you just kept firing. So I would kind of rotate when I started out between firing the poison arrow and the lightning, where I'd make sure that they were poisoned, but then I'd fire the lightning arrow to kind of DPS them down. It actually felt pretty good to like rotate between them. There's like a whole system in Path of Exile 2 where you can like weapon swap and assign different skills to different weapons and stuff like that. So I think that might be partly intentional, is that you are supposed to start out kind of like swapping between these skills, because poison, when you first start out, doesn't have, I think, quite as much damage as lightning did, at least up front. Speaking of poison being different,
this is the beginning. This is those early.
So poison is
fuck, I can't already. 4 days.
Time and last 2 seconds by default. Note that like your poison skills usually say like poisons.
5 days. Come on, guys. No one's gonna play it on Friday. 5 days. Saturday.
But poisons inflicted by hits deal damage per
bunch of trainings away. We are from the actually playing this game.
Chaos damage dealt by the hit that inflicted it. Poison damage cannot be directed or directly affected by damage to really start stacking those. And Vine Arrow. Now, some pretty cool skills that
little bit
change
higher
a lot
level.
for you. So the first one that I wanted to mention was called Plague Bear.
To survive doesn't
You may be
seem very
familiar
fun.
with this skill as it exists in Path of Exile
It's
1.
challenging, but it is fun.
It basically allows you to store
Some good
all
sleep
of your
smithy. If
poison
that does
damage.
exist, I
So
don't know what
like,
you're talking
click it,
about.
it's a persistent buff.
I
You're
am not
dealing any
sure that
damage
good
with
sleeping
the
is
actual skill,
existing.
but as you're dealing poison damage to enemies, it'll basically store up damage.
The weather
and
is
then
like
if a
literally
leech
sucking
jumps on you, or you need
everything
to
out
do
of
a
you.
bunch of burst damage very quickly, you can do this like hit where you just click the buff, it'll blow up all of the poison damage.
Yeah, like I would. I wouldn't take the day off for Friday, for Saturday, like for the weekend or for Monday. That would be cool.
And click the button, and they
For Saturday, like I mean, it's cool to be there to see, like, oh my gosh, the release is there, and like just to feel all the hype. But if you actually want to play,
reads, leap into the air.
I do not expect that's happening this Friday. Here from this, I was like super surprised. Like also this and Concatenation, also like no way we're fucking playing. Will be cool if we're playing on the weekend, but most likely just on Monday. I'm like, wow. I was like, I'm at least expecting to play on Saturday.
That adds up to
but
1
they were like,
meter
well,
to base
unlikely.
poison radius, and stored poison grants up to 100% more explosion damage. And so what you had was you had, you know, your core skill, your shooting. You've got pods that'll pull up enemies together, and then you've got this toxic growth that puts down a bunch of pods on the ground, and the pods don't really do much unless you inflict poison, and you need to inflict poison to like all of them to get this big explosion, right? But you had Plague Bear, which was a big AoE poison ability, and so I found
apparently I am optimistic. Who knew?
Bosses, and
Cap Viking, hi.
Was getting Plague Bear charged.
Who knows, guys? Maybe we will die before the end of this week.
An enemy, I would
why
put
worry?
down toxic growth first. Try to get an enemy to
the game on the next day. This is my plan as well. What will be if like it's all gonna be wrong, guys, and Endgame actually will be playable on Friday?
All of these like toxic pustules on the ground for like a big burst of
so
damage.
It is possible. Theoretically, it is possible.
That was really, really cool. And that's a little bit of a trend that I've noticed. I've played Monk now, and I've played a lot of Ranger.
Look,
and
cool animation, guys. Just really cool animation, for real.
Quite different. That may be a little bit unfamiliar. A lot of Ranger, and a big thing that Path of Exile 2 will, and that's a little bit of a trend that I've noticed. I've played Monk now, and I've played a lot.
Just animation, just how the character is going. Because with a normal speed, you kind of don't notice this.
Boom. All of the poison. Or detonate all of these like toxic pustules on the
Pitya
ground.
Tomorrow, yeah, Pitya will be tomorrow on Diablo 4 will be starting, but for me it will be like late in the evening, so I won't be able to play it tomorrow. I will be playing it on Wednesday.
I've played Monk now, and I've played a lot of Ranger. And a big thing that
Witch Doctor season, Witch Doctor season. Let's see how weak Spiritborn is. Let's see.
Multiple skills to take down enemies efficiently. It's like very kind of almost combo based, where you're using different skills in conjunction with each other to deal damage. Path of Exile 2, maybe people will figure it out. Maybe we'll figure it out later on. But for your first playthrough, you're not just clicking one skill, hitting a skill, and running by enemies, hitting a skill, running by enemies. Like in PoE 1, you put on like Toxic Rain or something, just shoot it up in the air with your like Mirage Archer, and you're just zoom. You just move constantly through enemies. This was much more.
I will start with the Spiritborn just because I want to see. Like I will copy the character that currently have and see how weak it is.
Shoot my explosion to trigger
and then
them,
we will see.
And then move on to the next group. Like you're just doing more and more moves for like each pack of enemy.
All will go sorceress.
I kind of like that. Everything feels more intentional. But this was kind of the combo that I was
Necromancer.
Working with,
I want to see Necromancer. Have leveled Necromancer.
And then like Plague Bear explode them.
It doesn't matter. I can like power, not power level, like boost the character.
In my playtime, the furthest
I mean, I have the
got
build
was to
ready.
unlocking Gas Arrow, which was the last poison ability that I was able to get, which reads that you fire a noxious arrow at the ground, creating a cloud of flammable poisonous gas. At the end of its flight, the cloud will detonate a very cool noble to the ranger class. Deadeye is going to be kind of focused more on like your ranged bow damage, where you're going to be able to move around faster with tailwind, which will increase your movement speed. You've got some interesting passives like Eagle's Eye, which you have no accuracy penalty at a distance. I think this is going to be the Ascension if you really want to go like focused into like more of your bow attacks and like lightning damage. And then Pathfinder
International Xbox,
more focus on poison. You've
the witch, the witch, the witch, the witch, the witch. Fuck
you,
you, the witch.
So you can actually choose if you want to make it a bleeding concoction, an electrocution concoction, or a like poison concoction, but you can like actually throw your flasks. That might actually be a decent way to level, because you don't use your weapon. And one of the things that you're going to be doing when you're going through the axe is you're going to constantly needing to upgrade your weapon, but you won't need to do that as much for flask damage. And they did confirm recently that these skills you can actually like put down on your bar and like put supports on, so it's not just like a random thing. You can actually support it with other skills, so that might be a pretty strong leveling skill. But there's also Contagious Contamination, which is the most damaging poison on enemies you kill is spread to other enemies within 1.5 meters. This on Pathfinder looks really cool. There's another basically buff that you can get that whenever you kill a poisoned enemy, it spreads the most damaging poison in 1.6 meters. So it sounds like you might be able to constantly be spreading 2 of your most damaging poisons onto enemies, which could be
so
really
basically
nice life for clear speed with poison. And then the
poison
big one is overwhelming
and play mercenary,
toxicity, which doubles the number of poisons you can inflict on enemies with less poison duration.
I hope that helped. Drastically. And just a lot. That was a lot of help. Poison Pathfinder. Pathfinder has special poison skills. And the second specialization on Ranger. What he's doing. Into Blood Mage. Chaos dot damage into Blood Mage. Only the fire. Infernal. Infernal, we're going. I don't think that eye has it. We'll see, guys. No, actually, when you're starting the Ranger, there is a bunch of different choices, and you can go with the different, not necessarily poison. Not only all your skills should be poison. You can go also ice, and you can be freezing like all the monsters around you. So there should be some ways, but anyway, play mercenary. Guys, I'm gonna be slowly but surely disappearing. In 2 hours, they're gonna be the sick interview. We're gonna be checking it out, but just later. Like Wednesday, probably we're gonna be checking out also the interview. We will see. There is the interview that Zizran will be taken with Jonathan, with the GGG game devs. Maybe not only Jonathan will be, like someone else will be joining. And yeah, he will be asking, like, I actually do enjoy the way how Zizran is like asking the questions. And it's like also like chill questions. And that's good. And yeah, we're gonna continue. We are like on a Christmas mode. Tomorrow, super special stream is happening. Tomorrow we are going. Gilmadri is with Mark from GGG. Yeah, I think he's actually working right now. I think he needs to work. We gotta be back. Hopefully, guys. Hopefully. Tomorrow. No. Today Mariah Carey already appeared on this playlist and I skipped it. And I fucking skipped it. But tomorrow maybe it will appear because we're gonna be like, yeah, that's just gonna be around us. I don't know. Truth to be told, I've never been. For me it also will be like the first Christmas market in Nuremberg. But I do expect like the classic things. I just visited bunch of Christmas markets already in Germany, so I do expect. I know what I'm expecting, the same shit, but more. But like, yeah. I'm just wondering, can they surprise me with something or not? Die Hard tune. I'm expecting also to hear ICDC on the Christmas market. Let's see, is it going to happen or not? I am fully... Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I'm out! Guys, there is a dude, I don't believe. We're gonna watch the fitness stream. It's finally fucking happening. We're gonna watch the fitness stream. Schnappy, schnappy, schnapp, schnapp. Schnappy, schnappy, schnapp. Schnappy, 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 schnapp, schnapp. Schnappy, schnappy, schnapp, schnapp. Schnappy, schnappy, schnapp, schnapp. I think that beats Hams to Peace. No, I think nothing can fucking beat Frankfurt because Frankfurt is absolutely insane. I also, like, I was this weekend on a Christmas market. No one is serving warm beer. No one. No one. So let's see if we're gonna see it. Guys, OP stream tomorrow. Insane evening for you. A lot of fun. And thank you so much, guys. We are starting our Christmas insanity. Have fun. Thank you.